Um, if Fizzle is going to hook up with every person who put out Benny's private information, she needs to stop using the nickname he gave her. Oh, yeah, that's right. He did give her that name. I know. She should just change it to Doodles or whatever the fuck she came here as. Wasn't it Doodles? Lala Doodles, Doodles. Then she changed it to Penny. Then it was, oh, no, excuse me. First it was Lala Doodles. Then it was True. She came here as true crime commentary, right? So Penny Fizzle came here as true crime commentary, and she called herself True. And at the time, it was confusing for people because Hunter, the young boy who was with Summer the last day she was, seen, his sister's name was True, and she was actually speaking with Sherry and got permission to speak with True, and she had put out an interview, and I remember saying, maybe they have the same name. She came to me on Facebook. She sought me out herself through a Facebook group, and I didn't know who she was. And I remember being confused by the name True, and she came to me as Latasha on Facebook. So I did Doodles, and that was her name first. No clue where she came from. She's got all this Bitcoin stuff going on, and she's got the pyramid scheme stuff. Like, this is a real thing. I have solid proof to back this up. The Bitcoin is real, and I believe that she's actually been saving up with interest accruing, right? I know what Penny's doing. I have had Penny figured out for a very long time. Many people have. Like Jody Sue, all these people call her crazy. She's not crazy. Penny just wanted you to think she was crazy. Fuck, they even got me on a whole bunch of things. She's not lying. These people really did that shit to her. I say it all the time. I witnessed it. Now, Jody Sue doesn't like me. She makes it very clear. But the truth is the truth. I don't care. Penny has done these things. I don't know where she came from or why. Maybe somebody can clear that up.
Yeah, for the main event, I'm going to be Buffalo Bill. I'm going to wear a nude bodysuit, kimono, tucked Buffalo Bill. And I did a little study today. I have all the jewelry that I need. I have the kimono. I'm going to sacrifice a nude bodysuit and paint the tattoos, nipples, and nipple rings onto the bodysuit. And I'm going to carry my grape nuts and a little lamb. And that's
grape nuts?
Yeah, I had grape nuts for breakfast today, too, Jody Sue.
Oh, because grape nuts are wonderful.
Because she said that if anybody eats grape nuts, then they're definitely they have a Buffalo Bill type situation. And I was like, all right.
And now I have a Halloween costume. Thanks. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, for the main event, I'm going to be Buffalo Bill. I'm going to wear a nude bodysuit, kimono, tucked Buffalo Bill. And I did a little study today. I have all the jewelry that I need. I have the kimono. I'm going to sacrifice a nude bodysuit and paint the tattoos, nipples, and nipple rings onto the bodysuit. And I'm going to carry my grape nuts and a little lamb. And that's
Grape nuts?
Yeah, I had grape nuts for breakfast today, too, Jody.
Oh, because grape nuts are wonderful.
Because she said that if anybody eats grape nuts, then they're definitely they have a Buffalo Bill type situation. And I was like, all right.
Now I have a Halloween costume. Thanks. Thanks. Appreciate it.
So here's another item of great news. If you don't know how to do that, or if you don't know what to look for, if you haven't been given sufficient reason to do it, then maybe you need to do another thing that we were talking about yesterday, talked about for a long time with, which is self-reflection and an inventory process of yourself. And what you need to do is you don't need to inventory yourself or have your echo chamber inventory you for your flaws and your character defects, but you need to have someone outside of you that cares about you enough to tell you that you're way out of fucking line and you're a shitty fucking person. Once you see that, you can fix it. But as long as you're living in your delusion, thinking that the way that you're living and the way that you're treating people is okay, when you have a chat room full of people agreeing that it's not fucking okay, then you are clearly so self-absorbed, so self-centered, that there may just not be any help for you. So here's another item of great news. If you don't know how to do that, or if you don't know what to look for, if you haven't been given sufficient reason to do it, then maybe you need to do another thing that we were talking about yesterday, talked about for a long time with, which is self-reflection and an inventory process of yourself. And what you need to do is you don't need to inventory yourself or have your echo chamber inventory you for your flaws and your character defects, but you need to have someone outside of you that cares about you enough to tell you that you're way out of fucking line and you're a shitty fucking person. Once you see that, you can fix it. But as long as you're living in your delusion, thinking that the way that you're living and the way that you're treating people is okay, when you have a chat room full of people agreeing that it's not fucking okay, then you are clearly so self-absorbed, so self-centered, that there may just not be any help for you. And if you are, like I told someone yesterday, I am perfectly happy to watch that type of person crash and burn. Fuck them. It's not up to me to help them. Let them live their miserable fucking life. Let them be a shitty person. If they can lay down on their pillow and rest their head at night, fine, but you're not going to be in my life fucking with me doing it. Facts. A lot of y'all know that have been around for a long time, you all have heard me say plenty of times, if I'm not talking to you, and now I'm not talking about chat members, I'm talking about people you know behind the scenes in my personal life. If I'm not talking to you, you can probably figure out there's a good reason why I'm not talking to you. It's because I fucking don't want to. It's because I don't want to be fucking associated with you. It's because I don't want a text from you. I don't want a fucking phone call from you. I don't want a message from you. I don't want a comment from you. I don't want nothing. There's a reason that I'm not interacting with you. It's because I don't fucking like you. Pretty easy. And they keep trying to reach out to others that have been hurt or around the people that have been hurt while things are unfolding in order to try to spin things to make it look a certain way when in fact it's not that way. And when they do one of two things. They never leave comments, or they never reach out because they don't want to involve themselves in the guilt, because probably shame, they're too fucking ashamed of the way that they act, or they think they're high and mighty on the fucking throne and they can just treat people like shit and walk all over people like they're fucking doormats. And those people, every one of them collectively, independently, consecutively, and concurrently can fuck directly off. Now, for me, that goes in all walks of my life. Thank goodness I don't have that problem in my family. I know many do. Sometimes that's just the facts. But friends, relationships, especially, and above all, anything, internet relationships. I see so many people suffer, so many subscribers, which I am a subscriber. I subscribe to channels too. I watch channels too. I'm members of other channels too. I super chat too. I super thanks too. I cash app people too. I PayPal people too. I do all of those things that all of you guys do. And I see the same people going in the same chats, getting walked all over and treated like shit by the same fucking creators. Whether it's in a comment section, whether it's on a live stream, and a lot of damn people are seeing it. Exactly, Carol. George Soros is funding it. Subs Lives Matters. Yes, they do. I don't know what it is about these people, what they think that they've accomplished, that they feel like that they have this air of greatness to where they can just float above the common man. The fuck you talking about? The fuck out of here. And to try to hear it explained away. And you know it travels because all you have to do is mention one thing to one person, not even alluding to the fact, and then all these people in that group, or part of these people in that group, start reaching out to you about something in a twisty-turny kind of passive-aggressive weaseling away trying to get you to give an answer by indirectly asking you. It's the funniest shit that I've ever seen. While some of the stuff was unfolding, let's see, what's today? Today is the 6th. While some of the stuff was unfolding on the 4th, which I knew long before, I don't think the wheels on their fucking cars had even stopped rolling on the 4th before I knew that they was already here. And I already start getting messages, one saying they're doing one thing, one saying doing another thing, one saying they postponed, one saying they did this, one saying they're doing that. None of them can keep a damn story, because I'll tell you why. They're all spinning it to try to make it look a certain way, depending upon who they're talking to at the time. It's like I told somebody earlier today, it's like a gaggle of Jody Sues running around. Same fucking behavior, carbon copy. They may as well just nest up together. And some of them even act like they don't even know what's going on, but magically appear in a comment section defending somebody that wasn't even talked about. They just made the assumption. Well, how can you make the assumption about somebody being talked about when that person wasn't even being talked about to begin with? And you supposedly never even knew anything was wrong to even be able to make an assumption about anything. I swear to my goodness, I've seen more good people get taken advantage of that just absolutely did not deserve the shit that they've got. And it's gone on as long as I've been on YouTube. Before that, actually, but and people wonder. People really wonder. You know what? And I'll tell you what. If anything, they're making Jody Sue look fucking credible. Because I could play you parts of Jody Sue's, not all of it. I could play you parts of Jody Sue's videos where she's damn spot the hell on. Now, she may add a couple of different characters in there that aren't involved that she thinks that's involved. So she's a little off base here and there, and a little off base about, some of the activities and how everything. But as far as the behind the scenes planning and the going to real life and sticking those in personal business and all that, she's dead fucking on. She's dead fucking on. And y'all know how I feel about going real life. It's shitty. Yeah, characters in her horror book, but Selena, I'm here to tell you. I'm here to tell you. Carol Johnson, you're right. Carol says, but Jody Sue did call out some of the snakes early on, and she was right. Yep. And she's calling some of them out right now, and people ain't hearing it. People think she's just babbling on like she always babbles on. But I'll tell you what, some of the people that she's naming ain't involved in everything that she says they're involved in, but they're involved in a lot of what she says they're involved in. I can tell you that, mark my words. And if you are, like I told someone yesterday, I am perfectly happy to watch that type of person crash and burn. Fuck them. It's not up to me to help them. Let them live their miserable fucking life. Let them be a shitty person. If they can lay down on their pillow and rest their head at night, fine. But you're not going to be in my life fucking with me doing it. More like 17 hours to set up some fucking shit.
Now, this is where I think that she thinks I know more than I know, or did know at the time. Okay? There are things that was aired, right? And there are things that are known. And again, it's not my business to tell or talk about because I don't care. I can't help her kid. I can't help her. And I can't help Andy. And I can't help anybody because they don't accept help. So, why am I going to bang my head against the wall? I tried to help them all a long time ago.
And then to do the rooms. But then what you have is here's the slip. Slithers during that live at first when they were, I was like, oh my gosh, they were shocked. They were just getting the word. Right, Slithers? When you're pretending. And this heralds back to whenever I make the false 5150 calls, etc., blah, blah, blah on me, right? And that was going to be the thing. And we also have proof and timelines of that and the dates on
Hello, Gavin.
It was actually supposed
Good
to
to see you
to
here.
make up what they thought was better food.
Haven't seen you around in a while.
And myself, in an attempt to do obviously worse things you can imagine, which is take a little away from me, or all these other. That's fucking horrendous, right? But also a real abuser of little in this area could potentially get their hands on her or whatever and create drama over here so they could feed on it and get gangs and whatever. And even if it meant that little could be harmed or murdered by an abuser, she was just released from. Right? Didn't matter to them. But for 17 hours, that one statement alone shows what they were doing. But then here's the slip. In the live, there's a moment where Tiffany Marie goes, oh my gosh, I'm hearing it's Jody Sue trying to kill Jody Sue. Is she okay? She knows.
No.
Right? But that was going to be the intended belief.
No. If she had a problem with all of this, why is she repeating it? Why is she repeating it on her channel? So that the 5,000 people that are on her channel who might have missed all of this drama before, that was a long time ago, is now hearing it. This is what I'm saying about putting your kid out there when you don't need to put your kid out there. See, we have different things. I try to protect children, and I look for children that are exploited. And I call it out when I see it. I couldn't do what I do and sit here and keep my mouth shut, and I'm not going to keep my mouth shut for anybody. I don't give a shit who you are. And that's just that. You're not going to intimidate me. You're not going to come into my chat and try to intimidate me or control anything. Not no more. Not going to happen. This right here is what's wrong. You need to stop it. But again, it's your kid. So if you want to carry on, carry on. But you can't sit and point fingers at other people when you're sitting there doing the same damn thing. Let's finish listening.
Shit. But then they swapped it and there's no shock because there's the admittance that for 17 hours prior, they're saying they were on a call. Alright? The whole thing's bullshit, etc., whatever, anyway. The thing is, it still puts them all together by one of the main players in it. And then there's Slithers acting all dramatic. Oh, is it Jody Sue? We're getting word that Jody Sue's the one that's trying to do something herself and have fucking gavel cake experiments create one. Jody, if there's something wrong, you can come to us. You can.
Yeah, well, I know she's speaking about you. I would like for you to refrain from commenting, please. Right, so it's dropping the bucket, but I'm also doing whatever, and then little is whatever, and then they change it to popper and the bullshit, fake sweating call, and their intended purpose to harm and little or potentially get little taken, etc., and put back with an abuser. Even if the mentors tap into it. They're willing to do it for entertainment, for cash, for gang. I don't find it entertaining. I find it absolutely sad. Every bit of it. Every single thing. I find it sad. And that it continues. It's disgusting. Let's continue. I'm not going to air any more of that. I think I've made my point. I'm going to go a little further. Anytime I ever mention Andy, Gavel comes into the chat. If I'm doing a video, any other time she doesn't enter my chat. I don't understand that either. When I'm in another chat and I mention anything about Andy, she's the one that answers me. Other people can speak about him. She doesn't answer. I don't understand that. I don't understand what's going on with that, but it needs to stop. Because I'm not playing games with these people no more. I'm done. I'm done with it. Y'all play your games somewhere else. Keep it out of Summerwell's case, unless it involves Summer. And if it does, then you better take it to the proper authorities. Doesn't belong here. And it damn well doesn't belong bringing my name into it. I am going to question who I want to question when I want to question them. I'm going to say things about people when I want to say them. And I don't need somebody coming in and fielding it. I'm done with that. I'm done with it. So, y'all can go to your Discord and do everything you want and all that kind of stuff and have a field day. I don't care. But it's going to stop right here and right now. Period. I am not a part of any of that. I am sick to death of saying it. Now, I'm going to close this live, and I'm going to do another one tomorrow, and I'm going to do what I do, and I'm not going to speak about this anymore, I hope. Because if everybody else can act like adults, I won't have a need to. But I'm done with it. I know you didn't say anything about Andy at all, Gavel. You don't have to. So anyway, I thank you all for coming. Sorry you had to watch this drama go down. I didn't even finish. Oh no, wait a minute. Let me see. Did I? Here we go.
We're gonna call it. I need a nickname, y'all.
She's playing it again.
Even there's remotely noticeable. I need a nickname. I think such usage. I think so, yeah. I don't think he's in the military either. I don't think he's in the military either.
She rewound it.
Katie was awful. Circus, okay. Matilda. She said, Sage said Bubba. Bubba's a good one. I think we're gonna go with Bubba. It's like, how can we trust either one of them? And does anybody else think that maybe there could be a rising possibility, and I'm going to put it out there, that maybe an accident happened, Carol, where her other child could be involved some way? I mean, has anybody thought that, or is anybody just not going to say that as children?
Now I'm just going to say this. Jace is not the only person that has had that thought. Other channels have too. Other people have too.
So that means this channel will probably remain a shit channel. I refuse to lie on somebody purposely. I refuse to plot and scheme against somebody for live shows. I refuse to chase around the ones who do and kiss ass in their chats and or on panels so my channel might grow, or my link be dropped. If what I just said doesn't apply to you, then don't worry about it.
Yeah, well, I know she's speaking about you. I would like for you to refrain from.
Like some shit. I'm gonna hold the database back. Nobody give a fuck about that database. All that. Oh, we were gonna let the public use it. The fuck that? Hey, Annabella. Because I know Jenny made money when she brought the whole screen bullshit on the line. Let's talk about that really quick. They did a test with cell phones. Cell phones. Now this is a pretty new iPad. Guessing, I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing that the microphone on this is decent. So you would test with this, you would test with that, you would test with another phone, and then you would also test with the other people's devices, as well as bringing at least a minimum of 2 open microphones. Because this is not modeled. This microphone is not modeled the same way this microphone is. This microphone is not modeled the same way a cardioid or a condenser or an omnidirectional or a vacuum tube mic. Let's be real. You trying to tell me no stream was heard? It's impossible. If no stream was heard, you should have brought you some new equipment when you went there. I'm going to do the test when I go there. Andy, I'm going to go on your property, homie. You already told me I could, and I already paid for it. I'd rather be obsessed with Summer Wells than Jody Sue. You gonna get to the end of your life and wish you had these 18 months back that you fucked off on her. It went from, please, Benny, don't dox me, but thank you for sending me the computer, to, oh, Benny's questioning me. So I'm gonna tell Fizzle that I'm done with Summer's case because my family and my children's safety come first. Let me tell you what. You should worry about Jody then. I'm not the one you need to worry about. You should worry about the one you keep fucking with. Because I guarantee you after this, you ain't gonna fuck with me no more. That's all I wanted. Summer. But the lines are blurred. It's a slippery slope. I get confused. I get blinded. I get bamboozled. I get led astray when I'm like, if you know she's lying, why are you still building a database around the bitch? You building a Jody Sue Bernard database. You're not building a Summer Wells database. For fuck's sake, you was walking around asking folks, hey, you got all that shit from back then. You don't even have it all.
Everything that we came across went to the TBI. And that's all I think we really owe anybody. Yep. Not in a mean way. I don't think that we owe it to anybody to tell them every detail of what we did. While we were there, we got to check some things out. We got to kind of test some of the statements that some people have made. We got to go up on 125, which was extremely eye-opening for multiple reasons. And we did sound tests. And all I will say about that is that I fully agree with law enforcement about the screen. Yes, as do I. That was there. Yeah. It's true. It's true.
They're going to do a sound test that doesn't fucking matter. The sound test that the other one's done doesn't fucking matter. Because law enforcement's already said it don't fucking matter. But it's like I said, if a person feels the need to go down there to satisfy something within themselves, because they, personally have questions about it, well, by all means, go do it. If you got permission and whatnot. If you feel so compelled that you have to do it, do it. I just can't understand. It must be that. It just must be, a person, their own curiosity or something. Because it's no matter what they do, it's not going to matter as far as the investigation goes, because none of them have proper training, proper equipment, or any kind of qualifications to be valid in anything that they were to present. I, I just don't, unless, like I said, unless it's just a personal desire, to, for them to see for themselves. And, if that's the case, knock yourself out. Yeah, right, Leah Weston, they only want to satisfy their curiosity for them, not for Summer. And come back and make like there's some big thing they found turned over to Ellie. Yeah, every time it's going to be they found something and turned it over to Ellie. They found something and turned it over to Ellie.
No, Fizzle, in my opinion, if there was a scream down below, unless it was absolutely the most shrill, shocking scream, no.
Stopped all three of us cold.
Her daughter was the first to go to the cabin door. Then all three were there, listening still.
We heard just this kind of shrill, almost animalistic scream.
If it were the most shrill, shocking scream, would it be reasonable to assume that the multiple other neighbors, yes, I would say that they would have heard it. If they were on, let's say that she was at the bottom of the hill, and, somebody was at the top of the hill, and they heard that, others would have heard it as well. Allegedly, they didn't. Do you have any opinion on really fucking insanely loud? We did do a test. And in my opinion, you do the test with your voice because that's what the scream came out of, your mouth. So you try to duplicate different things and see if you can hear it.
But I think she ain't doing a parody. She went and got her hair done that way. I was like, well, all right then. So, Adrian, you made it clear that you have a personal vendetta against Jody Sue Brown, and that you're going to do everything that you can to destroy her. You've said that on lives and everything, and you just lost your damn. I don't know if you even had any focus or whatever, but that's one thing that Benny was right about too. Because all you all do is Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue. That's why I got away from you a long time ago. Because I figured out how you all work. Cam said the same damn thing about you. Y'all don't do nothing but treat people like shit.
In the void where lights a coward's tale, try me, I growl, the weak-hearted fail. The darkness my kingdom, the silence my throne. Try me, my battle cry, fierce and alone. Try me, I dare the shadows to come, my voice the storm where the timid succumb. Try me and see if I give a damn. I'm the beast in the night, the lion, the ram. Try me, I stalk through the depths of hell, a soul on fire in the underworld swell. The night, my armor, the stars, my fleet. Try me, I'm the one you can't defeat. Try me and feel the wrath of my pain, a curse on the winds, a relentless chain. My spirit unbroken, my will unchained. Try me in the darkness, I'm untamed. Try me, I challenge the shadows that loom, my voice a beacon in the all-consuming gloom. Try me, see if I ever retreat. I'm the pulse in the dark, the heart steady beat. Try me, I spit against a dying light, a rebel's anthem in the fall of night. The sorrow my muse, the anger my song. Try me, for here is where I belong. Try me, I yell to the haunting past, a mountain man's oath to the very last. The pain, my ally, the struggle, my art. Try me with every beat of my heart. Try me and know I'll never be swayed. In the depths of despair, my hope's never frayed. Try me, or I am the undying flame. In the darkest of nights, I'll rise to claim. Try me as I walk through the valley of shade, where the echoes of the fallen softly fade. The fury, my anthem, the scars, my proof. Try me, I am the unyielding truth. Try me, I challenge the shadows that loom, my voice a beacon in the all-consuming gloom. Try me and see if I ever retreat. I'm the pulse in the dark, the heart steady beat. So try me and watch as I conquer the fear. The mountain measures all crystal clear. Try me, for each note I play is a fight. In the deepest of darks, I am the light. So try me and watch as I conquer the fear. The mountain man's resolve crystal clear. Try me, for each note I play is a fight. In the deepest of darks, I am the light.
Yeah, for the main event, I'm going to be Buffalo Bill. I'm going to wear a nude bodysuit, kimono, tucked Buffalo Bill. And I did a little study today. I have all the jewelry that I need. I have the kimono. I'm going to sacrifice a nude bodysuit and paint the tattoos, nipples, and nipple rings onto the bodysuit. And I'm going to carry my grape nuts and a little lamb. And that's
Grape nuts?
Yeah, I had grape nuts for breakfast today, too, Jody.
Oh, because grape nuts are wonderful.
She said that if anybody eats grape nuts, then they're definitely they have a Buffalo Bill type situation. And I was like, all right.
Now I have a Halloween costume. Thanks. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Hola, peeps. I am here. I think. You never really know. And damn, just weird stuff doesn't always start occurring at weird moments. But, I mean, it's getting ready to storm here, so. Which is cool by me. Obviously. Now, walk through memory lane of all kinds of different, players in this bullshit. Who all throw each other under the fucking bus while pretending they aren't and weren't fucking part of it. It's every single fucking time. But it's all been done in front of your faces for several years. One creator's like, oh no, it was them, it was this one. I had nothing to do. You know how I feel about real life. Well, no, kids shouldn't be, whatever, you know. All of them played a role. All of them. I mean, Scotty Britches for fucking sure, mister. I don't agree with real life, you know. And, well, that's some horse shit, right? You know, personal businesses, whatever, right? Yeah, okay, motherfucker. We all know what Scotchy's gotten up to. And we all know he sends by the locals every day to get the word on the streets here in real life and all that shit. Miss me. We all know Sage, despite her bullshit, was all like, no, but it's cool. Let me go over to Anna. And was it Dave's at the time or Dino as they were running the channel? So everybody go there and watch the restreaming of me, much like Discord's 99.9% of the time for several years. Yeah, and, feigned ignorance and pretended she didn't know she was fucking voting on a nickname to call my minor child so that, you know, they could skirt by the fucking rules of tormenting and harassing my child. And then they were taking cash apps, for votes. You know, and I think they landed on Bubba, for my minor child. The All Wild Monster played in the shit, of course, and didn't say a goddamn word, you know, because cha-ching, right? And they had to get the job done. But there's little drops in there, right? Like Sage's words, like, why is it you show up everywhere monstrous? Why is that? Why is this? What the fuck? Yeah, well, and then the lead in to the golden ticket, right? Where they booted Benny off after Adrian gets her new computer and does old things and all the shit, right? Monster and chats and places being like, why do you think I'm working this hard for the money, right? Whole goddamn hive of them following each other around everywhere, every single player. Hell yeah. Peak, man. It was definitely something. And we're talking, Justin to, I mean, like, shit, the whole damn, you know. For those of you who've been here, you know. And you know how each one of these are lying their fucking face holes off about being part of or being this, that, and the other, and being like, no, what me? But we all clearly know it motherfucking was, and they all had real fucking roles in it and going extreme real life. And still fucking do. In a well-organized group fashion. And they have admitted this as well, out in front of the open. You've seen them work together to do all this shit. You've seen it for years. Anyway, one of those little players in all this bullshit that is very similar in nature to the ones you know, just seen, heard. You know, did the same shit. Predictably so. They always do. Problem is proof and evidence against these people and the way they play. Facts. Truth. Shit they cannot deny. Other than on YouTube, on live, or wherever else, they think that's really gonna fucking count me in for them. It's really fucking not. Anyway, you know, years of being able to compile is helpful. So anyway, also make it. Oh, there's so many pieces in here though that, like, thousands that should actually be here, not just 3, 4, 5 things like I played. Some of the more, you know, known pieces, but there are thousands that are so blatant and outright that I could, you know, just one after the next, after the next, after the next, after the next, after the next. I could spend the same amount of years doing that. Actually, probably about 3 times is what they've done doing this. But I find it wild to hear pieces like Sage over there. Well, I don't know why you're bringing it up, because, like, why would you want to put a spotlight on, why won't you, and it's basically just a shut the fuck up and take it, you should go slide about, why are you mentioning it, why are you putting the spot, because voices who can and are able should speak, because those done this fucking dirty by a goddamn group of y'all, all wanting to skirt away from it, should continue to speak. Why, you ask? Well, exactly what I promised you, and why I moved here. I would haunt you, and I want change. Others out here in the world should know what the fuck you all get up to in these open and active cases, how extreme you go in real life, how much you fuck with, set up, tamper with, and destroy real people who dare speak about you, and that you really want them to shut the fuck up, like any good abusers and monsters and shit, right? Why don't you just go quiet? Why do you keep speaking? Same reason I use my voice for DV and always have. Though they'll make you think different, that I was just quiet as a church mouse and nobody knew shit prior to 20 bullshit. But they want that to be the narrative too. But yeah, that's why you keep speaking. That's why every time you hear that stupid shit out of one of these motherfuckers' mouths, it's like, oh, I'm an advocate and save the fucking children and whatever. Make it make sense. If survivors, fighters, and those of anything horrendous, any form of abuse, whether by a single person, multiple, or all the above, plus in a well-organized group, online, they should speak if they'd like and if they can to affect change and save others. I know monsters, though, they hate that shit. And they also have a real time with being like, well, okay, I played in the chat, I just want to skirt away. Would you just shut the fuck up, please? Because, damn. Yeah, okay. And it's very abusive. The language, the tactics, just like Sage. Why are you still talking about if? Because it fucking matters. That's why. It matters. It matters. Yeah. So, because I ain't done with that, shut your fucking mouth and it'll just go away. Shut your fucking mouth and it'll stop. Shut your mouth and we'll just get by with them. Let's put our masks on and tell our chats and shit we had nothing to do with this and, well, blah, blah, blah. And, well, every single motherfucking one of them did, and a whole abundance of others, obviously. I mean, you could honestly say in the thousands, some points or more, but, mains and such, and all the way trickle down. It just depends. Unknowing chats, being mindfuck, Kool-Aid fed, la la la. Used as the, weapons of mass destruction as their tragedy Pimp mindfucked and put into tunnel vision and cognitive dissonance real good, and then all they can eat shit and breathe is the same shit the creators pumping out. And then in that, they do the dirty work, really, and then it's just bazillions, like, carrying out the fucking shit, even if they're unaware. How it fucking goes. So anyway, before I get to this piece, which I meant to get back to, yesterday, obviously I was gonna come back here, and I thought about it late last night, and I was like, no, I'm gonna make sure I feel okay, I'm not gonna be sleepy or tired or in research mode or the brain burnout, because by like 2 or 3 this morning, I was like, no, ish. Things went a little sideways throughout the night, but everything ended well, so, I was just like, screw it, I'm gonna rest. I'll go back. Also, by that point, I was made aware that PG was sucking on the Siegfried train, and with the same shit, right? spend 10 seconds or whatever, 30 minutes laughing at some sort of Facebook post to seize, but then really just spend the rest of the time, well, on guess who. And bullshit. And, of course, bringing my childhood. Wow, wonders never cease. Meanwhile, I'm sure, because I've not watched and I'm not touching the hellmouth, I'm sure that Beatty, monster boy was probably over there in the bushes, just, or a Karen A or some stupid shit, and everybody hoping they'd trigger and do whatever real good. No, we're over that shit at this point. It ain't gonna happen no more. Monsters done enough for decades, and for the last 3 years. I'll be goddamned with this group any further. So, I'm gonna avoid any shithole with that one, and y'all might as well give it the fuck up. I just don't give a good goddamn. Triggering days are done for Unicorn Boy and you motherfuckers. We're over that. And, I think it, also realizes. Anyway. How in the hell do I keep losing my cigarettes? I don't know. Because I keep putting them behind shit, that's how. So anyway. You know, and the kid shit, that's also done. Okay. Now I know, yesterday, obviously, because of things occurring and shit going whatever with, douche nozzle and fucking, zag hag or whatever, little did become aware, and y'all are assholes, cause, and here's why. Because little cares greatly for, and those two do very much feel each other's pain, do not like shit being done to one another by this realm or by these assholes they cannot motherfucking stand. That includes Zag Hag, who did try to, in the earliest days, when her and her kid were here and she was teaching her how to stalk and wrestle and shit, everybody, they tried contacting my son, and he, told her to fuck straight off into hell. So, my son is no fan of any of you motherfuckers or what you do, and he's well aware Monsters rolling it and everything else. Though Monsters tried mightily to mind fucking flip script. So I ain't stupid. Trust me on that. Anyway, on top of that, I want y'all to stop and think for just 1 second. Just one. Other than the time that Monster was clearly playing with keys and busted him out in the whole live where Benny was like, no, I ain't doing anything to your kid, whatever, but then he thought Monster had no way to see him, but then obviously he was, and then called back and was like, what the fuck, asshole, but yeah, those days passed pretty quick, didn't they, when he realized his son was worth more money to use to fuck with me, and his daughter, and, and all that, and of course at that time he was trying to get his way right back around to my newly released film and all that shit, But other than that, I can't really name a moment where that motherfucker has ever come out here and been like, leave my motherfucking kids alone. Nope. Never really been like, that shit ain't true about my kids, stop it, fuck off. No, ain't been any of those moments. He has sat on every goddamn panel with every fucking creator who is tormented, terrorized, made fun of their names, who they are, what they are. This I know he's the one that gave information out about certain piercings of littles and shit to this group to then get her tormented by Anna and them near Chris. I mean, just the terrible fucking shit he's done and whorebag with this group to his children and used these children, whatever, right? to make money. That's it. And to target me. And keep a mask on. And to target them. Because Little straight pisses him off. Trust and believe that. Even stood there with my sibling, and my sibling was like, what the fuck? Why are you all calling that child this name? And Monster really responds, oh, and everybody's like, oh, it's just to keep them safe. It's just to keep them safe from being bullshit. He knew better. All the groups knew better. No. He knew. And I'm sorry, those nicknames they picked out with the booger and the whole making fun of the city thing, all that shit with Little, and those ain't protecting the child. Were they protecting? Fuck no, they weren't. And Monster was well aware of it, and he sat with and tried to obtain for even more money control of, and to absolutely decimate me off the face of this fucking planet. You never fucking once seen that son of a bitch come out here. Be like, why are you doing this? Why are you in my picture? You know why? Because then he runs back continuously, make no mistake about that. Him and Horbag. Texting, I don't know, other children, other people, and swearing it's me doing XYZ when it's actually him and his fucking group doing it. And then they all mindfuck, flying monkey, and fuck with people around me that way, keeping me contained, boxed, no support system, and just being fucking tormented along with my children, and he and Horbag and everybody else to make money off of it. It was meant as a form of absolute destruction, and not goddamn once has that dude ever come out here and been like, other than when he was no, I love it, yeah, bullshit. When they were trying to do all the false things around, the false 5150 and me to get emergency, and then change that last minute to other bullshit to try to get a hold of Little as a witness and all that shit. And then he was like, oh. But then in the back door, you can see what's really happening behind the scenes is that him and Horbag are both using the same messenger to enact all that shit. And his only concern, the only time he really responds is when he wants money. And he thinks he's being, quote, punished because Adrian and Jenny and him lied to the goddamn world and got it twisted, along with Penny and everybody else. So unless it's acting, or he wants there to get towards me, using kids is always like he's forever fucking done, and his parents are done, and everybody else. But yeah, y'all tell me one fucking time. Oh wait, it's hard to proclaim you give a fuck when you ain't even ever fucking provided any type of support to either child. Really. And, especially not child support for 3 years. While you making bank off of them, stealing from them and other things with your hoe bag. But everybody buys it. Anyway, so there's that. Hold on just a second. Speaking of children, Alright. So, anyway, it's, just the long and short of it, really, as far as that goes. Now, another player in this bullshit, as they all did what I was just talking about. So we're gonna work on here. But anyway, as far as, the bullshit yesterday, when you hurt one, you hurt the other. It's just how the fuck it is, man. And, so, Little sent out presents to Brother by, like, midnight, made sure they were in the mail and on their way to try to make Brother feel better about what the fuck was being done to him and with this shit, Cause there was like asshole and trash bag over there, and the rest of the group who's done this for years. Total dick move, but yeah, y'all have no. What you do in the bullshit you do has no effect on anybody. Anyway, it's like a little gift package. Artwork she's been making for him, other things, stuff she bought him. And she too trying to protect him in ways from a monster we've all survived for so long. And the new group it's buddies with, right? Huh, interesting. February 18th, 2023. Interesting. It's just a second, guys. Notice that's going along with the theme of PGs and Zygags and one so on right here. Rinse, repeat, bore me to fucking death. Alright, so. Oh, it's some shit. Ain't it? Well, and since I don't feel like being fucked with anymore today, but just randos and, sent things and fucked. I mean, I ain't in the mood for you people today, or allowing it to happen today, because I don't have to. It's just how it is. Other than, couple will always be here somewhere in all kinds of different clothing. Now I've got the hiccups or something. It's wonderful. So, just anyway, we're gonna carry on with one of the others that played in this shit with all of them and did the same thing. Well, the rest of them, and you just heard do it. They played all the roles in all of it. But boy, when they're up to shit, I was like, nuh-uh. So we're just gonna hear from another one, especially one that is local here, plays with these motherfuckers, was really like this with Scotchy Britches there, buddy. And the rest Hive, definitely BK. Jenny, Adrian, chasing the rest, and things discarded by. Also, this one is said to actually work with one of my family members. Like I was saying the other night. And I want, I really don't. One fine fucking day. One fine fucking day. Alright? Yeah, okay. But, Tiffany did some things a while back. Went through the whole thing again to redo the story with everybody at those points in time. Soften up more receipts on whatever, right? And then, so just like a few short months ago, you get another bullshit type festival. The final versions of whatever, It's all bullshit. And I chose to just not really say a whole lot on it for, well, about 8 months. Heard it, yeah. So I'm just like, that's your story and you're sticking to it, eh? Is it? Like the rest. And then what you can see in all this time span is they do that to one another. They're like, oh no, it's just this one, it's just that one. And then they're right back around one another and shit. And they all come in here with lies. Why they call others liars. Why they come here with hit pieces, bullshit. stuff to just mindfuck people. That there's evidence and proof here of already that they're lying about before they ever go pull bullshit that could have never been pulled by them in the first place. Much like lockdown this year. Still stupid as fuck. It will forever be. And Monster's participation in it. Yeah, well, know your buddies and your team, the same ones formed around others there, man, are up to fuck shit around Summer's case and the reward system and the golden tickets and all that for him or me. That sort of denotes you give a flying fuck less about anything. But you don't need that when you have recordings of it saying so, do you? So anyway, this one right here. This one. You don't listen to it do much the same as well, all the rest. They do, especially when they think each cycle is the last. And the last couple they thought were all the last. This time, maybe, but I doubt it. But the problem with giving anything or saying all the things is the same around these tragedy pimp pieces of shit, criminals and the local stuff and all that shit. It's the same problem that resides this fuck shit over here. They weave around. They try to get in front of it. They try to get in front of it by tampering with court systems, lawyers, also shit, and a lot too. By the way, I want to make a fun note here. The other night, was Zaghag, I believe the night before yesterday. It's weird now, but follow me. Monster's buddy slash, like my, I don't know how many years stalker now, goddamn close to a decade, that helped do some of the most fucked up shit with him, Squall, like his little cousin, until she turned on, and then it was like, well, but then she's not. Either way, she's been offering to pay for Zaghag and Fred's travels and plane shit. Then the other night when that shit lit off, guess who's in chat? Yeah, and see, I'd love to tell you that I caught this, whatever, but it was that night because it happened to be. I was like, really, is this bitch serious? And I made note and sent screenshots to others. So yeah, there was a chicken on the stick. It's weird, isn't it? Because also chicken on a stick was there quite a while ago. The planes and shit were needed for Zaghag and other things. And Zaghag and Fred just can't stop. And then there's, chicken again during weird fucking 5 to 7 minute strange time spans when weird ass fucking shit is being said that for me it's like, maybe it goes to that real life fucking shit that was happening, after June 15th. For weird ass shit being said. I don't know. But especially as far as anyway, the point is that there it is. The fuck's up with that? You still ain't stopped fucking around under other names you think others won't recognize you? What the fuck is that? No. Never does stop fucking around. But then you recall how that one too played in the shit show with Monster and the rest of his crew when they targeted my children and tampered with and fucked courts and laid fake ass shit down in front of certain, things, certain dates around my son, this, or, Yeah. Yeah. And then here, Zag and Fred go again, my kid. Wow. And then you got the other screwy Arkansas bitch being like, we're doing this thing to you, and doesn't realize how fucking straight that moment was, because she's really that stupid. And then posts about don't let them know your weaknesses, or bitch, please. And then this rolls downhill, and then till last night, PG siphons the rest of the shit off the plate. Those eggs, it's fucking weird. And it's not weird. So anyway, the whole thing is, here's another local, other than Chicken, who's fucked around and all shit with Monster and others. And that one was like, well, yeah, I kind of fucking did it, and then had to admit at a certain point, yeah, it did it. It did it with others, did it on purpose, intentionally, with Monster Racing. So, whoops, and here it is, still showing up where that shit's being done, and around creators, and money, I don't know, flights and shit, just take it as you will. So I just wanted to make a note of that. Occurrence the other night. So anyway, we're gonna move on to this tragedy pimping, local sniffling, conniving, lying hoebag. Stalker of I Am the Children, pretender of all things, worked for this group to do the worst shit. And despite what it tells you, what it says, it was goddamn very well aware. Very well aware. And, well, and there's proof of that. It was aware and participated in events long before that. Knew damn good and well who it was around, what they were doing, what they were gearing for, before, and all things. It knew. And there's proof of that. And there's undeniable, it cannot be like, I was oblivious to what they were doing. No. Got it in far too many chats, in far too many places, around far too many players from the beginning. For years. That's how it works. Also the fact, that it was in my chats bragging about each time it would just coincidentally see us, since everybody I knew for a bit before that. And it wasn't a coincidence, it was straight out goddamn stalking. And following on a little bit, and for this group, and, such. Mind you, it's weird at the same time until I really started calling out, Did y'all notice when Don B stopped the whole I got a birdie thing? Anybody ever noticed that? I always wondered. Right? I always wondered some shit. If there was many birdies of Dons and Don B's. Don Buggles every day. But there's a whole lot of these locals, all these creators get up to fuck shit around all, including stalking us and shit. And fucking with us and certain in a real life too. I don't know what the fuck any of them think they're doing. Other than the hoping that the attempted bullshit of the propaganda has worked and that nobody will believe or listen to, whatever, And therefore it will somehow discount or discredit. But they're thinking about what people believe instead of actual evidence against them. I don't give a fuck what they tell YouTube. I don't give a fuck what they tell millions. There's proof and evidence against them. Proof and evidence of what they've done, how they've done it, what they were parts of, and they can tell YouTube whatever the fuck they want, but that is not other venues. So anyway, this one here, this was, as another revisionist attempt was made, all shit, whatever, not so long ago, first this year, whatever. And around the time Monster and Ryan and all they were playing for another golden ticket, all that shit. Cause they'd get to use it and destroy me and all the bullshit again. So this occurs during that period. Wild, isn't it? Wild. Monster trying to track down my little whereabouts. Also, shows where trouble, all the Ryan shit, everything else. Gold tickets again. Anyway, this one chose to come out with this stupid shit. This stupid shit right here. As I guess a final attempt at This is my story and I'm sticking. Oh, bless him. Carrying on. We're just gonna do this thing. Like there should be some Stevie Nicks and Fleetwood in here. But tell me lies, tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Oh my god, bro. Look at this shit. Bro, you in my bushes, honey. It's okay, I got you. Wait and see what's about to happen. You really banked on it, didn't you? Look at this shit. It was up. I got you. I got you, girl, don't worry. This bitch done privated this shit. Lickety split. Worried much, doll? That's okay. That's okay. You can hide. Oh, look, and there's the interview room, and Dr. Mercado speaks on a narrative, right? Jonathan Lee Rich says, I wonder what you're doing with Mercado in the interview. Holy shit, talk and giving out the impression something's a narrative, right, bro? Right. Chicken shit. But that's okay, I got you, doll. Wait just a minute. Hold on. Give me some time. I told y'all about these bet cards. I told y'all. I told y'all. We ain't doing this. And here's how easy it's gonna be. Oh gosh. Bless you. Alright. Oh, you're gonna love this. Wait for it. Them bushes, they don't lie. What you scared of? What you got to hide if that's the truth, right, bro? What are you hiding if it ain't the truth? What do you not want people to see or hear from your stupid face hole that I'm getting ready to call you out on? And what you've done, and how you've done it, and how much of a goddamn liar you are. What are you afraid of? If you ain't got nothing to hide, and that's the fucking truth, and you're sticking to it, why did you just make that private? It shows me you're still watching. And by the way, I know this to be true, because in your fucking stupid community posts that I just now checked out again a few days ago, you're literally still watching, and you still have the audacity to be like, tag Jody Sue, will you answer a question for me? Because you're just built like that, right? Like the rest. You're something special, ain't you, doll? Anyway, so here's what we're gonna do. It ain't gonna matter what you're doing right now. That ain't gonna do you no good. If you ain't got nothing to hide, I'm gonna tell you. So, hold on, I got you. I got you. I got you. Calm down. I'm terrified right now that something's actually happened, like your whole thing or whatever, and I'm just gonna help you out, okay? I'm gonna help you out. Because I want your truth to be heard. I mean, you wanted it to be heard. You had no problem with it sitting there all these months, did you, honey? Yep. Yeah. That's what I thought. So no, I'll give you a bigger platform. There's like 300 fucking views you had. Not even. Was it 100? 100? No, it was 115 or 117 views on that piece of shit. I don't know, whatever the fuck it said there. Wasn't supposed to go much of anywhere, right? And it'd been sitting there all this time and JSP ain't commented on it. It's fine, that was the final version. Let it ride. No, we don't do that. We don't do that here. And girl, you'd be amazed at how many chats and videos and things all across all these creators' channels, and you communicate with Monster and Gavel and this and Scott and whatever there are for years. And in some of the very key moments leading up to when they were plotting the whole let's push Jody Sue to suicide and let's do a false 5150, and then they changed the plan, and then the Audrey B's and all the wonderful little others you're playing with. Oh, I got you, girl. I got you. Don't worry. I got you. Years of you. You over here tagging me going, hey, Jesse, can you blah, blah, blah. Yeah. It's cool. It's cool. I got you. She been waiting on that moment. They've been watching real close. That's why the fuck shit yesterday and all of it. Right. They just wrongly thought it was about Ziggy when I started talking about her because of Curiosity's piece. And then they tried to manipulation shit with my son and really trigger me for that. PG women, you know, all that shit. And they thought it was about Adrian and Jenny and all that shit. No. But Ro knew, and so did many others because of what I said prior to before we knew. But that's what all that bullshit was about in the distraction shit tonight. But Zig and him lit up thinking it was about them. Whatever. So anyway, let's see. It's okay. You didn't have a problem with it being. I don't know. You're a public figure now. Entertainment purposes only. Fair use. Criticism. Commentary. Real life evidence against real life people doing real life shit to us on fucking purpose. For reals? No. I hope you stick with this final version for any civil court or judges, or at least. Alright. Because you ain't redone another one in 7 or 8 months that coincided with Monster and Ryan another golden ticket, just like you were doing the shit leading up to the golden ticket with your buddies Gavel and Adrian. Yeah? Yeah, you remember that? Yeah, I remember that. It's oh god, and by the way, girl, I got you chat too with Yennefer in it in this one. Burnt Dirt, Nature Lover. Oh my god, all of them. 7 months ago. People, if anything, if your words here were true, you obviously knew these people around all the shit with Monster, Hobag, Jenny, Adrian, Krama, Shay, la 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 la, and you should have learned better than to be around like you proclaim in this video. You see, so chat versus your words are already aligned, sugar. Yennefer, our other stalker that's buddies and on Monster State's Facebook, that brings all the guided tours here that helps keep us trapped just like you have. Keeps eyes on us for those like Scotty Britches and all the others in YouTube land. Gets up to all the dirty work. So I guess we'll play this. You ready, dear? You ready? Good. How's things? Also, it's really, really sus to me that several around here are reported to or known to work inside of the health system that is everything here. More than a few were attempting to and accessing many of our medical records here legally. All kinds of fuck shit. And there was those little fuck ups, where Jenny and them were even saying, well, we got some of our medical records. Yeah, that was good times. Now I can't say who that was done by. I know at least two here. Their names and shit who did. I also know they were turned in for it. By others that had discovered similar shit. And then, there's that. Which didn't help some of us who desperately needed medical care. It didn't do us any damn favors, did it? Which is wild considering. People over here offering out help and right? And from, I guess, whatever, it's fine, right? So, just ignore the man behind the curtain and the bullshit, huh? And before we begin this, I just want to let some assholes in the bushes know that, and everybody else really, common sense should tell you that, by this point it was well known, court settings as they are, that, I'd taken care of everything where it concerned my doctors and my healthcare team and all those were well aware of the DV, the circumstances, the shit, the YouTubers, the assholes, the locals, the inserters. They were also, they were well aware of. Had I wanted anything at all, they'd also provided real services, unlike those with Scott and the little group and all the bullshit and everything, all that crap, right? And I'd also made sure Little had people she needed around her and advocates and the whole line. Yeah. But these motherfuckers over here, including this one, gave out this all that, and then the revisionist history on it is exactly that. When they knew, the group knew, Monster damn sure knew, etc. Better than this shit, and you just. And just make it clear during this entire fucking live, this bitch puts up suicide hotline numbers and domestic violence numbers and all this shit, and she's saying, "Oh, we're just trying to provide it," like it's still a thing, even a few months ago, right? And then Ricardo's bullshit, then they're linked to it, going, "Oh, a narrative," and all. You can tell what the mind fucking hell is going on here in this piece clearly. So anyway. But Burnt Dirt, Yennefer, Nature Lover, Remain Calm. You remember Remain Calm that had shit to do with Fred's property and all that shit too, and Horse. Oh, and Nana for Life, of course, team captain of the Wells and all the fucker around Hunter and all that shit with Vincent and Toaster and all that. Well, and speaking of Toaster, Toaster was in here as well. Dana, Lisa Kay. It's a wild bunch, but yeah, you just gotta combine all that knowledge with what the fuck this bitch is saying, even just a few short months ago, with what she thinks is gonna be her final version of her story, and she's gonna stick to it. And I've let it sit for this long. I just wanted to be sure this was her final version. Because it is, but she's terrified, or I don't know, maybe something happened with her sister today. I'm just not sure. So here we go. We're just gonna do the damn thing.
I think I came here really naive. Gosh, I did, I was naive, and I didn't realize that there were some individuals in the YouTube realm.
Did I tell you all that today? That before this, I was walking through the yard, right? And up to the main. I looked down and there was this little feather. All perfect, single, by itself. I stuck it in my pocket. I looked around further because I was worried a bird was hurt. I was worried, and then typically I was like, well, if one has been gotten by the cat or something, I want the feathers on it for craft purposes. Me and them death boxes, right? So anyway, I don't know what happened to the days of, like, you know, whatever. Anyway, but, yeah. So, not letting shit like that go to waste. I mean, if I can use them, so I'm going to. Craft projects, blah. Anyway, so I looked around, couldn't find any more. Which is good news, generally, when you just find one. It means that a bird's just probably naturally shedded, or this, depending on which type of feather it is. Because some of those are permanent that ain't supposed to come out. But otherwise it just means one fell out. If you find an abundance of feathers, there's something real fucking wrong. It means something tragic has happened, or about to, or something has done something. Anyway, it matched my shirt. Whatever. And then, I don't know, I can't figure out sometimes if the universe speaks, or sometimes we just look and see what we want to, or things just happen as they are, and little brain dots, whatever, What I can tell you, though, some shit ain't brain dots. Some shit ain't brain dots. Or narratives. But it's generally a single that stands out. I often think singles are more beautiful than, many feathers. Anyway, carrying on. Can't make up its mind, obviously, in the first few seconds whether it is or it was naive, yet it's still hanging out with Burnt, Nature, Jennifer, Remain Calm, Nana, all those Toaster, all those hanging out doing fuck shit Monster at this exact time, too, but yeah, it totally learned its lesson here, and bullshit. So anyway, we're gonna carry on with how naive it was during another golden ticket phase. Like it just had a rip. Fuck this shit. And then using this as a double-edged sword. I'm real sorry, but I'm a hero. I was just trying to save people and stuff and help. And is there a fucking module class over here for bad actresses? Like when Jenny was on the panel, just come to me, just come. Which you'll hear mentioned by this. Alright. And yeah, that's me eating ice.
That had ulterior motives.
Because this is the lazy version. I didn't want to go back through all the shit, hunt it down. So the other night, I made sure to have this here, in just a cursory way instead of the actual downloaded and compiled way I did when it originally. Anyway, you'll be happy to know, though, Birdie, that one of your actual peeps made sure to send this along to me when you first fucking did it. But you think are your buddies to make sure I can compile it. I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, carrying on.
That we're here for the wrong reasons. And so, I think I came here really naive. Gosh, I did, I was naive, and I didn't realize that there were some individuals in the YouTube realm that had ulterior motives, that were here for the wrong reasons.
How many of these creators have said that exact same line as she just did? Including a couple of those around her. I've heard it before. The exact same one. Exact same one. You'll hear her parrot a great deal many lines from those around her. for all this time that have also said it in their revision. It's fine. It's also the penny playbook of, I was so naive, I'm damn. Anyway.
And so, since then, I have learned that yeah, that's happening. That's going on. And I'm probably now to the point where I'm too paranoid about trusting. And that's not cool, you know? I don't want to be that way. But it sure taught me a lesson.
Yeah, Jennifer, burnt, nature, everybody all in your shit. Yeah. Connect with monsters still after you done fuck. Totally, man. Totally believable. Totally believable. Thank God until now, only like 100 people had ever seen this for almost a year.
And the things that I've seen and it's kind of, I went from one like level to the next level of, you know, being more trustworthy to being more reserved and what have you. But initially, my name on YouTube was Nurse Roho. Hey, Remain Calm. How are you? It's good to see you. Thank you for coming. You said, girl, I'm still learning these things.
And besides on panel hops, any of y'all recognize her voice? I'm just asking her. And of course the meltdowns, places and all which. With all the hype. Anyway.
Yeah, I feel you. You know, in the Bible, we're supposed to be trusting, but yet.
Boy, these people, they always got some Bible shit to spew out, but they ain't a one of them living it. And I'll tell you, since this piece, there's been all kinds of community posts, fighting everything else about me, whatever, and still trying to make me look something, doing all kinds of fuck shit. What happened to that judge not let STB do it? You know, I don't know. Y'all just pick and choose. Cherry picking, right?
You know, you don't want to be taken advantage of or thrown for a loop or whatever. And Nana said you're paranoid, you've been burnt many times. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that. I know how you feel.
Oh gosh, it's so weird. All these creators, I was like, I've been burnt so hard so many times. And they all feel for each other. Oh God, it's terrible what happens to the tragedy pimps, goddamn, and the main players and the local scooters. And well-organized groups online and team efforts locally. Poor them! Oh God! They can't trust anyone. Their sense of humanity has been broken. They don't know where to turn. Oh my God! After they've set about on a destruction course to actually do that, though, you know what I mean? Oh, it's the same song and dance, man. Poor things. Bless them. Bless them. So tragic.
But when I came here, my name was Nurse Roho, and I was Nurse Roho for quite a long time. And I eventually decided it was really hard to talk to people and chat. You know, you're only limited, you're only given a certain amount of characters to get a thought process across when you're trying to talk about things. And so I really started thinking about wanting to start a channel to talk about these things, to talk about Summer, raise awareness for her, to share ideas, you know, pull and bounce things off and see if anybody else has thought of this or thought of that. And I did not want my name to be Nurse Roho. I wanted it to be something else. And that's where I came up with Birdie's Crime Chat. when I changed my name, there was no secret about it. I was in a Discord of Tiffany Marie's.
You're in a fucking what? With a who? Okay.
And I was in the Discord of Penny's.
You were in another Discord with a who? When you first come here, you say? Years ago? But you were totally oblivious of all things. You just thought you were helping people! Bullshit!
Which used to be True Crime Commentary. And
oh, so you just gave it. See, that's how long you've been there, because you knew the research channel and you were in that Discord when it was that, which wasn't all that long. See, that's what's called fucking up and inserting foot in the fucking mouth, bro. Thank you for this gift. I just love it. I appreciate that you put this out so long ago. I appreciate it ever so much.
let them know on both sides that I was changing my name to Birdie.
Wait, you let them know on both sides? How many goddamn team sports were you playing in all the Discords? Hey, get this, bro. I'm local, neighbor. I was placed notice, and I was out. I turned them into the feds in like a few days, and I was fucking out, bro. And I was never in Tiffany's, so you were in all the things as a local, doing all the local things, weren't you? Like Jennifer and Burnt and Nana and Toaster. Oh, Lord. Lord, girl, Lord. All right. Wonders never see. Both sides, you say. You let both sides know, did you? So you're obviously not unaware of people who weren't so trusted, and that there was games afoot, and that there were sides and team sports here and all shit. You're aware. Huh? Okay.
And I sent them, put it in the Discord and everything back then.
You sent them a message, you mean you put it in the Discord and everything?
And a while back, this was probably...
Well, damn, you must have been awful important to make sure all those creators on both sides knew that you were changing your name, right? You thought they'd care enough where they could pick you out of, all those in there. Their top-tiered system making money, streaming me live, and all that bullshit for the special private showings of me throughout all the years. Shit in both of those. That was happening in both of those. You want to know how I know this, Birdie? Because, well, I've proven I have, and because I was also, Trojan horses exist, and so do I. So anyway, and I've got you in them watching these things unfold even before you pull this. I was just being helpful shit in the middle of the night for Monster and everybody. I got you, girl. Other people recording all your asses and all these Discords. It's a lovely thing. God, I love moments like this. It's amazing. It brings a tear to my fucking eye. Sorry. Can somebody get me that good acting class of the Jenny and the Birdie variety? Anybody? Can somebody sign me up for that? Because I don't know where the fuck to find that around here. If I want to direct me to whatever fucking Discord that is. The rest of the modules. Because I just don't have the top fucking acting skill. Doesn't excite me though.
Back in March, Tiffany Marie did a big drama stream on, I can't remember the name of the title.
In March. Now this piece was 7 months ago, almost 8. You're talking about the March prior. Right? Because at this point we're... Yeah, you'd have to be talking about the March prior when she put out, guess what?
But that was, I think, before she started doing these Pretty Little Liar series. And I was included in that.
Yeah, the Pretty Little Liar series and all that bullshit and sophomore seats, all things revisionist number 6,000. And mostly about Jenny and Adrian, the career, all that bullshit. Because at that time it was just popular on one side or the other, and the Penny and the BK, If you've been here, right, bro?
And that's when Scott...
Sounds like you're a little displeased with that. Shit, you remember the whole ass live and the title of it from God a year ago. Jesus Lord. You salty? Was your team salty? The one that includes Jennifer, Jenny, and Adrian, and a monster, and the rest still. Along with Nana and Toaster, who also, Toaster's sort of out of the picture now, but Nana, who still looks the asshole of the monster. That you clearly know by now was up to think. You knew that. You what? Fuck it. Let's carry on, don't you?
Scott H has thoughts. That was when he came up on panel and pretty much just tried to throw me under the bus, which wasn't even true, the things that were said.
Well, I'll give you Scott's piece of shit, but that's where he started out after all. But either way, here's the thing though. That also, yeah, see, true crime commentary, you would have known Scott Ellis, but then Scott tries to throw you under the bus. You know who else was wondering about being thrown under buses? Penny and Linda, and Linda was supposed to get the dirty work too. In that beautiful call where they blackmailed Linda, brought her like a kick dog, did all the shit around my kid and I, and all that shit leading up to all the fuck shit y'all did. And they're like, show us your messenger and all that, and all that shit. But Penny during those periods was also, yeah, look, the way back, Penny and him thought I was going to eat by Linda's bullshit, and she was all trying to suss out, and I do have beautiful messages and receipts on this. They've been shown where Linda's like, yeah, Penny's wanting to see, basically, and Penny's asking Linda to try to, schmooze me and see if throwing him under the bus. What are y'all worried about all these buses for if you ain't got nothing to be worried about buses for? Like lives you all put. I don't know, man.
And that was when.
And I mean, Scott H was your buddy. Scott H was your fucking buddy when you, Jenny, Adrian, Tiffany, BK, Lips, Monster, Whorebag, all of them were doing all that shit. Penny, they were all your buddies when all that was going on, including Scott H. He was present for all those things. After the Green Eyes, Piper, CZ, Shay, Scott, Penny acquisition of Monster in the first place, all that shit, right? So, I mean, you've known. You've known all along. And you've also known how abusive that motherfucker was, and shit, you play it like I was actually there, and you were what? Oblivious to the fact that he was dangerous to children while you helped enact all that bullshit, knowing that this motherfucker was an abuser, manipulator, and proof, and even out of its own mouth, an admission by that point, and you were doing all that shit to a child under the guise of you were just helping. Yeah, bullshit. While working with an abuser with orders in place. Hell yeah. That sounds totally, first, do no harm. To me, don't you?
That was when Tiffany was going over Stacey Slade, if you'll remember, and the debacle behind that, and trying to find out who this.
So also you're aware of the fake Fed, that your buddy Penny and all them, And I know because you're around Scott and all them when true crime commentary existed, you'd seen the admissions, and you can't say you didn't because the admissions continue to take place, and big pieces put out over on Benny's where you're watching, hanging out at, Gavels, all them, you watch them do all kinds of shit with that, and Penny admit to creating fake, all this other shit, right, and that it was real. And then in your final version here, you're like, oh, that debacle behind. But yet you say you were naive to all these people and all the bullshit in the games, whatever, but yet you were hanging out and helping these people. You had to have absolute awareness, had gotten up to these things since the first of Summer's case, and had gone that extreme in real life on us. You see how this works, bro? See how it works? You had absolute evidence of who these people were, chose to play with them all the way back at the beginning when they were true crime commentary, and so was the Discord. And I have you in quite a few Discord. Shows that you cannot feign ignorance of what these people were doing or what I was saying as they live streams, of this, of that. There's nowhere you fucking weren't around here for years. You were absolutely cognizant and aware before you made the decisions that you made. Now you can say what's upcoming here to the public and others on YouTube all you'd like. You can try this shit in any setting you'd like ever. Proof and evidence show you to be a fucking liar of what you're about to say. Oh, you were aware, fully aware and cognizant. You were neither naive or gullible. And that who you're sitting around still, as of the second golden ticket phase here, when you did this piece, and who's still in your comment sections now, shows you still ain't naive, you weren't taking it, and you ain't learned, and it wasn't a oopsies, and it still is not. I don't know what the fuck to tell you, bro.
Stacey Slay person was, if she was real, if it was really the lady that passed away. And
says who, Chasing? Wait until we get to that beautiful bullshit at some point. Yeah, I know you like the chasing.
All of a sudden, Scott H pops up.
Not to be confused with the Justice. They had Lockdown toss up and do their final version of recently. But that Penny, Tiffany, the rest, everybody trusted from the beginning, including Scott H and all them and everybody, whatever, and she was here, you know. But that's fine. Suddenly, Lockdown needs to take care of that final version a few weeks ago. So I'm glad you're, but anyway, not to be confused with Chasing Heroin. There's so many chasings and justices, aren't there?
Into her stream. And I can't remember if she said he reached out to me or I reached out to him. But the focus then changed over to this 13-hour phone call. Dana Scully, hi, how are you? I
think that one rotates around Josh mostly these days, but it's a few places under that one. Right? Dana Scully.
Bill learned valuable lessons about YouTube. It's a entirely different type of social media. More good people got hurt. Yes, I agree with you on that. That's so true. We talked when you were 10. Hurt. Yes.
Listen to that again.
I agree with you on that. That's so. But that was, I think, before she started doing these Pretty Little Liar series. And I was included in that. And that's when Scott H has thoughts. That was when he came up on panel and pretty much just tried to throw me under the bus, which wasn't even true, the things that were said. And that was when Tiffany was going over Stacey Slay, if you'll remember, and the debacle behind that, and you know, trying to find out who this Stacey Slay person was, if she was real, if it was really the lady that passed away. And
was this around the same time Cam and Allie went poof after fucking up the Slay's Dead story? And then another Dana wasn't played with that, and Lockdown played a role, and Cher was involved. Certain setup-y amounts of it. Oh dear.
all of a sudden, Scott H pops up into her stream.
Wow. Yeah, I'll give you that. It's always a bad, bad day when Scott appears or starts appearing anyway. You know fuck shit's up. He mostly just wiggles around behind the scenes doing fuck shit and doing the hobby shit while he pretends he ain't. And I guess sitting with no pants on waiting on Dad to bring him spaghetti. We're not sure. Nobody cares either. So, yeah. But it's not the first time Tiffany, oddly enough, they can't stand each other. There's light him up on panel like when he tried to do the shit with the receipts for the hotel with Linda through. Oh, poor Linda. She just get brought out at the weirdest of times and kicked around like a beat dog for everything they're being put off on her and all that. Just rinse, repeat. She also doesn't learn row. We don't know why. And then she keeps coming out and all that. I don't know. It's probably because they're still playing together. Well, I don't want this car. Goodness. Somebody pulled in. I ain't down with it. Y'all, there's somebody out here just pulled in hotter than hell, saying they're buying cars, trying to get Maine, and talking about my damn exterior like they want to buy it. No shit. Hold up. Just hold up. That voice sounds familiar, y'all. My. What a convenient time to just pull in like a bat out of hell. Run out the door and weird familiar voice. With a weirdly tagged ass vehicle. Yeah, it's fine. On cameras and be like Jake, yeah, so doors asking about only my vehicle, though there's several here. Wouldn't you ask about this several here, obviously torn up, when you're proclaiming loudly to people that answer the door of the main, going, we buy broke down or cars or whatever, but the only one you mention is mine, but not the others. Could have clearly seen. That's a little strange. Anyway, carrying on. Yeah, it's all good. I got the tag. I don't want to see what the fuck. It's strangely familiar voice. Never. Carrying on.
And I can't remember if she said he reached out to me or I reached out to him. But the focus then changed over to this 13-hour phone call.
Now, I'm just gonna assume here maybe it's supposed to bring me out past White Liner on it or whatever. The nervous second, I just see if we get like a bail situation happening in life. It could be anything really, or something meant to distract either. Just a little weird. You ask about one, only mine. You pull in, I can hear you here. You don't slow down, you immediately jet into the fucking driveway, dude. Your car was not slowing, you weren't checking out, scoping out shit, and then you only mentioned the one. As you run your little ass off up here. Nah, bro. No. Funny motherfuckers, aren't they? You know.
Dana Scully. Hi, how are you? I think we all learned valuable lessons about YouTube. It's a entirely different type of social media. Or good people got hurt. Yes, I agree with you on that.
I enhance. What kind of tags and statuses here are all numbered with no letters?
That's so true. We talked when you were 10. Yes, Jennifer, that's right. And I gave you that recipe for fluid. I hope you made that.
Oh, did you give Jennifer a recipe? That's how tight y'all are. You gave her the recipe. My goodness. Yeah, didn't. It's fine.
It's so good. But that day, that she was doing this live stream, it centered around this 13-hour call that she says that she calls it, right? And she was talking about how these people pulled me into this 13-hour call that she said was to gain her approval to do these things to a certain neighbor that lived on Ben Hill Road. You'll remember correctly. You did good. I hope they liked it. Hang on one second, y'all. Hang on one second.
And y'all did catch the part where her and she was giggling about, so many people got hurt. Y'all caught that a second ago, right while I was caught up.
Okay, sorry. So that last stream that she did went to, may have been something like rotten fruit, I can't remember, but it went to trying to, place blame on everyone and making it sound like she was trying to make it sound like it was an attack on the neighbor. And
bitch, it was. It was. And it was purposeful, intent driven. And none of you can play stupid. Tiffany was just doing her own revisionist history to do exactly what you're fucking about. And just soften her seats and pretend she's on certain. Come on. We all know the game. It made you mad for Jenny and Gavel and for anybody else being thrown under the bushes, huh? Aw.
And even her children.
What do you mean, an attack on the neighbor? Well, even and her children. Yeah, 'cause it fucking was. So you buddy Jenny over there and the rest and muster yourself in a little and get hands on her as a witness to what? An info that I might hold, that she holds, and make cash on her. Even if y'all put her in. Yeah. Oh yeah. It was. And it still is.
And that's not true. That is not true at all. That's not my perspective.
But it is. But it is true. Remember those words from Jenny and the Scream test bullshit that they can make a line about to the entire public and all that shit. Remember that? No, that didn't make sense either. You remember that? It's true. No, this is what's not true, is the bullshit you're pumping out. Or Tiffany, or any of the rest, or Scott, or Sage, or Shay, or Susie. I mean, none of you, right? Not only little drops count and apply. There's only little drops and pebbles to pick up in between. Between all y'all's bullshit and where the truth resides. But y'all are often the best evidence against yourselves that will ever be. And your many cycles throughout many years of religion is bullshit. And your many statements also acquired, kept, catalogs, etc. Alright. And where all y'all were. I mean, I don't know what the fuck y'all were and still don't on the day.
That's not my intention. That was not my intention. And okay, sorry. So that live stream that she did went to, it may have been something like rotten fruit, I can't remember, but it went to trying to, place blame on everyone and making it sound like she was trying to make it sound like it was an attack on the neighbor and even her children. And that's not true. That is not true at all. That's not my perspective. That's not my intention. That was not my intention. And that day, when all that happened, I remember listening to a live the night before. And it was worrisome.
Where have you heard this line before, Enhanced? Pay close attention.
It was a lot of talk about, I remember listening to a live the night before. And it was worrisome. It was a lot of talk about dark things and death and I don't know how to explain it, while also being politically correct. And it was a long live stream. I don't think I listened to all of it, but most of it.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's playbook. Oh, right. The narrative, you should probably talk to Mercado, another fucker around McDonald. Much like your buddy Penny and him talked fucking Moselle around Chris McDonald. Anyway, a known fraudster, by the way. Anyway, so the thing is, that was the narrative, right? And because they think that live was so long, it doesn't exist. And therefore, nobody would ever see it or know any better. They acted like I was up. It was, oh my god, I must have been doing whatever. I was up for this long length of time, and I was just talking about all the death and all the things. It was so dark. You remember Jenny saying the exact same thing this fucking horse saying? Yeah, it was bullshit. Also, things in my real life, were happening because of insertion by assholes like Jenny, Adrian, Scott, the rest, promising to break and destroy us. Any cost, and blackmail. All the things were happening, bro. While you all watched and were entertained and you helped in locally and otherwise. And let's not forget during the period here with that narrative, and she was fully aware of, BK had promised to try to push me to suicide. The initial plan, which is out there, was to get a 5150 and then to try to get emergency custody away. Because, your buddy Piper here, no shit, and that you were fully aware of, is Jenny, Adrian, and Piper all did numbered posts, counting down days before something was supposed to happen. That something was the cycling of rooms, okay, to push me, right? You see all the pretty messages I have, Tiffany, Bells, and Fizz, and Peter, and I'd be like, wait for it, Chode's fucking triggered, wait for the next few days of it, which is what Tiffany was in the middle of when Jenny come up bad acting. right? That's why everybody was confused, including Ziggy and all the others, about whether it was Jody C was supposed to commit suicide or Lydia was supposed to. They had to change the plot real quick when they got something too good about it, and they'd all planned and plotted, right? So anyway, here is your buddy, right? This is Piper. This is Monster's main initial handler, right? After being acquired by, oh, I don't know, Green Eyes, CZ, the rest, and all the bullshittery and the Jenny and all the, blah blah blah, right? Dear Jody Sue, soon you will have a wonderful chance to get help. Take it. Do it not only for yourself, but for your children. It's clear you love them and they love you. Do it for them. God bless you and yours. And then, guess what? Sharing it with videos. Minute work. Who can it be now? Who can it be now? Right? And then there was the knocking at the door and somebody's watching. It was all these things, right? And numbered posts on each as they cycled and counted down the days. As Benny and all them were like, yeah, we're going to push her. And all the cute little messages and all the proof and facts you have of all of them trying to help push these rooms in a concerted effort in a timed manner. Oh, I'm talking all of them. From the biggest to the little creators, in the group, the Summer Wells community, to do that to me, to try to drive me, quote, bonkers, right? And to enact a 5150 so that Monster could acquire, oh, you guessed it. You guessed it. Yeah. Oh, and here's your buddy Lips that you helped with that bullshit. On the calls and all the bullshit working with Monster and the rest of the day, because she was like, I'm not gonna lie to you, they just be in danger, it's whatever, right? And she was given permission by Monster to do this. Adrian, Tiffany Marie, and all in one, blah, blah, right? Oh, and let's not forget this pretty piece, right? This is Beanie with whole, she's back at it like a crack addict, live, and, downloads that. Trying to be like, oh, she was pumped last night. She was all gassed up and ready to get. And all the, oh, you did it today, love. And soon before that was the morning, and the mornings and the blackmail and the letters and how they all go together. And Scott and Tiffany and Crumma and Jenny and the acquisition of the sibling and all the bullshit, right, buddy? Right. Yeah. And you should hear some lovely stuff. Y'all want to play Benny or no? Can we avoid that today? But yeah, it was that same, oh my god, that disappearing live, that it was just long. It wouldn't hold it. Whatever. And so he went with the narrative. It was so dark, and she was talking about death. Tells you she's still hived around, because she's trying to get out the same bullshit narrative that Jenny did. Well, they all knew for all that time what they were doing. She could not deny. She did not know that the plan was to push me, to try to enact 5150, all this bullshit, because see, you're in the actual chat of hers and the message she's putting them, and then she continues on, even 7 months ago, that's how psycho she is, starts putting out the domestic violence and the mental health and little shit as a double back-edged smack in the fucking face towards me. Yeah, I got you. I see you clearly. And nobody was ever in danger, at risk, or otherwise here, nor would these creators, with even well-timed moves, been able to drive me bonkers. Let's not forget a Feathers account played in bullshit too at times with that, and hoping I'd call the police on the bit, all that shit. So anyway, but yeah, these are the posts you couldn't have missed and were not missing while you watched all these channels. Crime, and I know you didn't because you were, you were and around. These are some of those posts from those where it's obviously hint wink at look what we're gonna do, mate. Knock on your fucking door and take the help as we try to make you look crazy in a well organized group fashion. You didn't miss it. You knew goddamn good and well what was up, which is why it's weird. Throughout most of this, you start putting up the mental health shit again and all that, and if you need help and suicide prevention, it's strange. See, you knew what the fuck. You knew that was the initial, and then the next was. You knew. You knew. And there's no way you can deny that you didn't. And that you were just naive. I have enough proof of that. And there's your buddy Shay, still up running. Oh, and here's my favorite. Crystal, in one of her rare semi-moments of clarity, whatever, trying to make me trust her at that time. It was a wild time, let me tell you. I'm going to bed, but I want to tell you guys what happened yesterday. When Benny came on and said he was going to black out Jody, I knew it was the 24-hour tirade they were trying to go on. That was the plan they made, drive Jody bonkers over a 24-hour period. I foiled the plans making a video about Benny's bullshit before he was even done with his life. They had to figure out another plan. As you see, it was to go hardcore for 24 hours, bashing, bullying, ignoring their own children while they cried and begged for parents' attention just to trash a human for a 24-hour time length. I haven't slept and now will not be barbecuing today because I spent last day combating these bullies and their clowns. Yes, I wrote Jess B and told her to lock down her Facebook, la la la. The very second squall started. Why is squall always in the middle of shit? Anyway, giving out dates and videos to go watch. I'm disgusted by the links these people go to trash human. For fuck's sake, don't you think Ellie would have arrested her? I'm not saying she doesn't know something or doesn't seem sus at all, but by God, you are grown and not one of you have a degree in law enforcement. She's grown. When you hurt her, you hurt her daughter more. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Gang stalking YouTube. Let's forget the blackmail and shit this one did too. Against Robin with Shay and her screw that one still. You just have to take little bits as they're there. Okay. YouTube jumping channel to channel, and as for Nita Dollar, that's Nita. Bitch, you were involved in that money scheme too. I wondered did Chase ever pay them bills you was giving social security numbers to and shit. Account information, you all belong in jail. Ain't none of you better than whoever took or hurt some or get some help. You all are sick. Anyway, there are many cycles like that, where this, that, and the other is promised, where I run through, but this one with CI size and you're all so it was something, wasn't it? Oh, it was something. Birdie, I don't know what to tell you. You should see your ass and there was monster about and all the things inside of, the fucking, CASA worker linked with Jenny and Adrian for years in the background, giving out information and shit, right? No, and then like fizzle with her hot shit here. And Crystal with her hot shit. That was when they wanted me to buy that she was going to be a hero too, right? Dave's, of course, playing roles and everything. Methvin, anyway, all kinds of pretty things. Let's see. Helping movers. So, and sends okay.
She's serious.
Okay.
She actually means this shit. No fucking way. I mean, come on. Come on. Stop this shit.
This was them trying to tear down my response to their bullshit and swatting.
Yesterday, she was in the mood. She was gassed up, tires, spongy than a motherfucker. Oh, yes. Yesterday, she was here for it. Today, she just ain't got time for it. I understand. You sure picked a strange time to get your guts full of some bullshit. Hey, Jody, you holler at D and them yesterday? D! D's nuts!
Right. You were fully aware. And there's no way you couldn't watch pieces that were done after and not become aware. Then have you ever once turned any of these other motherfuckers in that you clearly know did? Oh, wait, never mind. They're still in your chat 7 months ago. Never mind. It's cool. Anyway, ample evidence. Oh, hold on. Where the fuck did I see that?
And then the next day,
Let's see. Another piece. I don't know. I got pretty ones here that I had ready to show where all of them are planning it, and everybody, around you, where you were clearly watching too, were like, oh, wait for it. She thinks she's triggered now. We got her triggered and hot, whatever. She's gonna enjoy the next blah, 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 X amount of time. Just wait for it, chode. Right? Yeah. Cause that's time it's Stu, chode, love me. I got you, bro.
there was events that happened where Jenny, Gavel Geeks, came up on Tiffany's panel and was asking Tiffany to please lay off of Jody Sue.
Oh, you mean during the plan cycle? But then Jenny was like, please just leave her be. Jody, you can come to me. You can come to me. And all that. She was asking Tiffany to lay off of me when, like, her and Penny and everybody else were over in chats prior to that going, oh, wait for it, Chode. We've already got you fucked up for days in advance. Like, wait for it, bitch. And we just had phone calls and all things. And why on earth would Jenny then come to Tiffany and be like, girl, just lay off of me? And Tiffany's like, oh, gosh, I didn't know something was wrong. I'm just part of our calls. Okay. Right. As Ziggy and everybody else going on with all the bullshit. Weirdly enough, at the same time. Strange, isn't it? The timing of rooms that day when Jenny pops up on Tiffany's back with Tiffany. Oh God, love, Jody Sue, you could reach out to me. You know, oh God. Yeah, they all knew. All of them played in it, including you, bro. And none can deny it. Evidence and proof, bro. Bitch. I'm just a cunt with the compiled information. and you'll see real shit.
She said, just stop. Please don't do any more. Because I think Tiffany at that point was going over concerning things that Jody had said about things that...
Now, knowing that Roe was in all the shit and all that, and where it was supposed to be a suicide thing, and then it was moved to the little thing, all that shit. Bruh. See, I don't... Fuck it, let's just let her talk, right?
That were being sold at 110 and various other things, okay? And none of us knew what was going on in the chat. Everybody was like, what's wrong? What's happening?
Did you just hear that fuck up? Enhanced? She just said Jenny popped up on Tiffany's, but none of them knew what was wrong. Okay.
And then someone, I believe, had leaked a phone call that was made to alert the dad of something that...
No, that ain't the way any of that went down. You goddamn well not. You know what? No. Sweet baby Jesus. A revisionist shit, bro. Now, remind you, she says she has no idea what's going on. She's in chat. And You know what, fuck it, y'all just... But somebody had leaked a call to alert the dad. And then she played in, but she was clearly watching all these channels and in with all of them and all the discords, all the, and so many chats. She was in while these things were occurring and they were outright saying they were doing all these things. And posts went up by Benny and Jenny and Adrian and CSI and all that. And, yeah. And all the backdoor communications between all of them, of course. And then how it rotated once Monster gave him a thing, right? And he fucked with people he should have never been back around that early or otherwise. And used them and made money off of them, profited, and did shit for this group to acquire them, never to protect them, though. Uses and abuses. And these people have helped. And they've done it as well. Intentionally so.
Said, and I'm not going to go into all these details about that, because I think you most probably know. But it was said that there was a concern. And
the only concern was you motherfuckers. Ever. Y'all are the only ones making all the goddamn concerns. Y'all create them, right? Bunch of fucking creators, you little goddamn local helpers. You create them. You harm real people. You traumatize and hurt real children. You fuck with real survivors, victims, families, communities, law enforcement. You motherfuckers are the main concern. Meanwhile, this one's supposed to work for local places. Should have occurred to them that. And that's the thing. It was known. Court settings, monster everybody advocates, this, that, and the other gang got them, whatever. I just can't fuck at any of it. This is so fucking ludicrous and such a goddamn lie, and so much proof and evidence to the contrary, including its own stupid words. I despise it. You all have always been the only concern, and the only bad thing, other than those trying to survive other bad, real life fucking monsters and abusers y'all want to fucking help and shit. While you hurt real fucking children and shit. What the fuck is wrong with you? Anyway, and you keep people from, real health care. You keep them from reaching out. You keep them boxed. You keep the survivors from having support systems. You do all the fuck shit, right? You all are the only fucking issue. And then all your buddies are like, oh, let's push them to suicide. Oh, wait, 5150 get custody of the witness. And oh, this and oh, that. And wait, the abusers admitted we need the child to go there. Remember, that's the part she's going to admit to, and sending out numbers and all that shit. That's what she's going to do. The dad needs his help. Nobody here was oblivious to the fact that there were orders running out. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't call anybody of any kind, especially somebody reported to be in certain fields of work, oblivious to the fact that there's an abuser on orders in place, and then that they're then offering them help to gain and acquire attempted custody of a minor who just fucking escaped them under false pretenses with a group they didn't miss nothing they were goddamn doing. And how harmful that could fucking be. I'm pretty sure that goes against the code of ethics. And you don't go around going, yeah, there's a real judge in court deemed that this was necessary to protect the child and mother. But fuck, let's help him anyway. Am I right, bros? Let's send all the numbers. Let's get him all the things. Yeah, that seems totally... Even if you were fucking semi-oblivious, which weren't. You hear the word orders in place. You go, wait a minute. What is this fuckstick monster up to with all these weirdos? I'm like, at the very best, even if you're naive. You go, oh, this don't sound right. This seems sus. And these people are paying and there's cash ups going for the daddy and These people have a data bank and chasing and everybody else are ordering others to terrorize and do all these things, get Jody Sue data banked, and they can't get that. Wait a minute. What the fuck's really going on here? And court dates are coming up and all of that. What's going on? I should probably do a little research before I help anything or do anything. Yeah, something ain't right here. Yeah, it ain't. You should probably do your due diligence before you go fucking around. Yes, he did take a nap when he heard there was a problem. He sure did. He didn't want to deal with no shit. Hobag dealt with mostly the shit for him, just like everywhere else that she was tormenting and terrorizing my kid, including his lips and the rest of him. Because I know, and Monster knows, he would have never fucked with these children after. Had it not been for money, greed, and these tragedy pimps, and because he's pissed that I was calling it TV, yeah, that was it. And I'd always done that. He didn't like it very much, even to his face, which was our problem. That's how I'm toxic. I was like, no, bitch. And then he lived his life on the, I mean, y'all seen the messages, right? Where he's like, well, I don't beat and cheat every day, so you shouldn't mention it every day. That's sort of how he lived every day. And even if it was happening right then and you dead ass kind of beating you in the face, you still. Alright, y'all gonna have to let me know if I'm back or not. It's weird when shit happens right here. Anyway, so yeah, you could tell him it was happening right in front of, still nope, and then it's still like, and man, I can show you many examples of his face and voice, and side by side of what the reality was, as he was audibly and visually telling me that I was fucking crazy. He said or did no such thing, or this, or that, or whatever, and yet, side by side in real time, are the proof. I mean, like, he's good at what he does. Ish. Anyway, yeah. Oh boy. Anyway, yeah, and it's sort of the fucking stunts, played on this group and with him and Horde thought it'd be funny, and he'd keep his mask on, whatever. But either way, yeah. And then nobody, no professionals posing this group stopped to think, wait, this woman's online saying that he's emotionally and mentally, along with others in his family around him, have fucked with and fucked hardcore with this woman and her children for years. Trained them, did certain shit to make certain behavior, Yeah. Wait a minute. I should know enough as a professionally right to stop and think that this person could have elicited or gotten certain responses and talked shit about and all these other things. None of them ever stopped thinking. You know why? Because they, like Monster, just wanted to use kids to do things and to destroy me and shut me up on many fronts about many things. And to get all the information they could to database it on someone. No matter the links they had to go to. And that includes trying to get us fucking murdered at this point. And I mean, there was a whole host of those that played in that shit pool throughout all these, including Monster and Nora and Piper and Scott and Jenny and Adrian and Ziggy and Fred and Blue Solo and the panelists and Dolly and you name it. Cher. Yeah, it's fine. Anyway, so there's that. And either way, they really don't know any bounds. Hold on just a second before it really starts storming. I'm gonna grab some ice. Oh, dear. Y'all, it's a little rainy out there. It's just a little rainy. It's a little sprinkly.
Later, I learned that at one point, several people.
Hold on. So sick of bullshit. Alright.
Had formed a phone call or Google Meet or something like that. The 110 and
I'll rewind.
various other things, okay? And none of us knew what was going on in the chat. Everybody was like, what's wrong? What's happening? And then someone, I believe, had leaked a phone call that was made to alert the dad of something that was said. And I'm not going to go into all these details about that because I think you most probably know. But it was said that there was a concern. And later, I learned that at one point, several people had formed a phone call or Google Meet or something like that. And they were discussing, I guess, the events, all those events, right, that had centered around that. And wondering, is there anybody that can help?
Now, you combine this with the fact that she's going to take a minute. They were all wondering, is there anybody that can help? Yet Scott H. and Penny themselves, at the very first of everything, had been like, oh, we're doing all this, and everybody, every creator here, all these tragedy pimps, they all have all the 1-800 numbers, doll. You're aware of it. You watch the panels, and it ain't hard to fucking Google, and anything else. They're just wondering if somebody could help. 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 Right? Make that make sense. No. They were wondering about using somebody's special vehicle that might know others or at least have connections to make it a bit more serious to go through channels. Right? Or might be mandated to do something. You know what I'm saying? To have it a little bit more clout behind it other than just tragedy pimps calling it is what the help that was needed. Because all these tragedy pimps have all the 1-800 numbers and the fuck shit like Scott and Penny had in the beginning that they'd already given me. You, if you work for your fortitude or purported to, then you should well know that and I'd made it clear myself here that, we had to take certain protections from healthcare, everything else, because of the DV and Monster and cutting him off already, and, and Court, your buddies knew what the fuck was going on there because Monster was feeding it to him much like he did paperwork several times, despite judge's orders not to do so. All the shits they didn't use for the Moselle crock bullshit too. That fucking fraud. Anyway, so I just, bud. You knew. And, they didn't need you to come give them 1-800 numbers, bitch. That's so stupid and such a lame ass excuse. You had to know better. Miss, I've been in all the Discord since all the time. And you were watching the rest of this shit show play out for entertainment only. And inserting yourself in it in our real goddamn lives for a very long fucking time. So no, it wasn't so you could go get a 1-800 number. It was so you could call somebody that might give a little bit more push to what they wanted to enact. Let's be real. Ain't nobody needed you for no dumbass 1-800 number to contact somebody. And you think what happened to Scott's buddy, that he came in there for, he personally knew, and all that Homeland Security he knew, and shit, all that, right? What happened to all them? They couldn't call him, nobody else could connect. Come on. It is fine. You take the heat, right? That way their hands are clean of it. you and the tragedy pimps were the only ever, other than Monster and the bullshit, the danger to my children, any damage as far as, we're already trying to heal from decades, our whole lives spent in emotional, mental manipulation, physical, etc. We were coming out of it, needed to heal, and none of you left us the fuck alone to do it. You used that as ways to terrorize, break apart, do as promised with you boys Scott and blackmail, and to destroy an entire family like Adrian had vowed to do, whatever, and so many others. No matter what, right? It was to destroy me, my children, my family. It was to do harm with intention. Only ones of ever any real danger to us were Monster, Howbag, all those, and you all as tragedy pimps and your little followers and acolytes and everything else. You all were the only ones stalking us, terrorizing us, inserting in, forming plans, plots, groups, this and the other, discords, all the shit, rotating rooms, doing all the things, trying to make us look certain ways before you did certain things. Yeah, you all were doing that. There was no risk, harm, danger to anyone. Nobody was gonna unalive. Nobody was threatening anybody. Nobody ever said no such shit ever, to little or otherwise. None of that goddamn went down. You all have only ever been the danger, besides Monster. You all have been the only ones that are the terror, the destruction, and all the bad shit. You all. You've helped abuse a mother and children, out of. You have helped continue to box, separate from support systems. You've helped further traumatize, re-traumatize, scar, fuck up, fuck with real victims, survivors. While you pretend it's all for what? Somehow it's going to solve something. No, it's just meant to torment and to acquire again. Were you oblivious to the fact of what your buddy Lips had already played in with other minors around Summer's case? No, you weren't. No, you weren't. Or how those in your chat still just a few months ago were around that during certain cycles and around the heel and everything. Were you unaware? Or how they are still, much like you, around Monster? Yeah, no, you're not.
Does anybody need anything? Everybody in the chat was worried.
Everybody in the chat was worried because they like crowd participation, but they were worried because all the bullshit everybody been feeding them for days. It's playing and plotting in the background. And also, they were stupid. They see number of posts and all the fuck shit and the promises made by these people and the blackmail. And then they were worried about me knowing that this is what, seriously? Or no. It's like blacking somebody's fucking eye and be like, oh gosh, you okay, sweetheart? Well, I've had that done to me. You ever had a monster beat you in the fucking head till it splits your goddamn scalp down to your fucking skull in many places and all sort of shit, and look at you and be like, my beautiful baby, oh god, your face, you're fucked up, oh hell! And then beat you again because you're bleeding and you can't stop it and you can't get it closed fast enough and then it takes all kinds of... You ever had that done? That's exactly what the fuck this place is like. You black motherfuckers' eyes. You hurt them in ways that are absolutely cruel beyond fucking measure. And you're like, oh god, are you okay? You watch it get done, you're like, oh god, we're concerned and advocates and hashtag whatever and potatoes. Yeah. Y'all are the goddamn abusers and fucking monsters, man. And then you dare come along and go, oh gosh, we're so worried over this. Are you okay, dear? You like those convenient new messages for all these banging whores to make sure you're like, I love you. it's fucking. I don't know what professional with any degree could look at. I don't even know. Pamphlet 101 on DV, and you all do the same thing and use the same types of language and tactics to do it. It's wild to me, but y'all carry on.
Hold on 1 second.
Seriously, do you know how long of an effect and a lifelong effect what these motherfuckers have done to my children, man? Especially right out of the gates of DV. Do you know what the fuck? Do you know how afraid and fearful, terrified? Do you know what they did to children? On purpose with intent, while proclaiming to be, and they're just gonna hail. No goddamn good and well that yeah. It takes a special type of motherfucker to do that, don't it? No, yeah, but you remember the first this, how she's all giggling, yeah, a lot of people got hurt, and then the whole, yeah, you know, like, these creators are mean, and it's how it was boohoo them, and how she couldn't trust anybody, you know, yeah, what about real people, y'all really did this shit and still do? What about them? I'm gonna fast forward for a minute, because I think I...
Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about my tea. So, where was I? Let's see. Okay, so that had happened. I had COVID at that time, as did my child, which was horrible. But I remember.
Guess what? I had cancer and heart conditions, and me and my child had COVID twice during these periods y'all were doing this, and so many other things. Yeah, and you all on top of it. God bless you and yours, huh? Sure. Is that one of those? Oh, I was running the temperature, Your Honor. I don't know what I did during those days. COVID. Is that it? Whatever.
My biggest thing is concern is, do people have the resources that they need? Do they know who to turn to when they need help?
You really thought my ass, who'd been on my Facebook talking about DV, who obviously had told my own medical providers and everything, and yeah, and that I'd been given the numbers. I know you watch Scott's and True Crime Commentary, Birdie. You know all those numbers and help things have been given. Do people know where to turn to if they need help? Yeah, they didn't need you. You were up to other fuck's shit. Don't act like you're some fucking goddamn hero out to save the babies and the women and the survivors and shit now, huh? You weren't needed. You think everybody don't know how to Google 1-800 whatever? You think those fucking suicide and abuse and all this shit wasn't riddle? Come on, bro. Come on. Yeah, this is the fuck shit they try to say on. I just want to make sure people have the resources if they want. Bitch, please.
And I felt like what I could do is look up mental health resources.
Yeah, all the creators who had all those numbers They really needed you, and you knew they didn't, because let's be real here, origin points, because this is titled, the origins of Nurse Rojo. You knew damn good well they didn't need you to Google nothing. Bitch, I can set up a Google Meet to fucking plot and plan. You think I needed you to Google? Or get on bang? What happened to Scott H's all the connection? I mean, seriously, you knew better. Nobody needs you to look up nothing. Quit selling this shit to people. You know you weren't needed to Google nothing either. You know, as a decent human being, and I guess if you're professional, you knew this was wrong. Fucked up. You just thought you'd get away with it. And get by with it. And nothing ever be whatever from it. Because you wanted to play in it. And insert in it. And so you can do this sweet little voice here all you want, much like many of the creators and others do, and they, it's just what y'all are. But your comments throughout all this for several years about me and mine and the shit you're playing in and the goofy shit Jenny and Adrian and BK and Skilo and all the rest were doing in all their rooms and Tiffany. And you were like, Rod, yes! And you were, oh boy, you were full on participating. Oh, I'm going to show you a receipt. And you can't not. Now, you say the shit you said in your sweet little voice. And, oh my God, I just love it. Just love it. I love moments like this. These are my, biting. I watched you play the games. Your comments, the recordings of you in chat. Chat logs from everywhere, by the way. And all kinds of things, too. But, the thing is, I watched you. Even after, and I get this, even after you're like, well, I just did it because people need resources and all that. And, and then, well, Jenny did tell Tiffany to knock it off and all that. And, and I don't know about you, but after the point you thought this, come certain lives, many of them, including the ones I just played, where you're in there helping them terrorize and fuck with me and talking shit about me and doing all kinds of, let's start a competition to bully and do these things to JSP. Now, that's a hell of a thing to do to somebody who you originally supposedly thought needed help and you needed to go Google a number for resources or my child or me or whoever the fuck, right? That's wild, isn't it? To then continue as a supposed professional or even as a human being to then do that to another human being after you thought maybe they're at risk or danger or self-harm or their child was or anything. Yeah, that'll play well one day. Uh-oh.
And give phone numbers for those agencies if they want us to reach out and ask for help. And that includes anybody in the family, okay? That includes...
Now, this was 7 months ago. 7 fucking months ago, and there was no real plot stuck around time too, but, and obviously Monster was fucking around shit, and all things, but she's still talking like she's in that time and like, I might still need help or a little mind or resources. Bitch, ain't nobody here needs you. Didn't ever, don't steal, and you know better. But that you're still, trying to sell, oh, she needs help, she can reach out, Jenny bullshit over here. Well after it's been known, far beyond the 7-month period, that advocates, counselors, everything are implemented. That I quit. It's funny though, right? You were working with a monster who didn't, I don't know, call anybody. Him and the whore just ran to YouTube to use my son and to misconstrue shit. And then you all complain. It's weird, isn't it? How that works. 911 exists. And it's weird how it took time for all things, but you didn't find that a little funny? Wait, hold on. He couldn't Google? There was no 911? Nothing like that? Or did they just need other people to do the dirty work for them? And then other people took off with what Monster told them falsely, all this other shit that was going on. And all the things, right, play there. and took it and ran with it as better food than the old JSPs trying to commit suicide shit that was plotted and planned prior, and 5150 and emergency against it. I mean, like, yeah, you listened to someone you knew was clearly, I mean, come on, bro. Weird that, though, right? It wasn't capable, nor was whorebag in the back helping y'all plot plan, talking to y'all while he took a nap. All these things, right? While you were getting a hold of people, while others were doing things, you know. Weird, he just didn't go undo the things, and it already court connections there. He didn't do that all his stuff. Instead, they went directly to YouTube and creators. And then the creators run to each other into Google Mates because it was a better source of maybe getting and tampering with the smalls, but no. Yeah, you didn't stop it. You know what? Y'all couldn't see this bullshit, right? Monster bypassed Google too to come to YouTube creators, who then used it to fuck with me and destroy me, because that was really the agenda and the only reason Monsters inquired and all the things, right? And everything all in pursuit of some dumbass, stupid database. And we'll get to that later. You never found that fishy? That's what you're telling me. He bypassed, they really needed you. That's what you're trying to sell it? Bullshit. You know it. Hell no, girl. Hell no. Sell that shit somewhere else. Somebody you ain't fucked with. Hell no.
Agencies that accept any form of insurance, TennCare, no insurance at all, Medicaid, Medicare, whatever. And I did that, okay? I looked up what we have in our area, in the Tri-Cities.
I want any receipt you have. Where was that supposed to go exactly? Resources, people to get help. Agencies. For me, or for Monster to do further fuck shit? Not sure, but agencies for people who might need help is what she was looking at. That might take insurance, which would imply doctors, psychs, all these things. Not a 1-800, the child or her in danger shit. And then who was supposed to send, I guess, me on? Because there would make no sense that you would send 1-800 numbers to Dummy, right? Where he would need insurance. Now, does it? So were these resources supposed to go to me for help? Who was supposed to send those? When? If you thought I needed them, why didn't you reach direct? Did you ever once think about being like, shit, maybe I should actually message Jeff or something like, you know. But you knew better the whole time. So I know you full of shit. Nobody needed you, homie, and you know it. You were playing in fuck shit, and you knew that too. I'm done with you. Seriously.
What's available. And here it is. This is at your fingertips if you need this. Okay? There's people that can help. There's always...
And she's saying it in real time 7 months ago. Here it is at your fingertips, okay, in case you need it. And da 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 da. Bitch, I didn't need it. I don't need it now. If I needed it, it's available. I know it is. I don't... What? And 7 months ago, she's doing the same shit, acting like I needed it then too. What? This is how you're like... Quite a while after the original series of events she played in. Yeah, which is probably why one of hers and others sent me this bullshit way in the back. I was supposed to see it and be on rage and drama over there, and they could do other fuck shit, but acting like I still really need... I didn't need it then, didn't need it. Like, I don't know what the fuck to tell y'all. We all needed for you all to leave motherfuckers alone, not go real life on them. Acquire, hunt, play in like interactive goddamn crime dramas, insert, destroy, any of that shit. That's what everybody needs for every open and extra. That's what the fuck's needed. You all are the only goddamn common. Like, I just don't even know what to tell you. Y'all are a bunch of fucking freaks. Weirdos. Monsters. Criminals. Y'all something. Okay? All of you fucking something. Nobody ever, let me make this clear. Nobody in and around any case on earth ever needs any of you or your tragedy pimps. Nobody. Quite the opposite, actually. True fucking story. With evidence abundantly in many cases to back it the fuck up. And many voices speaking out. You know, even though people like to say wish they shut the fuck up about the shit y'all get up to. Ran all these over here, you know. But the fact remains, nobody ever will ever need any of you tragedy pimps, you acolytes, you others, you're hanging around, you true crime junkies, you Karens, whatever the fuck. Nobody. Let's make that clear. Nobody. Nobody. You sure got a funny way of spelling help.
Crisis lines you can call if that's needed.
Crisis lines in case those are needed. Y'all the only fucking crisis. Now, there's a tragic event that occurred. Outside of it, you all are the only goddamn crisis. You all are the only extra emotional pain, mental. I mean, like, you all are it, bro. You all are the goddamn crisis. And planned so. With intent. To be that.
The biggest thing was finding out or thinking, you know, is anybody in danger? Is everyone okay? And that's it. Okay? There's nothing nefarious about that. There's nothing ill will regarding that whole entire day. From my perspective,
What whole entire day? I thought you came unannounced in the situation with Jenny. But then again, there were several calls and several meets. And then the pretty messages where everybody's like, no, the monsters went betting earlier, and whore bags playing y'all need to do y'all. Right? Okay. Wait, we're waiting on Ro to do the things, and this person to do those things. They're waiting on you, Ro. You. You little hinge pin, you.
felt sorry for the whole family. Because I know, was anybody in danger?
I really want to take whatever fucking drama and acting module you all take, because it's fucking gross. No, I don't. I don't ever want to be what the fuck y'all are. And I don't ever want to be able to cry on fucking command like this shit, and the sniffles, and the bullshit goddamn jerk off acting jobs, and the boohoo yous with your all's deranged fucking mindsets and shit. I ain't got time with you. Y'all fucked up. But listen to this shit.
Is everyone okay?
Is everyone okay?
And that's it.
Not after you motherfuckers got involved. No. No. Nope. See how that works? Everybody's okay. Just having own family issues because of Monster. You see, all this started because of Monster. Insert around. Child he shouldn't have been around that quickly after being released from him, but did so for tragedy pimps as part of an effort to do certain things and to get around me and to get info and all and database and all that shit, buddies and all the crap, right? Pay for play too. Nobody ever needed any of them. You all were the only thing destroying, hurting, harming. No, shit is gonna light off here and there. Right? Nothing miraculous or insane did the night before, the day of, or anytime in between. But all families have moments, you know, like to where, you know, you have serious conversations, you have this, stuff like that, but none of what fucking was by Monstro, none of that should have fucking happened, bro. None of it. Including Penny's and Monster's eventual, adding in of they're also holding little hostage in it, remember that? And you can see how it's plotted, added into the storyline, and eventually Monster tried to mindfuck and blackmail a little bit, and then to add it into other settings. Yeah. Y'all the problem. And you playing with a real goddamn abuser. And on purpose. And not for any other. I'm not gonna keep going over shit. It's basic bitch 101 by this point. You get it or you don't.
Okay, there's nothing nefarious about that. There's nothing ill will regarding that whole entire.
It's also another term Jenny uses. Yeah.
Day. From my perspective, I felt sorry for the whole family.
I felt sorry for the whole family. What whole family? Benny there said that was, or wasn't, or maybe it was after. Anyway, I felt so sorry for the whole family. What fucking family, bro? The one that was perfectly fucking fine, other than us trying to heal and keep the fuck away from y'all, and I and little knowing Monster was in play again in Eldest Life because he'd gotten a job and got near people and everything in order to do what he was doing with his group and then to use him and put out all the shit. And we were trying to keep what the fuck is it? The insertion of your little buddies in all of our goddamn lives along with them playing Monster, which you goddamn knew about in those discords, by the way. That seemed right to you that anybody would have been playing with a known and admitted child and woman abuser, etc.? After all you'd heard and seen? You thought that motherfucker, who had already been known to lay hands on his children and women, was really goddamn concerned for any child. Bullshit. You did. Bullshit. And I really want anybody's name you contacted during that day. Did you tell them there were orders in place and that you were XYZ and associated, affiliated with YouTube creators who had already caused chaos and done other fuck shit, including your buddy Benny, who you were clearly in chats watching do, I don't know, false 911 calls and other shit here and SWAT events and shit? Or your buddy Scott and True Crime, as they admit, you know, and the fake Fed shit on it? Just tell me you were connected to those people while you were calling asking for the help to give to then Monster. Did you explain any of that truthfully and honestly with a straight face to them before you did it? I'm gonna bet you didn't.
Because I know I could see.
Jenny and Adrian started in and around. Crystal's bullshit. This here Shay's all in with me, my siblings, you know, everybody in the family with the tragedy pimps was the only problem with family, anything. You, your buddies, the hive, you were the problem. The only thing purposefully targeting my family in order to destroy it. To further isolate I and Little, to keep us from doing things to hurt, harm I, Little, and Eldest relationship. What family did you mean? You mean the abuser who laid hands on the children or emotionally, mentally abused them? Was that their family? Which family did you feel sorry for? The dope heads out here trying to acquire my children witnesses for money? For your buddies? For their data bank? There was nothing occurring other than tragedy, pimp shit, and monster shit. And us trying to stay safe from it. And having moments because of it. Nothing else. Nothing ever. Still only the real issue. Anywhere. So I felt sorry for the whole family. What did you fucking know about my whole family? Enhanced? Ask that. She didn't know nothing. She just blah blah. Thought somebody needed help. Fuck, she knew about my family by that point, or the dynamics of, unless she was, I don't know, working with tragedy pimps and discords or sharing info as Monster was around the sibling and inserted with whorebag up there, and then getting right back around the eldest son. What family? How would she know? What would she know about him to feel sorry for them? The whole family. Other than the shit Tiffany was doing, Ziggy was doing, Scott was doing, whole hive was doing. If it was just a singular situation, you wouldn't be like, I feel sorry for the whole family. But you knew they were all being done certain ways by your little group. And you played in it. And what you did is long running. It has had an effect on a great deal many things.
That they were going through a hard time.
I felt sorry for the whole family. They were going through a hard time. What whole family and what their hard time? Other than you motherfuckers.
And
seriously.
Was anybody in danger?
Nobody.
Is everyone okay? And that's it. Okay? There's nothing nefarious about that. There's nothing ill will regarding that whole entire day. From my perspective, I felt sorry for the whole family.
It's like Annabelle's ghost, ain't it? But she's still here, but you know what I mean. You know her apology tour too. Well, I was just taking advantage of these creators, and I didn't mean to, and I'm sorry, and I know a lot of you leave me if I'm not on JSB hate train. Yeah.
Because I know I could.
That played with Monster 2 and Sage and Day/Dino and made fun of Little's name and tormented her during Christmas season, all these things, And then tried to pretend none of that fucking happened. They didn't know the things, and then Monster didn't do the word system, and Monster wasn't sitting right there on his own live panels, which you can still see where he's advertising, yeah, go see Days, yeah, go see this one, yeah, because guess what? All those channels were putting out nothing but JSP, fuck JSP, fuck JSP. He couldn't do it himself, he needed them, and he was advertising for them. The same crew that hung around Birdie and everybody else. Imagine that in his first lives. It's interesting, isn't it? Y'all ever seen me once? Ever? On here all the years? Go, yeah. Go watch this channel. Go watch this channel. And pinpointed a channel to go watch because they're all anti-monster channels. And that's all they pump out or anything. I'm like, yeah, go watch this one. It's a good one. You ever done that? You ever seen it? No? You've not. Because I've never done it. How about playing all of the fucking recordings? I mean, like, yeah, nope. Nope. But he did. He was allowed to. He was allowed to send off papers against orders to this group that they later targeted my poor little family with. You know, your buddies Penny, Jenny, and Adrian, who were plotting in the discords, which we'll get to later. With the fucking, what's her name? Moselle? to target my whole family while Jenny was in the face of my fucking sister pretending that they were saving them from that. But yet Jenny and Penny and Adrian and the rest were actually the ones getting Moselle to do that then targeted my mom, others, myself. With a total fraud, provably so. That came from Chris Network. Well, and all the, we'll get there. We're gonna fucking get there. We're gonna put the dots together. And I got some things to send Chris, even though I'm not a big fan, that might help him also prove how he was targeted by certain folks in this, including those who got a little all up in their shit because Big Daddy wouldn't, right? Yeah. Dates and times, man, they matter. So anyway, and that all circles around a lot of these events that were happening to Chris and I both at the same times. Not to mention like lockdowns, recent bullshit lately. Did you notice when he came out from Tennessee in February, it was just about me and Chris? Anybody? Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway, yeah, so there's all that. So much shit in here. Oh,
See that they were going through a hard time. And my job as a nurse is to.
And there she is. See, she said it. She said it in a public forum as a public figure. She's a nurse. Her job is a nurse. But I guess old Nursey Britches here, Mandate reporter, didn't see an abuser up all this time. Abusing outright in the open and violating orders at all. Before any of this went down. Those with and circling around and buddying and hand slapping and dick jerking with whore and her tribe. You weren't mandated to report that an abuser still abusing his survivors with your buddies. You weren't mandated to report continuing abuse by an abuser to police or services that you were witnessing in real time, and then helped that abuser with orders in place continue to further harm the abusers. I would love to know where that's at in the the oath you take. I'd love to know where the fuck that's at. Now, like I said, until this point, she's reported to be in this video. She said herself, she says she's a nurse. She also has said outright that she works at the same place one of my family members works. I find that a little fucking sketch. Or that everywhere Little and I would go would be, oh, I seen you, and then she'd be in my chest, be like, I seen you today, and I didn't want to bother you, but I see you. I seen you then, I see you now, that's why you got booed down my chest, and you got real feral, like the rest, and a little rabid. But also you were around and doing all things for it, wasn't, you just got mad you got caught at. Let me tell you, not a goddamn bit of stalking you did, not a goddamn bit of what you did was helpful in the least. It was the opposite. It was purposeful, intentional, driven, terrorization, harassment, slander, libel, bullshit, destruction. You hurt people as a nurse and a mandated fucking reporter. You hurt them. And you had full knowledge. And I didn't see you once make one goddamn call about an abuser who had admitted to being an abuser of these women and children online. Right out of the goddamn gates. Even when CSI and them were like, oh, we're not going to air the recordings and we're just going to do it for him. You know, your buddy Scott and True Crime Community, they're still them. I know you're watching because guess what? You're in. Anyway. So, you had absolute and full knowledge that he was an abuser, orders were in place, and then you helped him. You knew what he was doing. You know, when he bragged online about wearing my clothes, and damn right I am, fuck her, and he was advertising for your buddy's days and everybody else, you could clearly see what the abuser was doing. And then you helped that with orders in place. You'd think that would violate some sort of code of ethics and oaths and things. You knew. I didn't see you once call the police going, this motherfucker is online, further trying to abuse and harm her and the children and trying to use people to do it. Did you call in anything then? Did you ever once in any of my chats and you ever been like, oh, I seen you today? Did you offer any numbers to our services to help get rid of an abuser doing that online? No, you were real concerned about me and my family though, huh, Sugar? You're full of shit. You, if you're where you say you are and who you say you are, you don't need to be there. Ever.
Help people. It's not to, the biggest thing was finding out or thinking, is anybody in danger? Is everyone okay? And that's it. Okay? There's nothing nefarious about that. There's nothing ill will regarding that whole entire day. From my perspective, I felt
a whole entire day. You all took at least a whole entire day, 24 hours, to decide to do. Was it man that you thought somebody was in danger, like you just said? But wait, no, risk, whatever it was you changed it to. Because I'm sure waiting a whole day or otherwise, or playing with other people before you then mandatedly report something is totally what it amounts to. You think somebody's in danger, or you think somebody's at risk, you immediately call. You don't wait and get this. I'm pretty sure it's not in your guidebook as a mandated reporter to come to YouTube and work with true crime creators in a group effort with a known abuser with orders in place and wait hours and hours before you report something. That seems pretty weird, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't think that's what they tell y'all to do is mandate. As soon as you know, then you do. No, but remember, she only come here. It's fine. It all makes perfect sense according to her and the rest of the group. And they'd love for you to buy this bullshit and gulp it on down. Carrying on.
sorry for the whole family. Because I know, I could see that they were going through a hard time. And
I felt sorry for the whole family because I know they were going through a hard time. How could you see that or know that without having far more information about our private lives than you needed to? The only one on live, bitch, was me. Not my family. Not anybody else. Not my children. So how did you see or know anything other than through the group? Or by driving by, or seeing on Little Out. Oh, you remember when you were in chats and you're like, oh my gosh, I've seen you in Little Out today, and all that, right? Right here next to our house and shit, all these things, which is where you, oh, it's fine. Did it look like we were, and then, and all the times you were near us in places, I'm pretty sure everything was, okay, but I guess, I don't know. There's nothing wrong other than you motherfuckers. Seriously. But, yeah, I don't know. How would you see and assume to know anything? Unless you're getting shit and talking about it about me and my family far prior to this. Right? With others in this group. That's right, you wouldn't. Other than you're driving by and all these other things. You shouldn't have had eyes on anybody, really. But yeah, it's real weird the times you appear and disappear again. Makes total sense to me, don't you, folks? Don't you?
My job as a nurse is to.
And here's a fun fact. I don't even know what the fuck y'all were talking about being fed in the background by Monster and the others or anything else. I had to cut us essentially off from, and no in-depth communication with, so my family could not be targets for y'all to try to get information or database or any of that from. To keep them safe from you all, and look what y'all still managed to fucking do. Alright, it's separating like that from honestly gave you all the pathway to it. But damn, I tried to warn them. Nobody listens until. But anyway, yeah. So they had no real detail, other than I'm like tragedy pimps, bro. Right? So I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Y'all just out there. I don't know what to say to you about it. You're just out there. I'm gonna let this play for a minute, and I'll turn on some lights.
Help people. It's not to bring drama or hate or any of those things. And that's what's happened is that me being engaged in a 5-minute phone call, because that's all it was, is been turned into something that it's not. Okay? And since then, it's been turned into my name being mentioned, that I've tried to give them, and I'm going to quote this, okay? Trigger warning. It's been turned into that we've tried to get her children taken away and removed. We've tried to have them, she has said this, that they have tried to get me murdered.
Did you miss your buddies with the you should be afraid, they shook that tree real good, and the Piper and the Monster? Did you miss it? No, you didn't, bitch. And you know the intention. And so do they. And that your buddies who you're playing with had come on a live prior to the shaking of the tree and all that, and actually had the fucking dumbass balls to go with their terrible acting skills. This is something that can get somebody and their child killed, and we just can't say that. Oh God, we can't. And then just a couple weeks later, they were all like, "Oh, shook that tree. You should be afraid." Did you miss that? I didn't. Right. So I know you didn't. And I know you've not still, with all the other crews, missed them doing it. Or that it originated with Piper, Scott, Penny, Monster. Anyway, and don't say it was about a 5-minute phone up, whatever. That's all and you didn't. No, your admission of discords and all this, and being with True Crime Commentary and Scott and from the beginning, all this. See, this is where shit gets sideways for you, honey. And that there's provable and factual and evidence to show you're full of shit all across the board, and what you participated in and what you did and what you knew about prior to doing all that shit and what you've done since. Don't think, yeah. No, there's no real weasel room for you on this. No, ma'am. I don't think so. There ain't no way as a nurse you can explain this shit fuck away to anybody, really, that you ever have to be held to account to. Ain't no way.
They've been stalked, harassed, targeted, terrorized, triangulated.
Yeah, but you've actually stalked us. You've actually seen AB and the rest, and the stalkers come here saying they're stalking. And I know damn good and well you did by this point. You have Yennefer in your chat while this is happening 7 months ago. And Nana. And Toaster. Who are you trying to lie to, woman? Enhanced. Anybody, make this make sense. But laughing about it and feeding out a narrative, you might want to see Mercado again that you put in the video. As a manipulating psychological mind fucking whatever the fuck you are, trying to attempt to play the flip flop script with motherfuckers while you're actually doing the shit. So anyway, bro, you knew we were being stalked. If those around you knew it, everybody fucking it. There were literally some of the other local stalkers, and you know your buddy Scott, well by this point, had also, and in those discords things were running supreme, but had been sending locals by here. They come by here and then they reported to him and his group and all. It wasn't funny, it wasn't made up, it wasn't false. These are facts. Right? And here's the thing, I'd already shown the receipts where, get this, no shit, even before I jumped to get even where Penny and Chase and all the others actually had people stalking us on purpose. And some of those stalkers came in and being like, man, we didn't know what the fuck we were getting up to as locals. We thought it was this, and we thought we really knew this guy that, and la this and there. Y'all made it a joke and made it a narrative, and you made it like I was lying, crazy, full of shit. But yet, here I am with all this evidence from the beginning that it's been happening, and here you are, just 7 months ago, still trying to make light of it, make it look like I'm crazy. There's, you know, what a narrative, like Mercado is saying in your help link. That there's some sort of whatever, but the proof's been here. And you've known it all along. As you've watched me. Just like you were watching me very close today when you privated that fucking live. Just like your comments, you know, you've posted helpfully in your community. Shows that you're watching me continually. And that you still watch me even though you're blocked from chat. You helpfully left those comments. Thank you. Yeah. Wonder why you're blocked. You know. But that you're still watching me. And you've always been watching. Which means you definitely weren't unaware. And certain things you've pinpointed to throughout that predate all the things you got up to. At least got caught in. Whatever, right? You're fucking, I was just trying to hear you. Bullshit. But 7 months ago, man. You are. Surrounded by the other stalkers of us and the pet and zoo types. And Yennefer's bullshit ass, who's doing fuck shit up there, fucking 110-2 and throwing dead dogs off in ditches and shit, just to see if other people are home before other tragedy. Yeah, it's fun. All the things, right? You damn well knew it wasn't true. And by 7 months ago, you cannot feign ignorance of it, and that there wasn't proof out here, and that every creator known to man had talked about it. Stalkers had outed themselves. And I hate to say this, but they're real, like, people are gonna fucking witness it, and there's proof. I mean, like, bro, cameras, this there. I mean, like, the proof's been here the whole time, even before I made the drop. Even in the Discords, you know, we're telling, wait, no, she didn't include all those. But yeah, I did color screen part up. I'm like, yeah, Chase College, yeah, anyway. Yeah, it was right there. And I know you're watching it all. So then for you to come on and give a narrative or try to spin a narrative of she's accused us all of trying to get murdered, trying this or trying that, or stalking and triangulating on. Yeah, maybe you should go to this Mercado and ask him to explain narratives to you again. Maybe go talk to anybody real if I want to. I don't know, whoever your resources are. So maybe tell you about yourself and the fuck you got to do and what you're doing still. At least that's good. And whatever. Carry on. We're gonna keep.
And that is not the case. Okay? That's not the case. It has been turned into something that it's not. Okay? And since then, it's been turned into my name being mentioned, that I've tried to get them, and I'm going to quote this, okay? Trigger warning. It's been turned into...
It's weird how a runny nose comes and goes. Little sniffles and and then right after that, no longer. Now I know when I cry, genuinely, and the nose happens, they say you can't fake a runny nose, right? If it's real tears this year. That doesn't just shut off as soon as you stop crying. It keeps going, keeps going, keeps going, whatever. But it's weird how they can do fuck shit.
That we've tried to get her children taken away and removed. We've tried to have them... She has said this, that they have tried to get me murdered.
Are you pulling a Benny with this lady is saying that we broke in, but I'm in Texas bullshit to police to try to discredit? That's what you're trying to do, the same shit. I never said you did, but I do love that you included yourself by saying the word we in a group. You didn't say I accused you, you said she accused us, which is a group. Right? We, us, that's more than one. And there's been a whole group, especially about the 7-month period, but I don't think I ever accused you like outright, like, oh, Ro did it. I don't think I ever did that. But I love that you, for some reason, include yourself in that. Right? Or act like it was very specific towards yourself. Talk about some fucking narratives, bro. But I do love that you're implying you're in some sort of group or a we thing and not just a singular. That's helpful. Alright. Carry on.
What else? They've been stalked, harassed, targeted, terrorized, triangulated, and that is not the case. Okay? That's not the case.
How dare you? How dare any of you, but especially you bitch, in your little fucking hive while you're sitting here talking to Yennefer, Burnt, Nature, Remain, Nana, Toaster, Dana, and Lisa K. Say with a goddamn straight face with them in chat, especially them, with all their channels and all the shit they've done, that we've not been terrorized, harassed, stalked, etc., and that you've been around Shay and everybody else. Are you fucking kidding me? And then you tell the goddamn public or otherwise that I am lying about it? To what, spin a narrative? You might want to talk, like I said to Mercado, about fucking spinning narratives, bitch. How dare you tell the world that I'm somehow lying about it when ample proof and fact and all these things are evidence of it and have been the whole time you've been watching and with these people and around them and are sitting here even 7 months ago and days ago in your comments and in these chats with these same motherfuckers with their channels running but wide open while you sit with groups who target and plan to push people to suicide. When you stand there and you watch them run cycles, when you stand there and watch them threaten to destroy me at all costs, like your buddy Adrian and all that. How fucking dare you then go to the public with this bullshit and give out a narrative that I'm fucking lying and that it's just not true? How fucking dare you when you participated in it and are still, and as of 7 months ago, how fucking dare you?
Case. But it it hurts me that.
No, it hurts you. It hurts Jenny, it hurts Jennifer, it hurts you all. Being, well, you know goddamn good and well you're calling somebody a liar. It ain't about what the fuck all of you have done. But then me speaking on it, doing what we're calling out or showing proof, facts, receipts, evidence of. It hurts me. Yeah, it's all y'all got some fucking problems.
Even though someone can say these things about you,
but they're true. And even what you said in a scant 16 minutes can be proven lies, bullshit, makes no sense. Math doesn't math. You've caught your own self by saying you've been in these discords, all these places where there's evidence, all these things. But, girl, we didn't know better. You just hope others don't, or others never become aware, like courts and cops, or if you're a nurse, I guess your employer. I guess that's what you hope. Or that people believe you over evidence. I know what to tell you.
but knowing that it's not true,
But it is true.
it still hurts. Just because those are not my intentions and never have been and never would be. I want people to know that, you know, they have options. There is care available. There's help available.
Get this. I was getting the care I needed through the, I guess, same system you work through, and so little, but my medical care and things, especially, they were fully aware of the domestic violence situation and everything else. Nobody needed to. I know exactly what see, all you all managed to do was then also cut all of us off from real help and real things and, real medical and not knowing who to trust because of bitches like you working inside of this healthcare system and bitches like the Casa, Aubrey B, and all them working inside the system and people faking this and faking that. That's what the fuck you did. Because we couldn't trust the goddamn motherfucker, not even real services, because they're inundated and infiltrated by pieces of shit like you. So necessary medical care, reaching out to certain counselors, not knowing where half of y'all work because you're feeding on fucking shit people. Definitely makes people, or when you show up at branch houses or different things for actual help and they have your fucking abuser's name without you even saying it. Because people around all of y'all, which you were over there in the Casa Ladies too, with Monster, the known abuser you couldn't deny, doing all the fuck shit too, and all of the Jenny and Adrians had tampered with that as well, which, in a way, was able to deny and keep Little and I from services we desperately needed at the time. Yeah, that was real helpful of your crew. Sure. Unless, of course, you mean resources for Monster and Horror. So they could pay $2,000 they hadn't paid rent, steal some more off my daughter, get dope, and sell off Little as a witness to your buddies, and they needed resources to enable it. I don't know. Much like numbers to branch houses and things that, get this, we're going to them in the Casa workers. And behind the scenes, and the messengers and things like that, because you really wanted to help out a known and admitted child and woman abuser, huh? No, you wanted to cut Little and I off. All the group did. That's what I mean by that statement. Is all the group wanted to cut us off from help, wanted to tamper with courts, wanted to play the monster, a known and admitted even out of his own mouth abuser. Yeah, that seemed totally legit to me. Where an actual court had determined he shouldn't be fucking around with or mentioning any of us. And see, it would have violated. That's the truth, right? If he called in certain shows, he couldn't. Because then that would be him having conversations about Little and this and the other and keeping connection with us in some way. It's the reason you all had to do the goddamn dirty work. For him and Horbag. In the group. That's why. Because if he had done so, it would have gotten him fucking violated. See? You were real helpful, honey. I'll live you were. To an abuser. First do no harm, am I right? But yeah, he totally needed resources, which a fucking court or two by that point, had already determined the true victims versus and all that. That wasn't for you up to decide or where Little needed to go, or any of y'all to be fucking around and shit. That courts had already determined, Little had already determined, and to do all this shit to further hurt and harm with a known and admitted abuser. See how it works? And that the roundabout way in which it was done kept him and Horbag safe from him being violated because he shouldn't have been talking about us or having anything to do with or getting information on us in any way or feeding it out to YouTube like him and Hor were the orders he was ordered not to put out. Yeah. Somebody far bigger than any of y'all already determined that. Y'all decided this was where it was at, I guess.
So, when I first came on here, I didn't realize that something where you were trying to help someone or some people in your community would be turned around into
It's always that, right? I didn't realize that just trying to help someone or save a woman or children would turn into something to where it hurt me. When all of this bullshit. Talk to Mercado about narratives again, bitch.
Something, a nefarious act of whatever, you know.
It is, because no known, decent, real human being with a fucking brain would work with a fucking abuser and others to do what you did. Nobody. Nobody. No one a court had already. Nobody. Nobody. And if you're that goddamn stupid and gullible, I wonder about, like, it's fine. I know better. You know better. Nobody. I don't think there's any nurse in the area or anybody else that could come face to face with someone who told them they beat women and children, hurt them, abused them, and they did all the things, right? And neighbors had already been heard and outright said, yeah, we heard him abusing her and the children. And there were witnesses and all. There is no nurse or advocate or anything else on this fucking planet that would have then been come to by a goddamn person like that with orders in place. I'm like, can you help me fuck with my victim and survivors and the children some more? This one I just got back around a few weeks ago and all these things are happening and blah 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 and could you help me? Nobody. No nurse, no police, nobody would take that fucking serious. Nobody.
Um, and that was my naivety. That was a lot of me being naive and, you know, and I've learned my lesson. Let me tell you.
Well, Yennefer, Toaster, Burnt, Nature, Remain, Nana, all them are in her chat. And still yet, hang right, yeah. But she ain't learned treasurement. She's just, you know what, fuck it, it's all bullshit to make her look some type of way. Me and other, and the opposites. Mercado, narratives.
I will not be, I mean, I guess you can't be forthcoming or helpful, right? I didn't call a police department. That was also stated. I didn't.
Yeah, others took care of that. Your name just got outed by Whoopsies, and then, uh-oh. But you played in it, and you didn't call. But wait, you're mandated. And then you knew this was a whole day event? My God. But wait for it. She says she didn't call, but wait for it.
Not call CPS either. That was stated. And I'll tell you, I pulled a FOIA on the day that these things happened. And it says who's called on there. And it's not me. It's one.
I'm well aware, and it was more than one. And Adrian has said alright that she called, and that I believe Monster called, and maybe I think they tried to say my son did a certain point. I don't know. And then Monster made sure to send Elder Center to kind of keep eyes on us, and then that's when you see the pretty messages, and Mom's just doing whatever. But that's what you get when you get an abuser abusing and around someone he shouldn't have ever been around until they weren't so sensitive and healed and could hold their own after a lifetime of being used in certain ways. And taught that you've got to say certain shit in order to whatever. It's fine. But see, it's where family versus y'all come and play. Y'all don't know jack shit. But what you did know at basic levels was you were dealing with an absolute known and admitted woman and child abuser. And you're playing with it. I don't give a fuck who called where. What I know is you all played in it. And it's real weird. You're mandated, but then you didn't call. But wait a minute. Hold on.
Person. And you can FOIA that yourself if you want to. So I'm not in a camp. I'm not in an organization.
And I'll tell you, they pretty well told us who called while they were here.
I'm not a cyberbully. I didn't join a very organized.
Keep that in mind. She says she's not a cyberbully.
Group to come on YouTube and target.
She says she's not with a group, but yet a few minutes ago it was a we. She's accused us of, or we of, whatever. She grouped herself in, and goddamn if they're in the group in this chat.
And terrorize people and do shady shit behind the scenes.
And all them discords and shit, with all the players, and and an abuser behind the scenes, and phone calls and group meets, and you knew people were on calls for like a whole day. That's not shady? Yeah, okay. That's above board, totally.
So, I want to state that. And
of course you do.
And I'm tired of hearing it.
Oh well.
I'm tired of it being said.
Boo-hoo. Get over it.
Because it's not true. And I'm sick of it.
Aww.
Jody Sue, you need to stop. You need to stop saying Rojo. After.
See this? You can sit and spin on that until eternity. Like infinity, eternity, until hell freezes over, rinse, repeat. And if you'd like, Miss Local, you can come sit and spin on this motherfucker in person. Fuck you, Rojo. 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 Right down the road. You stalk. I want to hear no more of your shit. I'm tired of hearing it. You shady. You up to nefarious shit with a fucking group, and you always have been. You violated every code of ethics and oath you've ever taken, if indeed you are a nurse. You have violated so many civil and legal bounds, it's unreal, and, fuck you, bitch. Fuck you. And if I feel like it, I'm gonna start saying your real fucking name, too. So you're gonna keep missing me. You can row your fucking boat right on down somewhere else, wherever the fuck Ryan and his tragedy pimp shit is. I don't give a fuck. You hear me? You done fucked yourself for years. I have a right to be pissed. I have a right to say your name, and I have a right to call you the fuck out for your participation in the events with the we us thing. You just enclose yourself in on bullshit while you're sitting there right with that we us and known stalkers of us and targeters and things. That's it, right with Monster 2 and others. I know what the fuck you're up to. I don't care, but I know what you participated in. And this bullshit is definitely narrative. It's also a double smack sword thing. You know, it's what you all do. Why you feign innocence and flip script bullshit like good monsters and abusers. There is nothing about you in the least that's helpful. Not a goddamn thing. As far as I'm concerned, you are a terrible fucking human being. I don't give a shit how you parse that, and what you're doing here is even sicker. It'd been better if you stood up and like, yeah, I did that fuck shit, and yeah, I probably shouldn't have married, cause, yeah, that dude was out here like, hell yeah, I'm wearing clothes, and hell yeah, I'm doing whatever, and yeah, I'm on drugs, and yeah, but my baby all of a sudden when Cash was in play, right? And your buddies, Jenny and Adrian and Scott and the rest, and Tiffany's and the Discords on you. I don't want to hear it. You done fucked yourself up this fucking live that I've let stand so others could hear your narrative-driven bullshit for damn near close to a year now. You know, your final twist here. And lay down to the story. You stick with this, okay? Because I'd hate for you to change it again. It might look like you're a goddamn liar. And honestly, you've done enough bang up job here to fuck yourself, considering the other things that go with this pretty bullshit. Oh, should I retell this one, Pretty Little Liars? Rotten Roots, How about you stop? Never mention my name again. Never fucking come anywhere near me and my family again. And never so much as leaving. How about you just forget I fucking exist along with everybody and you just not do whatever the fuck it is you do for funsies somewhere else. And maybe not in another open and active case. To real people. Going through real trauma, real events, processing, trying to heal, etc., trying to figure out, and all the things, real health issues, which you, by the way, should have understood when you were doing all this. Enough that you knew what you were doing and what they were doing and what it was doing, played dire and drastic roles in my health. You as a nurse would know, you'd assume more than anyone, how stress and the fucking with and the bullying and all that could play real fucking roles in everything at me. And guess what? I had a heart attack. It's funny, ain't it? Didn't see that one coming, eh? So anyway, yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. You should have probably known that as a nurse, especially above anyone, that you were doing all this shit in and around someone medically vulnerable. And I know you're aware, because, well, you were in my chats, listening to my voice say it. And receipts out on it. And Monster also saying I was sick. And. Yeah, so you can't play ignorance of that too. Especially if you're a nurse. You can't say, well, I didn't know what any of this could do to her. What lifelong or dire effects it had, or if it could, like, stroke her algebra. You can't say any of them. Because you're a nurse. Right? You know how shit like that can play when you put someone into purposeful distress, fuck with them, cause them more chaos while they're already trying to, Yeah. And see that the others can say, well, I'm not a medical professional, I wouldn't have known, right? You can't really do that.
Or trying to include me in something that did not happen. This is it right here. I'm asking you and telling you, please stop. I've heard enough.
You stop. I've heard enough. I've been through enough. Oh yeah. Don't you do that telling me. Don't you dare ever say anything like you just said to me again in a full sentence with a straight face. But it's really just for your narrative to your audience. Acting like you're hard ass. It's funny. I ain't seen you stop yet on any of your, hey, I just seen you. Yeah. Homie? No. Please stop. Like you're the one being hurt and harmed. The only thing you're being hurt and harmed by is your own fucking actions. Don't please me.
That I'm not part of what you're accusing me of.
You damn well were.
You know, it's funny because I was kind of angry this morning, thinking about everything.
Wow, bro.
I was kind of pissed.
They're always angry, a little pissed off because I might say something. Despite, and no matter what the fuck they get up to in our real lives. Then they'll come online and be like, this morning I was angry. I was pissed. And what she's saying about me, I was hurt. I was this. I always got some fuck shit like that, right? Yeah, wow.
Off, just because I still listen to her. I'm hoping that there'll be some kind of information that'll eventually come out and might lean towards some answer of truth.
And then for your buddies data banking or basing or whatever it is, or whatever, or when y'all tag me and you still have the balls to tag me, even recently. Going, will you answer questions for me? No. No. No, I won't. But wait, I'm a liar, right? All these things you said, none of that's true. So then even if something did happen, then how the fuck would you possibly then be like, oh, well, that's truth? I mean, shit, according to you. You see how this shit don't add up? That's all I'm saying. You listen to me,
but in all that, you've got to hear the.
And I love that you said, I still watch her as of 7 months. Still, implying you did indeed watch me. Prior to 7 months ago. And throughout all of that time, all of it, I still watch her. Still. Implying you're watching before all those events. You knew what the fuck you're going through. You knew. You knew all of it. Because I was sitting here talking about it. You knew, and so does everybody else who watches my channel, that the reason I jumped up here was to hunt down tragedy pimps doing fuck shit in our lives in real time and everything else around summer kids. Because of those things like stalking, harassment, bullying, terrorizing, etc. Penny, Chase, Scott, the rest that you were then in the discords with and shit. You knew. You knew. And you knew all along. See? Miss, I still watch her. Just like you are today when you privated the fucking shit. Oh. Yeah.
The other stuff, the accusations and things like that. And I was angry and wanted to do this live stream and talk about it and share what really happened.
Enhanced emails. Would you all say her version of events is what really happened? Or that she was just entirely oblivious? Or just that night or any other thing? Or unaware, like, I don't even need y'all
And
to
as Scott
answer.
H. said, I woke up my, quote, husband who is a magistrate, which is not true. And I think Tiffany Marie changed it to the magistrate's wife, which is not true either. I don't even know where that came from. But I woke some man up in the middle of the night trying to get the law to come down. I mean, this is crazy bullshit. This is what happens on YouTube, guys. People will turn a simple situation or some scenario into some sensationalized.
This was not a simple situation. This was one created by Tragedy Pimps, the monster, and all of you all. It didn't exist until you all created it. It was not simple, nor is it still, as you're, well, you're aware of. The players in it, this ain't a simple situation, and somebody turned it into something. You all created and turned it into something, and then it became a situation. See what I'm saying? You all created and manufactured the shit. Yeah.
Nonsense that never even existed. So But
meanwhile, there are recordings and all these things ready to take place. It's known, I knew from the second monster go back around it, but anyway, all these things occur. Monster is a danger to both in so many goddamn ways. He was only ever the danger. And then he starts gearing up as a threat to me to try to get whatever. And because Jenny and all the things in the background, this becomes apparent and we're aware of it. Eldest and I have talked. You all blew the sympathy into a spin, and even Monster calls all of y'all liars and says Jenny and Adrian all twisted shit, so he's being punished, so no money. You know, you give a damn about little, you know? Yeah. You all took something that was simple here because of a monster trying to fuck with all of us, including little, that was not online. And then, you know, like, you all are the only thing that fucked with shit, along with abuse. The rest of the shit never happened. You all created it. Made it a thing. That was better food that week than the, attempt at suicides, false 5150s to gain things that way, right?
you know, that didn't happen. I looked back on my messages. It was 8:30 at night. That wasn't in the middle of the night. I called a friend of the family who had worked for law enforcement, who is now retired, and talked to them about it.
You as a nurse and a mandated didn't know what the fuck to do. You didn't want to, so you called a retired law enforcement agent, you know. They too would still be absolutely mandated, and nobody did anything. In the middle of the night. Okay.
And talked to them and asked them, you know, what does the family need to do?
But wait, I thought you had all the resources and the numbers and all the things, Scott and Penny and BK and Adrian and Jenny and all them and Lips, and that's why you were included in all the fuck shit with Monster and Stall, right? Because you and your expertise and vast knowledge of resources needed by people. But then you had to go call somebody else to be like, what do I do? That's weird. That sounds totally legit to me. And like I said, I hope you told that person all the things and the actual truth and who you're working around for and their orders in place and the court had already determined, but you were fucking around and finding out. And then you were going to take all that back to YouTube creators first, behind the scenes and on phone calls for each other, and then everybody's going to wait until the whole ass next day to call and do all the shit. Yeah, I hope you explained all it. Alright? Okay.
How would you handle this situation if it was your family? And advice was given, and that was passed along to the family. And that was it. That was it. That was where everything ended. Other than the other resources that could be provided if needed. So here is a screenshot of different companies that are available to you and whomever may need it.
Another crazy things I'm watching earlier. Like I said, pay attention throughout this. It's like she's talking to me all the time, even 7 months ago, acting like she's in those exact moments of time, eons before this. Going, here are resources available to you. Here are things you need to help. Do you need a counselor? Do you need some DV? Really? And have the fucking gall to run the domestic violence hotline in this fucking chat, bro, and in your live stream. You helped a known, admitted abuser of women and children further abuse, harm, etc. with orders in place. You fucking really posted even 7 months ago. Here's a link to domestic violence help if you need it. And acting like you were still talking to me about it. Like, you know how fucking that is, man? Yeah, I don't even know how to fucking, like, if you don't get it, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
And that's all. But I was angry, and then when I go over it and talk about it, I just have this overwhelming emotion, yes, that comes up.
When you go over it and talk about it, you just guess you have an overwhelming emotion come up. Bitch, how you think we feel? Because I know you know the truth, and I know you've seen the receipts, the facts, the evidence, all that shit for years. You've seen the shit go down in real time, participating in it. You don't think I have some overwhelming emotion or feels about it? But yeah, you and poor little your feelings about it. About being called for. I don't know what the fuck to tell you, man. I guess, whatever. 7 months ago you, now you, which obviously do with the unavailable shit. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. You're much like the rest. Much like most yourself. No, today I attempted to murder you and the children. Oh, today I beat the shit out of you. Oh, today I gaslit you. Oh, today I word salad you to death. Oh, wait, today. But your reaction to that abuse is the real problem. Your reaction to or holding me accountable to is toxic. Your reaction to and holding me accountable is a problem for me, and I feel a way about it, and then I'm gonna catalog, I'm gonna use it to abuse you again, and you're gonna deserve it too. And he literally explained in that term. You're as bad as. The response and reaction to abuse and terrible things done to you by other humans is not the fucking problem. You might want to sit and think. And you think you feel some type of overwhelming emotions? Bitch, please. And I think as who I am and my children and all the things, all you grouped in and you watched be done, you cannot deny it. You should have understood that instead of being like, I think about it and then I have overwhelming emotions. But Jody Sue, you stop saying my name. I'm telling you, whatever. No more. Just please stop. Yeah, fuck you. Overwhelming emotion, that.
And kind of sadness, I guess. But but I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get upset. I didn't think that would happen. It's kind of unusual, isn't it?
Did anybody in 24 minutes hear her upset other than her telling you she was upset? Every now and then. Anybody? Overwhelming, indeed.
But That's just how I feel. Here's Summer's poster you can print, share. Oh,
look, Summer's poster you can print and share. I'm pretty sure that one was by her buddy Adrian, who made the little ones that then went to cat. That could be the one. Anyway, they made a few. This is also, I believe, was this during the blip stage or that? No, that already occurred before. But that was her buddies too, trying to cleanse up shit. Because the other billboards and shit, everybody was all fucking around and looked bad. So they needed hero moments, and then even Benny and Tiff played on that shit. Look, there's blips.
thank you for posting that. Dark Dirt, thank you. When will Summer get the justice she deserves?
Maybe she already would have, if not for a giant group of YouTubers fucking around and going extreme real life and full on petting over motherfuckers, acquiring, hunting, doing fuck shit that defies all logic, common sense, reasoning, and then all pretending after they harm, hurt, destroy, fuck people that they're the flip script that shit.
What? That happens when you're being bullied. Manipulation, it's okay. Thank you, that's sweet of you to say. I guess.
Did you hear that shit? She was whispering back to a comment in chat, but listen.
But but I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get upset. I didn't think that would happen. It's kind of unusual, isn't it? But that's just how I feel. Here's Summer's poster you can print, share. Oh, thank you for posting that. Dark Dirt, thank you. When will Summer get the justice she deserves? What? That happens when you're being bullied. Manipulation, it's okay. Thank you, that's sweet.
See, she's reading off little comments, making her feel better about what she's done as she puts out a narrative. And they're telling her it's okay. That's what happens when you're being bullied, and you know, it's manipulation. Yeah, no, yeah, y'all ain't right. Y'all ain't it. No words. Just no
Of you
words.
to say. It's unbelievable. But I've learned not to, it makes you not want to, it makes you not want to reach out to offer anything, right, for anybody.
Yeah, please don't ever again. If you didn't reach out to anybody, like your group reached out to you, get you involved, you know what? No. Or unless you're admitting that you reached out to them to be part of something again. I don't know which it would have been in all Discords and private chats and cell phones and I don't know. But you did say, what makes you not want to reach out to someone again? Who'd you reach out to offer your help? And look, this is your version of it. I'm just telling you. Please don't ever again. I'm asking. I'm begging. Whatever this is, it's the opposite of fucking help. And apparently you don't even know what to do if help's needed. You have to reach out to others first, then get back to tragedy pimps, then wait a whole day. So, you probably not the person that needs to be helping anyone ever, ever again, especially around or in an open and active case, and especially not with fucking YouTubers or known and admitted abusers. But yeah, I just probably wouldn't recommend it. But yeah, I love how you're all spinning there, but it just makes you not want to reach out to anyone again to help. Yeah, how about you? Please don't. And who'd you reach out to? An abuser with orders in place with a group? Because you didn't reach out to me, homie. No shit. No shit. You didn't reach out to me once. Hey, you drop me all the time. You've seen this. Did you ever go, well, fuck. Maybe I could show up even help, and be like, are you okay, Jody Sue? Did you do it? No, you did not. How about a message? Everybody knew when my shit was open. Did you ever go, do you need services or help? Nope. So who the fuck were you reaching out to and helping? I make it make sense, you spinning bitch. Thing is, you knew better all along. But yeah, I don't know, man. You just do you, but please don't ever do this again to anyone. Ever. Ever. And, since you have to call others in the middle of the night, or 8 something, or whatever, and wait a whole 24 hours, I'm gonna guess you're probably not the person that needs to be trying to get anybody help on any level ever again. Especially, and I don't know if that is me or if it's a monster or who the fuck was it. I'd definitely say never again with an abuser, a monster, stuff like that. And probably not with women and children, are fully fine, capable, functioning, health care, whole nine, and your buddies and everybody else knew they were already certain, it's fine. Yeah, I don't know. Now, I'm gonna make y'all's brains work just momentarily here. Maybe, possibly, for those not caught on. Throughout this, she can't seem to make up her mind whether this is about Jenny jumping up on panel and her being oblivious to anything going on. She just found out in chat with everybody else. Right? Just reach it, right? But these were during the moments where the calls have been made on Iron Little. Police and all that were on their way. So she can't figure out, she says she didn't know until Jenny got up there, right? All this live stream so far has been about her and the services and DV and whatever, all this sort of shit, right? Talking about these calls that were apparently in the Google Meets and all this taking place. What she admits to actually playing in, though, is not the false 5150 shit or them trying to put out the idea that I was a danger to myself and getting ready to suicide. What she fucks up and does is, well, a little dribble of the truth, right? She says in the middle of the night, she was contacted because things had happened here around my family. Then they had to figure out what to do over a course of the day. And then she says she's oblivious of it, unaware, until Jenny comes along. Everybody learns in chat. She was so worried. And then the call. Oh, but wait. Yeah, but she tries to put herself above. Which one are you offering services to? Who were you helping? So the night before, and then these messages and things, because you can see the messages, right? You can see them. Some of us have them row where all the shit's going down, and you're supposed to be the one in the background getting hold of this one. And, oh, and don't forget Linda played roles in this too, and others. But anyway, you are being contacted. They're waiting on you, and etc. Monster, Stall, or messaging. Yeah, everybody's waiting on things, to do with you and the calls. Before. Right. And all that has to do with not me, right? Because Monster and Stall wouldn't have been concerned about my welfare or me offing myself. He'd quite get off on it. So would she. All of that was about Little. And all of those messages were Oopsie included and later deleted, at least some of them Oopsie shown inside of those Google Meets and others and calls. And then you want to feign ignorance and say you just found out in chat about. And then they want to still try to confuse the public about which thing took place first and who knew and how long and what meet was this and how long a call this was and what this was truly about. And then that's why they were all fucked up that day between Ziggy and the rest. It was supposed to be the push by Benny, Gabble, Piper, etc. La 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 to push me to, and then try to enact custody through false 51 feet. And then they got a better thing, and then people got real goddamn confused. And it's like Lips even coming out after approval of Monster and going, this ain't about JSB trying to go. This is about. None of them can quite keep their stories straight around it, can they? Which happened first and what? Well, I mean, you do have the days of the plotting, planning, the cycles, the push to, the 51, all that shit. Well predating it, you have Monster starting to whisper to eldest and others that, well, if I don't whatever, then Little's gonna be gone after all this shit, and then Jenny and him start helping, and all the things occur, and a whole lot are aware. But yeah, like, she can't seem to make up her mind where she's trying to offer me help, and acting like that's what that was. Because throughout this, it's a theme of, well, I just was trying to get services to, and who, blah, blah, blah. Those included DV and National Suicide Prevention. But yet, she talks of calling someone in the middle of the night because of something to do with my children. But yet, then goes, she was just shocked. And Jenny, and just surprised and chat. Oops. Bullshit.
because this is the world that we're living in the internet age. And when there are ulterior motives behind people doing certain things, whether that's for views or subscribers or money or some sort of skewed sense of fame, I don't know. But if you have to do it with lying and manipulation, that's pretty fucked up.
There are moments where they say things like that are just, your jaw wants to drop to the floor. Manipulation indeed. Lying indeed. Fame, clicks, and views indeed. How many? I know you.
Right.
What'd you do it for? Why did you insert around in this and getting all the discords and all the things with all the fucking key players of everything for all these years? Why'd you do it? Riddle me that, Batman. Did any of us ask you to? Did we send you a goddamn invite to insert in and around us with a group that obviously and outright was making it pretty goddamn clear what they were doing in and around all of us and going extreme real life on and whatever, you know? Did we fucking send you a goddamn invite? Did we ask you to please do this to any of us? No, I don't recall that. I don't remember any RSVPs being handed out to local helpers or otherwise. I don't recall that shit. I'm sure most of the community does not either. So what was your needful thing, dear? What did you think you were gonna? Why were you here for years doing this? In bed with them in some of the most, hard to get to places with them by your own admission. Who invited you here to do this? To any of us? Any of us? And by us, I don't mean just me and my children ever. So don't get me all fucked up. Even when I talk about us and it might sound like it's just us, I mean this whole goddamn community. Law enforcement, everybody else. Who in the fuck here invited any of y'all motherfuckers? I mean, so what if any of us spoke out eventually after manipulation and shit, and the Facebook, YouTube group working together, right? Like Coop and him say. And the acquisition specialist, and your known stalkers and pet and zoo fucking drive-by helpers or, and whatever, with you in chat. And who in the fuck ever asked you all to go extreme real life on any of us, or in our real lives, or to do any of this, or to contact? Who fucking did that? Nobody. You could have listened to this, you could have done whatever, right? That did not include any of this. So, tell me, why did you do it? You weren't a neighbor, why do you have a channel? Who are you to any of this? And I'm sorry, I hate to say it, no I don't. But if you're this fucking stupid and naive and whatever as you want people to believe and buy, then do you really have, should you be around trying to figure out anything? Are you a nurse or a detective? I'm asking for Tony friend and an entire community of people. So anyway, I'm just asking, if you're not it for the subs, clicks, views, fame, etc., then why the fuck are you here? Because nobody invited you. What was your needful thing that was fulfilled by being around all this? What kind of shit did you get up to? Well, I don't know. What was your thing? Yeah.
But I've noticed that, the creators that are more influential or have a bigger count. There's a lot of sensationalism that is behind the channel and kind of how they operate. It seems like that's okay. I don't. I mean, I had like what 169, I think, subscribers this morning, and I've had the channel for what maybe since January or February. I can't even remember when I started it.
Now when you finally started a channel, and then a few vids in, you just it's fine. Right? Like all the others, you did the same thing. Because you just had to change your name from one thing to another, and then you had to have a place to put all your thoughts about all the shit, the fuck shit. Anyway, and then that's all she's concerned about too, is comparison. Well, I've noticed the bigger creators, it's all about sensationalism, and then using idiots like you and Yennefer and Nature and well, I don't know, those two are different types of players. But, yeah, using idiots like you, or whatever the fuck you are, to do some of the worst shit as buffers here locally for their crimes they're gonna, by using you to, or you all allowing it or participating in it, thinking you're gonna what, solve some real life crime while interacting with people you should not, and, disrupting their lives, fucking with them on every level imaginable under the sun. It's fine. We'll get there, cause that's gonna do with the, stupid that is your buddies.
But my goal was never to be a big creator or anything. I just wanted to come on and talk about crime, and especially why people commit crime. And I've not gotten around to doing that as much.
You've not gotten around to doing that as much? What, crimes or civil shit or talking about it? Cause all you could do even initially was just I don't know what the fuck. So your goal was to eventually become a creator. Is that what you're telling me? And then eventually you started a channel to talk about crime. But you couldn't recognize an abuser or monsters around you. Now, your detective skills couldn't lead you to common sense there, and not to be fucking around with any of those people or an abuser. None of that. But you're gonna solve all the other ones. Talk about okay, fuck it. Well, at least we see that your goal was indeed at some point to become a creator. It wasn't just suddenly, like you said. It's yeah.
In terms of psychological aspects and the home environment, and
listen to that again.
Are more influential or have a bigger count. There's a lot of sensationalism that is behind the channel and kind of how they operate. It seems like that's okay. I don't. I mean, I had like what 169, I think, subscribers this morning, and I've had the channel for what maybe since January or February. I can't even remember when I started it. But my goal was never to be a big creator or anything. I just wanted to come on and talk about crime, and especially why people commit crime. And I've not gotten around to doing that as much in terms of psychological aspects and the home environment, and what happens in society to people. How does it mold them into creating a criminal, per se? That's kind of my biggest driver and interest. And then how, as a society, can we help prevent, what happens in society to people? How does it mold them into creating a criminal, per se?
How does it mold them into creating a criminal, per se? What? Was that even in English? Now I guess she's a fucking psychologist and she's gonna speak on psychology and yeah, okay. She couldn't see a goddamn abuser though with papers. Was doing basic bitch psych 101 and fuck shit around me and my children. Okay! Bullshit. That piece right there, how does it mold them into creating a criminal? It's interesting, isn't it? The fuck does that mean?
That's kind of my biggest driver and interest. And then how, as a society, can we help prevent these crimes from happening by intervening appropriately at an early age, learning the risk factors and the warning signs, even from your own family or your friends or your friends' children.
As any professional, you should know that. Those materials should be available to you. You should know what to look for. All of these things are pretty well known societally, and I guess, are you going on just the nature versus nurture aspect? It sounds like you're going on nurture aspect. And Jesus, you know what, it's fine. You should have all these things already here, and as anyone trained in nursing field, you should be able to recognize signs of abuse, survivor spiders, blah, 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 psychological effect. You see, this is a problem I have here. Yeah, I'm wondering, surely this ain't like the lip lock version of, or the group around lip lock doing the research and all things and studying anybody or database. I mean, just never know. These bitches always trying to do something. They all like just be as the like Pokemon. Like, you got a database or we got a study or I don't know what the fuck. Yeah. Yeah, I know. She's insinuating about something. I know, I get the smacking and the double sword shit. I'm aware. I'm aware the whole goddamn thing, even after she finally shuts her fucking mouth about me, is actually still about me. It's very narrative and hinty, and the whole thing is, yeah, I'm aware.
And so forth. And then also advocating for the missing, kind of a broader spectrum.
Advocating.
Dana said, that's the goal, shutting people up. Resources are there for everyone, not just when you're doing wrong. You can take advantages of the resources for bill help.
So 7 months ago, her and Dana and the rest of her chat were giving out the narrative, still need help, and they're there even when you're not doing wrong. Can't wait, Jody C, right? With Yennefer and Dirt and Nature Lover and Nana and all them and Toaster there. Can't wait, Jody C. Here's another hit piece. Even when you're not doing wrong, resources are available to you. Bitch, I wasn't doing wrong. I was minding my own goddamn business, raising my babies, trying to heal, dealing with all you motherfuckers. Ain't nobody sending RSVP to. That knew damn good well what you were doing in our lives. Yeah, wasn't nobody doing no wrong. I was calling the fucking wrong out the whole time. No. And I mean, the little bits of truth depend on, it's like Tiffany and Scott both said. Those are your buddies, bro. Those are your origin points. Right? They agree. Your buddies, the hobby ring. And it depends on the day, time, which creator wants to do whatever, but they were all fucking dicking each other the whole time. Total human centipede. All for one for all. You didn't miss it. You were there for the whole fucking shebang and show and rodeo, dear. In all the places, even come on. No. No. So, but yeah, I'm fine. I don't know. Well, damn me to hell for speaking. I mean, I made it clear when I made this channel what it was for and what my needful thing was. Hunting tragedy pimps for daring to fuck with my children as the other. You knew this. The shit they'd done around summers, everything, all the whole nine, the shebang they'd all gotten up to in a group effort, including stalking harassment, creating fake feds, all shit around us, going real life to extremes, screwing with summer shit, marital scams, all this. You knew. You knew these people weren't on board. You stuck with them though, and you still are. Anyway, it's wild, man. It's wild. You were there for the whole goddamn rodeo. Plain ignorant of it though. Always narratives flip flop. But yeah, y'all are fully aware of psychology and tactics, and if you're not, you're not taking the modules by those offered like those around Chris and shit. The thing is that you're just criminals, Collins, you're doing whatever, and you are indeed monsters yourselves who are capable of that type of flip scripted narrative on people you do really bad shit to. And then you hope a whole lot of people aren't wise enough to catch the fuck on. Either way. Database and study that shit. Well, actually there are many around the world that do that. Yeah, no shit. And I gotta tell you, it's still the dumbest endeavor I've ever seen. A bunch of goddamn useless tragedy pimps or Karens around the world doing whatever it is they're doing to database or collect or to study, while we sit here in a realm to where, like I do every day, profilers, feds, Lily, eyes on, yeah, I'm just like a god, you know. Oh, and whatever. So yeah, anyway, there an abundance of websites, studies, real ones by real groups, things that don't touch you on person, don't contact, don't reach out, don't fuck with the subjects, don't do pet and zoos or anything, that watch people, much like Era, and chat members and things in the true crime community. Cause they're real fucking interested in what the fuck is wrong with a whole lot of fucking people. And those are real studies happening and real theses being written and that type of shit. So y'all keep pretending. I don't give a shit. But either way, you can't fuck with your subjects. Right? Unwilling, I guess. But you can't fuck with those things. Elicit responses. Do fuck shit to them and then study them. Right? You also can't psychologically assess people you're fucking with. And tampering with. Tormenting. Stalking and doing all things to her you know are being done to, and then with any degree of anything go, yep, this is, so this person, look how they look, or when you are interacting with in ways you should not be, in order to disrupt the natural environment and the way in which things would normally be if you weren't fucking with it. You could study it if things were not tampered with, but when you go tampering with them and manipulating them and fucking with them and going real life, you can't then study or compile or do anything with any of that shit. That holds across the board. So, I don't know what to tell you. Hugh and Gavel and Adrian, man, it's like 3 stupid birds of a fucking feather, ain't it? Oh, and Liplock. 4 birds of a fucking stupid feather. And whatever group she's in, which does include...
I'm not familiar with that. That's interesting.
It does, somehow overlap. It's like the worst Venn diagram, quite frankly. How all of you overlap. And then how even Coop's like, oh, this organized group over YouTube and Facebook that work together. Shit, are we all wrong? In all these cases, including law enforcement, or are we just all crazy and we're all liars about the things done to us in each case? Each case. prior summers, overlapping, and continuing. Is everybody lying, including law enforcement, feds? Or could it just be that it really is you all, and not any of us? Yeah. And if you know, here's the thing, if you know people around you or others are tampering with, screwing with the natural thing, right, that you're studying, and in any way having an effect on it, it makes everything moot. You see how it works? It also works that way in sort of court settings. Yep, sure does. Which is probably a lot of the intention behind a lot of this shit from day one, for several years. And not for the best of reasons, but for the most nefarious of them. Carrying them.
The resources for bill help. I have to look into that. Thank you for sharing that, Dana. Thank you, Nature Lover. You're so sweet.
Also, Scott Bill. Also, a original purist of the fuck JSB thing. Like, oh my god. That will also include D and a bunch of others, Shays, etc., CZs. Yeah, it puts them all right there in Break the Foot.
I've worked in a lot of different areas, and that has helped so much, I think, showing different perspectives of, what people are going through in their life and the family dynamics kind of behind it.
She's worked in so many areas that's helped her understand, but she couldn't pinpoint an abuser at the worst place, and she didn't know where to reach out to. She didn't know it. Yeah, sure, bro.
And it's interesting, for sure. I was trying to think of some things that I wanted to talk about, you guys. But, Dana, you mentioned a good thing. You mentioned an important part. You said that's the goal, shutting people up, in my
opinion. Yeah, I'm trying so hard to shut you all up with your powerful truths and your facts and all that while you're still tagging me, by the way, just like days and weeks ago with it. Hey, can you help us? Yeah, I'm trying so hard to shut you fuck up. That's why I've waited almost a year to even go over this, right? Oh, yeah. Y'all with your fucking vast knowledge of and who are just hammering. Oh, yeah, I'm just trying so hard to shut you up. Yeah, right? That's a fucking narrative and flip script if I've heard one. Y'all, however, are out here begging me like, Jody Simpson, stop it in a threat way and just don't talk about me again. But yet, bitch, here you are. There you were there tagging me, and there you are in all the chats, and oh. And look, she can't think of nothing else to talk about. Well, I was trying to think of what else I wanted to talk about. But, and that's a good point. Let's get back on JSB. Just trying to shut people up. Not any of your other interests in nature versus nurture, and all that shit you were just going over. You don't have a goddamn thing in the world to say other than hammer down JSB. Yeah, okay. Alright, bro. Carry on.
And when I was watching the interview the other night, the interview room gave, he was talking to Dr. I believe it's Gary Bricado. Please forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that name or missaying it, but he is a psychologist, and they were discussing Summer's case. And Dr. Bricado.
One, by the way, which I caught being a little bit of a fibber and other weird shits long ago. But anyway, it's whatever. If you got books to sell, yes.
Commented and made a statement that I want to play for you guys that really, really resonated with me and what we're seeing today. And I want to play it for you. Seconds.
What were we seeing today? 7 months ago. But this thing Ricardo did, it really resonated with her. I guess much like the fraud Moselle, it just, made Jenny and Adrian and Penny and all them just tingle too. Right? With the orders and an abuser again. That he'd been ordered not to be putting out because it included little one. Yep. And then that bitch acting like she too was a victim and she didn't know anything about anything and wasn't smart enough to read paper and was an order and oh my god, right? Playing stupid. I just love it, right? By all these professionals, even it's fun. Let's see what resonated.
And if somebody wants to speak up and they can speak up and they do,
please let me know.
Then they should if they want to. Because if you don't speak up, somebody else will put words in your mouth.
Did y'all hear what he said? If you don't speak up, somebody was going to put words in your mouth. That was Josh from the lab. Okay, thank you. Okay, point number 1. That's why I'm doing this live today. I've not really spoke on a lot of this stuff. I did a community post about it. Sorry for the whole family. Because I know, I could see that they were going through a hard time. And my job as a nurse is to help people. It's not to bring drama or hate or any of those things. And that's what's happened, is that me being engaged in a 5-minute phone call, because that's all it was, is been turned into something that it's not. Okay? And since then, it's been turned into my name being mentioned, that I've tried to give them, and I'm going to quote this, okay? Trigger warning. It's been turned into that we've tried to get her children taken away and removed. We've tried to have them, she has said this, that they have tried to get me murdered. What else? They've been stalked, harassed, targeted, terrorized, triangulated. And that is not the case. Okay? That's not the case. But
Sounds like somebody also, just to put this here, sounds like that Jenny and Adrian should run the histrionics and the stop sign and hat, but they too knew they were stalkers. Remember that? That's just not the case. It's not true. She's just histrionic. They're all the same, aren't they? One's just like another.
It hurts me that even though someone can say these things about you, and knowing that it's not true, it still hurts. Just because those are not my intentions, and never have, and never would be. I want people to know that, you know, they have options. There is care available. There's help available. So, you know, when I first came on here, I didn't realize that something where you were trying to help someone or some people in your community would be turned around into something, a nefarious act of whatever, you know. And that was my naivety. That was a lot of me being naive, and, you know, and I've learned my lesson. Let me tell you, I will not be, I mean, I guess you can't be forthcoming or helpful, right? I didn't call a police department. That was also stated. I did not call CPS either. That was stated. And I'll tell you, I pulled a FOIA on the day that these things happened. And it says who's called on there. And it's not me. It's one person. And you can FOIA that yourself if you want to.
It's one person. Adrian. Adrian took credit for that anyway, but, you know, and even police here that they knew. There's something real sniffy wrong with fucking shit. Just
saying. So, I'm not in a camp. I'm not in an organization.
And then, you know, while Monster and all them were triangulating my eldest and all fuck shit, and had him down here supposedly watching all shit, everybody thinks he was present for it. My eldest walked off and back up somewhere else to another property and wasn't even fucking here other than like 30 seconds. But yet you see those messages. And the police are like, who's that? I was like, oh, it's my son, man. Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? But then he had to tell Monster what Monster wanted to hear and all the things. Then Adrian airs those out, you know, much like the recordings. So, it's whatever.
I'm not a cyberbully. I didn't join a...
And let me tell you, if ever anything was wrong here, the way in which y'all created it and did all the, if anything ever like that was happening here, y'all wouldn't have to worry about it. And here's why. Because Eldest would have straight shoved his foot up my whole ass, for starters. Family would have straight shoved their foot up my whole ass. Okay? Police would have been here. They know the exact numbers and cell phones and personal house numbers. None of that shit was happening, bro. Never happened. Nor would I ever do any such. That's the fucked of it, right? And also, that's y'all fucking gross. But anyway, I was trying to find the part again where, you know, earlier she told me to shut the fuck up, never to say anything again, none of that was true, and pair it with what she just said about her and Dana having the conversation about how she's the one being bullied, she's the one that's whatever, and it's just to shut them up, and then there's the bravado, if you don't speak, then who's, you know, somebody will speak for you. Put those two together, right? She's trying to flip roles there. Not just scripts, but reverse roles with me. In a way, you know what I'm saying? She's telling me to shut up, to not speak on, blah 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 blah. Rewriting, narrative, lying, etc. Like she's spoken on when she has bravado with his narrative interview room thing down there, right? And then later on, her and Dana are both talking about how I want her to shut up. And then there she is playing a piece that stuck with her from Josh and Mercado and it's there in the interview room. about how if you don't speak, then who else is going to speak and call it and do all things. It's interesting, isn't it? They really do think they're really psych savvy around here. I don't fucking get it. They really think they're fucking smooth. It does, however, work on an abundance of idiotic individuals and the gullible and those with true heartstrings and whatever else. They buy the bullshit and the sniffles and the flip scripts and the trading out positions and all. I ain't one of them, motherfucker.
Very organized group to come on YouTube and target and terrorize people and do shady shit behind the scenes. So I want to state that, and I'm tired of hearing it. I'm tired of it being said, because it's not true, and I'm sick of it.
Now, mind you, she just mentioned how me talking about the stalking, the harassment, triangulation, this, that, and the other, the group effort shit. None of it was true. And therefore, she was tired of fucking hearing it. And she's telling me to stop it. And to blah, blah, blah. Seriously.
Jody Sue, you need to stop. You need to stop saying Rojo after. I'm not in a camp. I'm not in an organization. I'm not a cyber bully. I didn't join a very organized group to come on.
Keep the cyberbully in mind. Like I said earlier, I'm going to repeat that. Keep that in mind for here in just a second.
YouTube and target and terrorize people and do shady shit behind the scenes. So I want to state that, and I'm tired of hearing it. I'm tired of it being said, because it's not true, and I'm sick of it. Jody Sue, you need to stop. You need to stop saying Rojo after trying to include me in something that did not happen. This is it right here. I'm asking you and telling you, please stop. I've heard enough. And I'm not.
I love your mama with a toddler. That don't work here. It's pretty disgusting, Karen.
A part of what you're accusing me of.
And then you combine that shit with, let me see if I can find the spot.
A lot of domestic violence issues were discussed every day, hours on end.
But if you're dealing with the kind of person who operates.
Did y'all hear what he said? Commented and made a statement that I want to play for you guys.
It's weird during this cycle where Mikado was coming up, all the things, Ryan, Monster, more golden tickets, all this shit, more terrorization, falling, and then they do this piece, and it's almost like they know what's going to happen in advance, like Dana has to do the thing in the chat where it brings up, no, Rogue, you're the one being bullied, and manipulation, all that, and then there's the Mikado, oh, here's what I was listening to earlier, and I got it ready to play. It's almost like a pre-planned effort. Almost.
That really, really resonated with me and what we're seeing today. And I want to play it for you.
Oh, and then people the day that she did this, making sure it was like inundating my inbox, because I was supposed to pay attention to it then. Gosh.
Seconds. Sparked out.
And if somebody wants to speak up and they can speak up and they do,
please let me know.
Then they should if they want to. Because if you don't speak up, somebody else will put words in your mouth.
Did y'all hear what he said? If you don't speak up, somebody was going to put words in your mouth. That was Josh from the lab. Okay.
Bitch, I spoke up and y'all put a whole abundance of words in my mouth. Manipulated them, clipped them, lied about them, narrated them, drove narratives with them. Yeah, okay. And you lie and mind fucking people. Like, y'all really think you're smooth, don't you? It's fun. Anyway, but yeah, it's totally about you, though, dude.
Thank you. Okay, point number 1. That's why I'm doing this live today. I've not really spoke on a lot of this stuff. I did a community post about it. No.
This is Birdie. She's never really spoke a whole lot about this stuff, but if you look at her in all the discords and all the areas and all the chats and all the places and all the bees and this there, by God, she's done a whole lot of fucking la 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 la. So yeah. But guys, she just had to create a channel to give you the sweet voice and the narratives and to make you think none of what you've seen or have recordings or evidence of is true. And she needed a channel to speak about some of these things. Oh, dear God.
End of it. I was hoping that would be the end of it. Unfortunately, it has not been the end of it, and it's just going on and on and on and on. I'm tired of it.
Yeah, it's still going on, brother. And you're still doing the shit. The other day, you're fucking tagging and shit. You're all over the fucking place. With these same people. It's just going on and on and on. It's like the goddamn endless lamb shops. With a bunch of fucking wannabe Karens, web sleuths, needful things, monsters, abusers, weirdos, cons, criminals, I don't know, local inserters, helpers. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. All of you fucked up sideways. Have been. It's been going on. So I guess when y'all stop it, please, we're asking nicely at this point. And then maybe you'll stop being called out for the shit. But I doubt that's gonna happen because, I asked a motherfucker for almost 3 days, please just knock it the fuck off, keep your energy, stop fucking with me, And then life can be peaceful and all things can be as they're intended to be and can be a wonderful world and, wouldn't have to be complaining about shit if, you'd water your own goddamn grass. It's not going to get through. Your brains are solidified. This is just who you are. Whether you're manipulating and you're conning and silver tonguing or not, because y'all think you're pulling some sort of web sleuthy, whatever, criminal, took a module, I don't give a fuck what it is, lip locked, or whether it's a penny driven or an Adrian a response thing. I don't care what the fuck it's for. It's stupid. It's as stupid as the database. It's as stupid as this is the worst study ever. I don't know what the fuck y'all think you're up to other than manipulating other human beings. And that includes subs members chats around true crime and otherwise, and people in and around the case that you insert and go real life on, and therefore everything you all do, say, move, etc. after that is a moot fucking point, which is why I called Jenny stupid so far back with her goddamn corrupted from the get database. It's worthless. It's as worthless as all of you all are. As whatever the fuck you think you are. While you're doing whatever the fuck it is you think you're doing. For whatever you want to feed yourselves or each other or your web sleuthing groups or whatever the fuck it is, or just your claims to fame that you were doing whatever in whatever case at one time, or you built a channel at, or you helped, or you provided a whatever. I don't really give a flying fuck. Y'all suck. The whole lot of it, in its entirety for several years, has just sucked, and all of you all suck. I don't give a good goddamn what your reasons for it are, justifications, fucking around and finding out. I don't give a damn about it. I'm just gonna call y'all out on each step of it. And it's just how it is. I hate you are in your feels about it. I hate that for you about as much as Monster was always in his feels about it. You'll get the fuck over do you want. I recommend you find somebody that's a doormat or won't call it out or will shut the fuck up so you can do whatever. And move on. Maybe offer him a ring, because that's about the only way that's gonna fly. Y'all go ahead and find somebody that wants to stay shut about the fucking awful people you are. I ain't in it. Y'all should have probably consulted and given it more money. Or studied it or thought about anything a little further before you come at me sideways. Rabid junkyard dog. And all about that. Fuck you, change behavior is the only way that, and bitch, I see you, motherfucker, before you even are motherfuckering. Don't test me. And I got all the receipts. You probably should have done more, I don't know, should have handed over more consultation fees to monster. I mean, hell, all I was asking was measly $500 and shit anyway at first, right? Hard on that. Anyway, hold on just a second. I don't know. It's been years worth of all the bullshit from all the angles and all the attempts at and all the shit. And there's been so much of it from so many of them, so many different things. It's just like, you know. Anyway, was this during that phase where TM was like, "Look at Josh not being so nice about JSB in the messages"? Was this during that same era? Like, was that at the start of the carrot shit around it or whatever? And then they had Josh grilling him. Was this around the same time frame as that? They always so mad about that. Penny first and Jenny and Adrian about it. Why won't they do what we want them to fucking do to JSB arts? Man, they get mad. That, all the things. I don't know, man. Hold on just a second. enhanced. I gotta do something real quick. Do you want to grab a link, take over panel for a few minutes? Or you don't have to put some mod pants, or if you want to participate in it. Well, you don't even have to have mod pants, cause yeah, I've got it on members only. I think we're safe. I forgot I put it on members only to stop the bullshit remote. But if you wanted to grab a link and take over panel for a few minutes and speak on any of this bullshit that you know about or can add to, if you want to, you could or can. The hell is that kind of? Speaking of propaganda, bro, Foxaganda News is on this shit. Yesterday I had the misfortune of hearing some of this shit, and it looks like one of the Orange Man baby's offspring was on there telling the whole world that all of a sudden, right before everything, a cloud flipped upside down and looked like an angel, and it was God saved it. I was like, holy shit! I don't ever want to hear anybody in this fucking country was watching that. It was like, yes, that's what it was. Seen the angel in that cloud. It was God. I don't ever want to hear any of you motherfuckers say a word about fucking North Korea. You know, I mean, all the Kim Jongs and the Kim Ils and everybody else, they don't shit either. They're infinite. They, you know, the powers that be, the Jesus. I just can't. What the fuck? That was wild though. But okay, there was I can't remember. Oh dear, what did I do? What did I do? Okay. Alright, there's the link if you want it, and you want to jump up here and speak about whatever you know and no aspects of analysis, you know. You can, you don't have to. But I'll be back in just a few minutes. Which could inevitably be 15.
Yeah. For the main event, I'm going to be
Oh,
Buffalo.
that was the wrong one. Oh, okay. My bad. You know no aspects of analysis, you know. Alright, you might close the other tab and hit.
Alright, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. No way you're seeing my real face tonight.
I wander around it.
You know who that is.
Right. Yeah, I didn't figure it was anybody else tonight. If it is, whatever. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Alright. I just shut down my other thing, but I've got to mute my TV. Hold on.
Alright, can you hear me? I can. Okay. No way you're seeing my real face tonight.
Alright, hold on. Of course, I was not really prepared.
You know who that is. Right. Are any of us ever, though?
Well, I'm really unprepared. But anyway, alright.
Yeah, I didn't figure it was anybody else. If it is, oh dear.
Yeah. Alright, let's see. Hold on. Shut down my trying to. There we go. Oh. All right. So yeah, I've been trying to post a couple of comments in chat, but it won't let me. The word I keep coming up with that it won't let me post is SWAT. Like, she knew you were going to get swatted. She was.
I know a lot of people right now are being like, you know, the words themselves are autoed, and it's because of the current political situation.
That might be why, but every other comment I was making was kind of not going up. But yeah, I will plainly and openly say I was actually on the phone with you while they were in the process of making all of this happen. And I know most of us know that, especially members, but I still have to say it again. Like, there was behind the scenes Adrian contacted me and saying I was supporting a monster and blah, blah, blah. And Yeah, that person knew exactly what was going on. Any instrument in that entire process knew specifically what was happening before they did what they did. It was no big surprise.
Nope.
So
Nope. That's why they've tried to revisionist history. The dates calls are actually made on. Why each creator gives them that different. It's why they all disagree on the time length of certain calls and meets, and why things are edited in blank screen because they oopsied and showed messages like those Primero and everybody else. And yeah, all the things. Right?
whether or not it was recorded,
And from when you could hear whom, and yeah.
You know, the whole thing was just so poorly done. Oh, Di's comments aren't showing either. That's interesting.
I think Di's got her other thing back on with the trademark, and because she's not showing up here again. And I think she said she was swapping back the other day, and as long as she does, they won't show up when it's whatever. At least for me on Restream. I don't know about the other one, the regular check, because I'm not watching it over here. I'm
Well, I
playing.
can't see it behind the scenes here, and I just saw it on the TV, but I closed my other window because I didn't want to overlap the two. Because if I have them both open, it echoes over here. So
I know on Restream and all that, I can't see her if she's got trademark up. But in
that's
the
why.
other,
But
yeah, there's something about the trademark that won't allow it.
That's probably what it is. That's so weird. Well, at least we're learning what the options are. Maybe I'll have to learn.
Think of trademarking my own name that way, no matter what chat or anything else does. We'll never have all the things, right?
You
They'll
should have done that 2 years ago when you could. Can you imagine what that would have caused all these people to have to, you know?
Well, they have my channel is trademarked. It's got a little symbol down there, and they just cut it off and act like it ain't.
Yeah.
But I'll be right back. And,
All right. All right. Well, I have no idea what to say, but you know, you guys know me. So, or at least most of you do. I haven't really met Yaya, and I know most of you. So, but anyway, yeah. So that whole thing that was going on with Rojo at that time was not only, she didn't only clearly know what was happening, she was instrumental in putting that whole process together. Oh, Di, don't remove your copyright. I can't see you behind the scenes, but I can see you on the TV, so I'll keep looking. But yeah, she knew. She completely knew. They all knew. Every one of them that came into that 13-hour conversation knew. It was all orchestrated, and it was all processed, and it was all made to happen on, first of all, on information that wasn't even current, on information that was how old? I don't even remember. I wish I did. I don't want to say anything off the cuff because I know there's an actual certain timeline. Like they were actually working on something that was weeks old and trying to say it was an immediate need and trying to say that that Jody's Little was in danger. And I was on the phone with them. We were having a great chat. Little was giggling. It was fun. She was talking about she's a very empathetic person. Was talking about some wrong that had been done a person in her school and actually a person in authority, and she was able to offer support to that person, and we were having all these great conversations, and the banter that goes back and forth between Jody Sue and her daughter is not forced, and it is not any less than funny and fun, and they enjoy each other, and there's no forced anything to that relationship. And as a mom, I can tell you, my daughter and I talk the same way. If I feel like she is being, if I think my daughter's uncomfortable, I ask her, "Are you okay?" I mean, there is nothing that was badly interpreted in that conversation. It was so much fun. We were having a great time until the SWAT happened, until the cops pulled up. And then it was like now what do I do? So I don't think Jody Sue minds me spilling these beans because they've been out before. But I will tell you folks, it was a completely unexpected and very quickly resolved problem, but it was frightening for her. And when somebody does something like that and there's a child involved, I lose all respect for them as people. You don't ever throw the law into a situation that you aren't sure of. Just don't. I mean, yeah, it's okay if you're just going to check on someone's well-being. Feel free. But don't put a child in danger. That could have been a terribly dangerous situation. It could have been a really upsetting and sad situation. And I was a witness to it. And believe me, Adrienne knew what she was doing. She was messaging me behind the scenes. It was a big lie, and it was processed and orchestrated and put together over a period of a couple of days. And there was not one human being in that whole thing that didn't know what was happening. There was no surprise. So I really want to get that point across. Not a single individual in that entire group of people wasn't well aware of what they were planning to do. So anyway, I'm not sure what else to say, but I think it's important that people know that. And I think it's important that the record be public, that it was all, like I said, truly orchestrated and made into a scenario that was not occurring. And that's the real definition of a SWAT.
Y'all did enhanced. Did she fall asleep on you? Oh no! Where did enhanced go? Oh dear. Oh, there you are, enhanced. Nope. Maybe I think enhanced. Did she fall asleep on you? Enhanced is enjoying two of me right now. Oh no! I'm gonna. Yeah, with that. Because she's asleep. Alright. I am back. Y'all, what'd you do to enhance? Oh, you got booted? What the hell? That's weird. And the stream didn't shut down. That's weird. I'm gonna. Because it should have. Because I have the auto thing for stream. Alrighty then. Seriously?
Oh, I'll be back if you want me to be back. But yeah, I got booted. Somebody thought it was because I said the word SWAT, but I don't think that's why.
I don't know. They're probably trying to swat this one to death.
Well, no, it was more like I was talking about what happened behind the scenes when you and I were conversing with Little and Adrian decided to send someone to your door.
Yeah, that. Oh, yeah.
Wait. I gotta close. There we go. I'll shut that one down. All right, so you can hear me again? No echo?
No echo.
Okay. Yeah, I was chatting a little about what had happened behind the scenes and how not one of those people was unaware. And somehow I got booted off. But I don't think we have Restream police yet, do we?
Yeah, it's hard telling, but it should actually shut down because the reason I left you on or whatever is because, like, if I'm going for X amount, it will, and the auto speaker goes on the phone, it'll shut down the stream. So.
Well, I tried. We kept chatting anyway. We were talking about our animals. And then Floppy and Yaya said 2 legs or 4. I was like 2, but he wore the name well. He'll never be anything else to me. So
Floppy breeches.
Yeah, Floppy breeches.
Yeah, for sure. And there's things about that. All things are still around.
Yeah. Well, I don't think I miss him much, but there was conversation about how your sense of humor did a great job with him. So, I'll give you that.
He's one of the fucking worst, but he was so apparent with it, and he was so, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but people just love it because it was that entertainment factor. And I don't know how I never could. Yeah, it's like, whatever.
Ugh.
He's fucking brutal, bro. But he's not. Even though I always thought he was the worst, he was maybe more entertaining, brought people in, right? But he is not the worst. Just some of these people don't even know about him. So it's these. It's the ones with the cute little voices, like the one we listened to. Where I was like, those. It's those
and
like
pretending to be so innocent.
Mm-hmm.
At least he did actually say who he was right away. It's like when they tell you, believe
I'm trying to fuck you up, and this is what I'm getting ready to do to you.
Right. Exactly. Had the whole
I'm going to push you to suicide, while the rest of them, Jenny, Adrian, Piper, they just number the posts.
And if it doesn't work the first time, we'll just do it again. Right?
Yeah.
Literally out loud.
You know why? It's because he has that prison incarcerated aspect to him where he loves drama.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of when they're very what's the word my brain's looking for tonight? Where they're used to prison environments stuff. They're acclimated to, right? Yeah. They tend to get that drama queen aspect. So he has that about his personality. But he's still not, and I don't want to have to caveat everything I say with, well, not all women are the same, and I know most know what I mean without me having to over-explain, but the rest of these operate in a very cliche female societal typical fashion of antebellum fans on the porch. They want to hit how it looks. They want to do this. It's the catty. It's the drama. It's the
mean girl.
female subterfuge that is actually goofy and fucked up. And it's the mean girl shit, right? Like you said. But it's even worse than that. They fuck with each other's lives and ways it's like horrendous, but it is so goofy.
Yeah.
And it's so immature. These are grown women, if not grandmother age and further that you're talking about. It's
and snickering and giggling behind the scenes at the cruelty that they're putting out. That's what blows my mind. Yaya said institutionalized. He is institutionalized, but he was also pretending to be ghetto, and that bothered me. That's just so against everything I've ever thought of in my life.
He was all the bad things.
Yeah.
Look at almost every creator you watch. They can, like right now, they've been starting on, what's her name lately? Illuminati. But half the ones calling her out are the same ones that were over here excusing the same shit from Heels.
Right.
And the same ones who I've heard be homophobic, racist, everything else throughout this, all of them that are calling on it, they've all done it.
Well, those are the things that are behind the scenes too. They're so quietly, they're snickering at the idea of people being homophobic, people being racist. You know, all the bigotry just becomes kind of like a little flag they can wave at each other like, oh, hey, I probably shouldn't say this, but, you know, we're going to defend the guy that wants to, you know, make sure people can't use their own bathrooms. It's like, what? Just some of the stuff that came out was just so negative for me.
Did you see Jenny and Adrian's new story? I've been telling you I've been building this. The Granny's watching her. I think it's her, right? There was a post on, I think it's Chronicles or something, put out a post. Like a year ago, she had also used very bad words. Oh, all the bad ones. And then there they are, and all her hive right now are excusing it. Because they're like, well, people change, things happen, and then time moves on, and change. I'm like, bitch, it's been technically like 6-8 months. She ain't learned as a human being or had that much of a growth cycle.
Nope.
It's just y'all find a way to excuse hers versus her going at Clemente. Like, y'all kidding me with it. And then I'm like, no, you're not. You never are.
They just switch sides as it's convenient. They're always trying to be on the winning side. But you know what? When you're dragging your children into it and teaching them that bigotry is good, there's a problem there. You're teaching somebody that bullying is okay, and that person is following along and actually a part of the thing. That's a problem. I mean, be better. Just do better.
But they never are part of anything. They never do any heckin' thing. They're just good guys.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess anybody can call themselves a good guy. Look at this thing today when you were playing with Rojo, saying like, "Oh, I never intended anything, and I'm so sad that anyone thought this of me." It's like she freaking knew everything, and if not, why would someone have called in the middle of the night and set off that little flame that she had to go do an A or a B to get back to other people as a resource?
Right.
How could she have been a resource if she didn't know?
But that call, think about it. That call wouldn't have been about me. Now, would it? No, because then what she does is she acts surprised about the Jenny thing, all that, right?
Uh-huh.
It means the stuff was revolving around Little longer. And they want everybody something confused and fucked about that on which call took place first and what was happening first. And I wasn't a danger, I was this, and then it was all little that and whatever, right? And which calls and which group meets and all this thing. And, they went back, and I've shown receipts on this, and they've changed dates on those meets and things, like, at least what was seen publicly.
That's what I was trying to remember is how this information was not current information. It was something dredged up from a long while before, right?
Now, Shannon tried to bullshit. No, there was stuff in there that that Monster and Stahl and all the rest have been recording for eons, right? and they'd known about. And they were, even Share Bus was confused, whatever. But what happened is that, so yeah, part of it was based on old shit and some of these cycles things, but they tried to make it that way. That way Monster Bell took for contacting and then talking about me and all these things. But what happened, was the night before, and they took shit that didn't even happen like that and made it into a thing overnight because it took them about a day or so, And then that's, how he ended up there. But no, that had actually, like, the night before or something like that. Elvis and I had talked. We talked about fucking Monster. I knew he'd been there because everybody's like, you see Monster in some of the messages. He's like, and Stahl, being in with Lips at the time, going, oh, she found out last night that so and so's been in contact with Elvis since, and that's the reason that she's mad. No, I knew the instant that motherfucker was background because of behavior, language, parroting, all that. I could read it. I know. Okay? And things started changing because he knew, and it was one of those, and I could tell Monster was already fucking with him.
And that's another indicator of abuse. It's a way to abuse a person that wants to have respect for you and maybe doesn't.
But he's stuck in a spot where he's triangular between me and people he cares about. And he's also used in the way that I know he has been his whole life by them and such. And it was fucking bullshit, and it was terrible what happened to my child, and a motherfucker that never gave a damn one about him. And to do that for this group and to get around people and my family shit for.
So manipulative.
That also fits into Monster's patterns. Like, even, he'd make sure to be right around my family and keep me cut off that way. And he was doing
the whole loyalty tool.
It's like, yeah, and so he would stay here and live fucking and do weird fuck shit and make up bullshit to do that. And then I'd be like, it's him out. And then the next thing, he would stay here. And then, like, if he did anything wrong, he'd be the first fucking down or around here feeding out bullshit.
Right.
And I would come out looking for a safe place. I'd be bleeding everything else. Nope, here he was parked. Didn't matter the year or anything else. And then it was always, I was like, fuck it. Where do you go? So then, and right before this cycle took place, he was doing the same shit really hardcore leading up to it. And telling people shit that wasn't true, and later on placing shit he was trying to say outright. He even came to this group, he came to my family, and others, giving out the idea during certain times of here that the judge had ordered a psychopath for me. That was not true, and it never happened. And so in that, he was trying to do shit. And that was when they were trying to force the interaction and call to be made between him and Little, in which he then tried to mind fuck her into believing that I'd said certain things like I was going to take him and everybody else out, which plays back into Penny and him already pre-plotting.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is that Penny actually used the same exact terminology that they did in that 13-hour phone conversation, and then the languaging that Jenny used when she came up about it being a hostage situation. That was weeks before the Penny said that.
Oh, eons before. And she said it seemed like her when she was talking to me. She's like, I swear to God, it seems like a situation like that. And then it looks like what they did is they wove from that, created from it, built from it. And then Monster had something else to cover. And then it inserted into the situation, right? I have never in my life told that motherfucker any such thing. Never.
Well, that was an ongoing narrative that started a long time before this whole thing came to a head.
And I've never told that motherfucker I'd take us all there, take me and his kittens. Never, and he knows better. I do have recordings of him and shit saying that, though. I have recordings of him and Last Day being the one going, I'm gonna kill myself and blah, 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 and all this shit, right? And I'm like, holy shit, and then people wonder why I freaked out when I did, because I didn't know shit was going on. I just thought it was one of his normals, cheat and do whatever cycles. He was like, oh, I just need time, and whatever. In the meantime, he's doing all this fuck shit. And he's also telling me he wants to kill himself. And and then anybody who knows the cycle knows they always keep you chasing after, or confused, you're off kilter. And then he knows that I was always trained to chase, right? And to make him feel better about whatever he done. To make him feel like he was needed and I couldn't live that and all this shit, right? And in that way, the last cycle, it was enacted to make that look like a certain way, though he didn't know he did it. Just like he knew getting around Elvis, he could make him talk and do whatever. And say shit that wasn't necessary. But it's, if you don't shit on so-and-so, you ain't part of the cool kids club. So, yeah, I understand my kids perfectly understand what that motherfucker's done, what his family's done. I know what we've survived and lived through. And I know what kind of damage, everlasting, lifelong damage he's done to all three of us. That we have to go through it. We can only heal so much from it. We have to heal through it and make sure chains are broken. He don't. He can do whatever the fuck, and he's okay. He sleeps just fine with that.
Right.
And
for any woman who has ever called herself a survivor or said that they've been abused in the past, and that includes Adrian, hello, what are you doing? Perpetuating abuse on a family, another victim, another survivor, somebody trying to make things better. I don't understand why they took aim at you. I never will. I just cannot comprehend what changed that channel unless it was either monetary or real manipulation that they just fell right into. And neither of them are dumb. I mean, yes, dumb in some ways, but neither of them are unintelligent and should have seen whatever that was.
I don't know. She's pretty fucking stupid, so there is that. She made a whole database filled with shit tampered with and everybody around it screwed with and went real life petting zoo on everybody, which annihilates it, much like Lip Lock's bullshit.
I want to know what good that thing ever did. I want to know what those hundreds of gigabytes and multiple servers ever did to benefit anybody.
That idea was not new. It's not something Miss Polymath came up there with. It's something long done inside the community and YouTube streets for those who have been here for years. There are many, and I've pointed out very early on, in the drama community who have databases on everything that make gavels look like weak shit. And they're better made and everything else. And it's a known thing. This wasn't a brand new idea of hers or anybody else's or even law enforcement. But you can't go around fucking with everything and everybody and whatever and knowing for a fact that even the first interviews with some, in-bin heel or tampered with by other tragedy pimps who are writing shit, saying shit, and all this. You can't really add anything. And then when you have all Lindas and all players in, or when you cohorts who are like her and Adrian, right? They were working on the database together, and yet they're also fucking with me in real life, which elicits certain responses, behaviors, all this other shit, statements, right? That then they're going to include in the database. You can't do that.
Well, there was an awful lot of very strange activity around that thing the minute it became a public concept, and a number of us tried to warn Jenny that it could be taken the wrong way and taken into the wrong hands, and she ignored it all and just dove right into Floppy's puddle. It was Floppy and Scott and Cam and all these people who were woo-wooing and, oh, aren't you lovely? And don't you have this information and that information and whatever, trying to figure out what was in it and wanting access to it.
Well, she was trying Chris McDonough and all that, so maybe she could be.
I know that.
She liked him and Gray, wasn't it? Wasn't it her that liked both? Or was she just after? I know chasing revolves around Grant.
He was actually part of the original Gavel Geeks. He was part of the original group of people that were following, following court cases once they got to court. But again, and he was a little too dry and a little grumpy, and he went off on his own with chasing, and that was fine because his personality was grating. But it had been 10 years worth of collaboration. So yeah, she knew people she could have talked to otherwise, but it just so happened that Chris raised his hand at one point in the middle of something, and she found out she had the possibility of an in and wanted everyone to recommend her to him. And then we had to retract that recommendation because it was so unprofessional and there was so much going on. The concept, actually, the comment that came out of Shawu was that they're in the bubblegum seats. basically these are a bunch of high school kids trying to elbow each other out of the bathroom. You know what I mean? It was just so bad. There was not a single bit of credibility left. Not one.
But I can't imagine in any realm of the universe in which I would like be enamored or held in awe by anything like Chris McDonald.
Yeah, well, at the time, like I said, we weren't really connected or didn't have any real knowledge of anything, and it was just a matter of knowing a name and offering an audience to some extent, but that didn't even really happen. So it was sad. But anyway, I will never understand how that whole thing happened because it was so negative and so horrific to see people suddenly turn on a human being trying to make their way in the world with the difficulties you were going through of not only separation, but your illness and everything else, and try to assume that you were the most likely candidate for their suspect. That was so bizarre. And these are people who had for years had been adamant about having everything be, qualified and, have it all be logical and behind the scenes, knowing that there was an actual record, having LE be a real indicator of what was right and wrong. And then all of a sudden they just went off the deep end and turned into a gossip column. So that was sad.
There's reasons for that, but it's like behind the scenes you could see them talking to each other and everybody else and be like, no, she didn't have anything, but, and then in front of the world,
there's absolute proof that they know it had nothing to do with you. Nothing. That you couldn't even have been involved.
Even I've shown enough receipts that show there's no possible way for I or my children. I don't know, man.
And then they narrowed the scream down to you instead of saying, I just was reading through transcripts today trying to find something, and I found one where Andy says, nope, it was my kids that heard the scream and, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I believe there was one. It wasn't just you. Like, that's how they brought it up. Was it just you? And
always just me and just the neighbor, because it's harder to make people believe that three people are somehow. And then if they do bring I or my kids up, then they always do that animalistic sound, but that's out of class. And he says almost, or whatever.
Yeah.
But that is not what he means, and that's not how it finished. And but it's harder to make them. And if they do mention them with me, what they then do is they go, oh, but look. And Jenny and Adrian have tried to drive out the narrative, when Little spoke about me to Scott, who's clearly knows piece of shit, and Tiffany.
Right.
And look, she's making her say these things about her. Oh my God.
Well, that's the other thing we were talking about right after you left, is that there's nothing forced about her perception of you or her interaction with you, and that she is very much her own person and actually has something real to say and isn't prompted into saying anything at any point, and had a thoughtful moment, and they turned that pause into something where she was being manipulated. And I'm like, how many people actually stop to think before they speak?
She knows exactly what I do. Anything she said was going to be used, twisted, so she was choosing her words carefully.
She was, absolutely. And every reason in the world to stop and think about what you're going to say, and then to say what you really feel. And that was the opportunity. And look what they did with it.
She knew who she was face to face with, too, which is Tiffany and Scott.
And, yep. Well, she even said so. One of the best conversations I think ever came out of her mouth was calling all of these adults on their idiocy, calling them out and saying, look, you have the opportunity to feed hundreds of minds, and this is what you're doing with it? Like, what is the matter with you? Bright girl. Bright girl.
Because she knows she's talking to two motherfuckers who'll eat us alive and cause those problems, and she knows anything shit, So it had nothing to do with me, but that's what you get when they do include them. It's all that mama's bankruptcy, mama's bullshit. And if you know the truth, you know that these kids were face to face with law enforcement before they ever seen me again. I think Boogie came down the hill and wants to try, something like that to get the dogs when they brought in whatever, and he came down to get those, went back up, didn't really talk. I mean, everybody was still searchers, writing about all the things, And then otherwise, I think the feds came into contact with him first because when we were let out, we went out. And then before we could even get a few minutes out, they had called us back in when the feds arrived, and they talked to the kids. And I've always asked for them to be talked to separately of me, not near shot and elsewhere. Always. On my own. I was like, take them and interview them separately away from us. There's a reason that even Monster couldn't get what he wanted from Elder stuff because I made sure that we didn't even discuss it in ways, even though we may have needed to, as far as healing and things like that go around and the trauma from the situation. But it was best not to, so we didn't contaminate one another. There's been moments where, you know, things are, obviously they're not oblivious, but,
Right.
and then when I realized this group was headed hard for them, and then I realized Monster's background that instantly, and after money, and there was context to the group behind the scenes, I was like, oh, fuck, here we go.
Yeah.
And, to keep Little safe, keep myself safe, there were certain conversations that were not going to be had so that then it could be milked from others that shouldn't have been around others. And then it's sold to Jenny and Adrian for databasing of this group. And then, all these things that were for the betterment of Summer's case, even if detrimental to us, right? As our healing and processes were taking place and a monster inserted back in and splitting everything apart and trying to shatter it, and goes back into the blackmail letter, right, with the destruction of and tearing kids apart and whatever, and child support out, and somebody's gonna, all these other things, right?
Oh, I just
And so
honestly,
when they didn't accomplish it, they almost ruined and hurt Little and Elda's relationship to the point of no return. And that is a mom for me with those two who have been closer than anything I've ever seen in my life.
and they deserve that. They deserve to have that ability to be close to each other for life. My kids, my son and my daughter, are still very close, and I'm so glad for them. And they're adults.
The problem is that Monster's now inserted, and there are only certain things. So in a way, that motherfucker is still being anywhere. Plus this group and how everything goes, and all of these other things, it does play a role still in relationships. But they didn't manage to destroy. But
No
they
parent has a right to separate his kids. That's just,
he
even if
didn't.
it's, just an attempt to. That's cruel.
Well, this group played it too, and they almost fucking destroyed. I mean, you, as a parent, you couldn't have wished for any better. These two have always been, I mean, tight, and even with the years separation, and that to me was probably one of the most devastating moments to see an almost absolute destruction of at the hands of Monster, especially, and this group working together, all simply because they wanted a data bank or get a hold of witnesses and to fuck with me mostly, right? And to do that by any means necessary, like promised. Like they promised live and out in the open for entertainment purposes only, right?
Right. And threatened to do to your son in the first place. I was on my phone in the car driving the other day when I heard that person, or saw that person come up talking about what was going on in the other chat and what was going on, in the title, etc. I don't want to give any attention to it, but I was like, they're still doing this stuff, and it's so absolutely against the law. I mean, doxing a military member is absolutely illegal. And
yeah, but because they've gotten away with it so long since Tiffany and Penny only started doing it with Adrian shit and attacking him and all shit, they think it'll never come past. But there are special protections for military members, their family members with them, and you don't do certain shit. And putting a target on her back too to try to get him harmed, like was done on the same place just a few weeks ago. I don't know, man.
well, I just hope they remember that the internet lasts forever. And look at today, here's Rojo taking down the video. Like, that's gonna matter. Like, in the long run, nobody has that, right? It's all there. It's all behind the scenes. It's all been data banked. Let's think about how much of that information is actually already recorded and
She
connected.
was sitting watching because that was still there until the second I said, okay, now we're finally getting to it. And then.
Yep. Well,
so that's not
been a mistake from the beginning. I mean, there's, you expect someone to somewhat be truthful, haha, if they're supposed to be a professional at something, especially caregiving. But I wouldn't want that anywhere near my family members.
I mean, does that sound logical to you at all? Does it make sense? Does the math add up on it?
Not really, no. And the conversation, the lack of logic that's gone on when you're listening to that person is what are they? I could see maybe being an assistant and changing bedpans or something, not to be rude, but I don't see that person having an education as an RN or an LNA or anything. I don't.
It's reported that she works at the same place one of my family members does. And it's also been told me that it's moved jobs to get nearer and do. So I don't know.
As what? A custodian? Or I mean, I don't know. I don't see any professionalism there. And maybe that's just my mistake in believing, maybe people don't, maybe it's not required that you be logical and intelligent to be in the medical field anymore. Is that the case?
Notice she said it makes you not want to reach out again. Implying she reached.
But
then she says she was asked because of her whatever. And that means she should have had all that knowledge. But instead, then she has to call somebody she knows.
Right. And not only that, just to have the lack of morals to be able to buy into a little situation like that in the middle of the night with no pre-knowledge, without knowing anything about it, just to suddenly provide this information because she knows what the family's going through. What? The family's going through your interference. The family is going through people inserting themselves into real life situations that they do not belong in.
Think about it. She hadn't at that point to know that a known abuser was on here, admitted to this shit, had a worse place, all these things. And then, even if something like that had happened, it could possibly be because, well, guess what? An abuser's inserted back in our lives with the tragedy Pimp she's buddies with. He's up shit and
stir stuff up and make it worse.
And then they go help the monster?
Yeah. That's the tendency here. That's what's getting me. Is like they obviously knew which team they were picking. They knew what side they were on. And to defend a person who has admittedly abused others against the person they abused.
And then he was on background chatter with Monster and Stahl and the rest going, oh, well, she just now found out that he was back around. No, I knew from instant one. I didn't bring it up, but I knew. I'm a boy's mama. I know. All right. And so as they knew that, and it's like she had enough to know, like, that there's an abuser around. People don't want that around. It's causing problems. Why is an abuser back around this part? And why then, maybe this mom and daughter, but instead, I mean, there's enough chatter about it that it's like, she's got her terrified that if we get custody, her dad gets to see her, then, she's going to have her do whatever. Bullshit. And then, of course, that changes narratives too, right? And it's like, bullshit. No. Monster knew even in person for all those decades what a danger he was to the children on all levels. And it was openly like, yeah, you're right, and I was often afraid that something would happen to them overnight or, because of his mental and even emotional damage and things. And he knew this. This was a no, and he was like, yeah, I guess, yeah, you're right. But,
well, and your daughter has said it out loud in a public forum. Like, they expect me to have respect for a guy who A, B, and C. This is not...
Threw food at her, all that.
Yeah. And his the idea that even that she has to say that stuff is so sad. But once she said it and you've heard it, listen. Because it is so hard for a kid to open up and speak out against a parent. It is a very difficult thing to do. You don't do it on a whim. You don't do it to please your mother. You don't do it.
Everybody here can a lot of bullshit or whatever about the food, and they can call her that, but there are real police reports and real things that happen.
Absolutely.
And the monster's parents, like, they abused him food too, but they took a yogurt canister out of a trash can in the kitchen. His mom did. And because Eldest didn't, like, scrape the damn thing clean, and took her fingers wrapped around it and smacked him through the fucking face with it. And then all hell breaks loose. I've told the story before.
Yeah.
So for anybody in law enforcement or profilers not to take all these things to mind and to call my little a fucking liar about food-oriented events around him, and see his mom had done it just a few nights before after Summer had vanished. Around where I'd bought little food, and then little didn't. I was like, but trying to force her to eat more than she was comfortable with and shit. And then, like, terrorizing her over it. And then Monster knew how that made her feel, so then he does shit with food and stuff just a day or two before he leaves. I mean, he enacted what his parents enacted and knew bothered her, just like the Summer stuff. It's fucked up, and you can't say why when there's police reports on the behavior of all of them when it surrounds food and these children and abuse and weird shit throughout the years. It's there. Jody Sue ain't telling no goddamn tales.
Well, no kidding. And obviously she's not either. What benefit would come out of that for a child to speak that way, like, candidly about a parent? And by the way, I also heard her speak about you and the things she said about you. Well, she's kind. She knows who her mother is. And she knows who her father is. And when you hear a child speak out loud, listen. That's all I can say. Just listen. And these people thought they could second guess or prop her up as, or make it all about, poor father can't see his child. That's not what it is.
To him, it would have been a victory. Him and Stahl, and it would have been a way to annihilate me just like Jen and Moore. But to also get hands on the smallest witness, sell her off, everything she knew, they could get out of her by any means, including abuse, threats, all this shit, right? And it would have been hot. I mean, like, for him, and his cohort over there, for this place, they assumed it would do the same. It was a form of extreme abuse towards us both, what was done. And what still in it, motherfucker don't give a shit one. And I've shown him, there are a million messages. He's like, well, you keep fucking kids. I don't want to see them again. I'll bring you whatever you need this year. And, whatever. And you're the one raising them. You've been the one raising them. Fuck, if it wasn't for you, they wouldn't be alive. You're a good mom. The only thing I can't say bad about you is you are a good mom. And then all of a sudden,
exactly.
He knows better. He knows better. And he knew better when all that shit was done, just like he alludes to when he goes, those bitches got it all fucked up now being punished, can't get money.
Yep. I think that was the same conversation, or maybe just one before it, where he said he couldn't imagine you hitting a child. He'd never seen you even hardly yell at your kids. What did he say? I don't think she's even yelled at her kids. We have that transcript. I showed it to you, I think. Anyway. Yep. Recorded it. He's saying on his own live that no, he can't imagine you ever hurting a child.
Yeah, and but they want to right. And I can show many messages, but see where he had to go to court in front of Stalin and make it seem like all those messages transfers where he had no forethought about it affecting Summer's case or what I and the kids were saying and how it might try to discredit, which he don't give a fuck about Summer. It was about his dick and his whore and whatever else. And mind fucking people with the same bullshit he always did. So he had to make it like, oh no, she's got devices, sir. Lawson, Pruitt, the courts, and it's her writing for me, and it's this, and bullshit it was. But that was a way to discredit because he couldn't steal those devices like he was trying to do right in the last days. And that includes everything. He was trying to get his hands on them. And he knew. He knew, and he had to discredit them some way, but he didn't care how that might affect everything else. And then you see Jenny and Adrian continuing that on. Oh, the phone was still this. No, that ain't possible because this phone was that, and this was that. And if I'd done what goes back there with the messaging for him, typing everybody, the drama shit, especially where she's right in the middle of it while he's taking a nap, which is truly what he's bored. Because she has played a great deal in all this shit, more so than him. But he has to make her happy in order to do, you know what I mean, and make her buy the bullshit he's fed her for so long, and let her do whatever to me because I'm enemy number one apparently. And you know what she was doing to me and my kids too, long before it was done, and that's pretty gross too. But
Yeah.
before summer vanished, long before, and she's just the type of person she is. But
Yeah, it's another person with no self-value.
if I've been doing any of what you see him letting her do, which is actually talking for him in all of his shit like that, causing drama in that way, oh my god, look, he would have killed me. There'd been no doubt. Any communications between devices are usually therefore for him and tires or whatever, you know, he told me to text or message, something like that, but nothing more than that. You know, and definitely not what she's doing and has been doing for several years here with his accounts and everything else.
Yeah, why is nobody talking about, sorry, but about her kids and about how they're being raised and about what they're living with and how they're living? Why is this such a focus on you?
Just like my kids, I'd rather they be left out of it, but I've always thought that weird myself, considering you have both of them on panel, clearly in a not legal state, all this shit. She's with someone she knew was an abuser before she got with him, of women and children. Knew was on drugs. He's over here bragging about being on drugs. They're still doing that, whatever this, and then they're daring to be like, you know, and nobody, and needing a camper, small and everybody's like, oh, it's fine, save the babies. And little one, where are they going to fit all these kids in this camper that ain't got one bedroom in it? Nobody, no nothing. Nobody's talking about their toilets or anything, are they? You know, what about their
anything about it
that they're doing on live streams? What about that drug use? What about the can't hold a job, can't they're online doing it? Did anybody ever bring it? No, they did not. They didn't go save the babies from then. You know, but I'll tell you when all this shit happened because of this group and all that, you know, it was already pretty well determined that those two, or at least that one, should not have and was not fit to.
Right.
And be near these, so that therefore canceled. I mean, that was, yeah. And so, and even told them that, you know, if Little didn't want to do, that's fine. But then there's all that shit just to torment her and torment me. You know, what the fuck was the point in all of it if you're gonna tell those same people that, well, she don't want anything to do with me then. But that had already been said by her in open court already, days after all the shit went down.
So
before
what
y'all
kind of person second guesses that? Or
he wasn't. He laughed. He laughed, made fun of her, got her age, everything else wrong court, threw her off her, said, "Oh, 18, whatever. Then she can look for me." Yeah, wish she'd held to that with like all of it and like, you know, whatever. But then when it came to money and the group and the bullshit and stall and all that, he was like, fuck it, let them do whatever. And if I can get paid for it, I'll do it. And if I can shut her mouth about the DV and everything else, then, no, well, I'm going to fuck her up sideways with what I know she cares, you know. And it's what they do. And so, you know, if it wasn't for cohort of his, a whole lot of this shit wouldn't have gone in. It's like even I guarantee you, because throughout the rest of the times, like I could call him, so even when we were separated for long periods of fucking time where I'd left and I'd be like, hey, I need XYZ, and if he could, he would, whatever, he'd drop it off, have it dropped off, whatever it was, you know. And then immediately with her, it was a no, but me and you will go bang in fucking hotels on the government money for your little that you're not supposed to be getting. We'll go do that in Gatlinburg. You know, and we'll pretend that's not happening, and then we'll keep doing that and not paying, you know, all the shit, right? And I just find that pretty low. And then it's been, well, they didn't ask this child support. Yeah, no, Judge Boyd couldn't find a calculator suddenly. While everybody's leaving the courtroom, and he's like, you got my personal number, making a show out of how well everybody knows everybody in little backdoor conversations and shit that have taken place, and mommy and daddy and all that shit. It was real cute what happened.
It just makes you wonder if any one of these women who are parents had this happen, with their spouse or partner, how would they treat it? What would they think? Would they want that for their kids?
She has kids by other people.
I
I'm
know.
sure somewhere
I
pays,
guess me
right?
too. Yeah.
Imagine getting with a dude that wouldn't voluntarily do that without having to be ordered to. And then is requested repeatedly, and nobody will fucking do it, and then systems don't work out and all this shit. But, we were doing things a few weeks ago when, they should, and it was mentioned from them that, child support was being sought, and it wasn't monstrous shit. That one leans over and goes, "Oh my god, she's taking us for child support." So she is now also responsible because they can take from her taxes, they can take from whatever, all this shit where they're, yeah. So,
God.
and then it's also subject to being taken for the money they spent together now, under Little's name illegally.
Oh, I
So,
sure hope so. I have a friend, I think I told you this before, but I have a friend who was able to actually collect that money back because a check was misappropriated and misused and cashed by somebody who didn't have the child.
and you got
And
to think, what all they've been able to do on mine and Little's name. Their whole wedding was paid for, and it was just to get me to, but it was paid for on my name. Now, they all have to live with the idea and the fact that I and Little and the Torment and shit paid for their fucking money. The teeth, the journey, now they were supposed to be getting those done by the government and stuff, while pretending not to work or anything. But Here Tell and sharing her smile
really, I
journey.
wish I'd known that was available. Good God. How many of these people have actually gotten teeth now? Should we start a list?
From what Monster told my family, it's supposed to be done through like Helping Hands or somewhere, and they only do that if you meet certain financial criteria, which wink wink, nobody, and under jobs and all that stuff, I'm sure weren't being applied. But then Cher advertises it a while back like it's a smile journey, but that only takes place too after convenient times and after golden tickets to property and shit, now don't it?
Right.
Right. Second time in the extreme targeting cycle leading up to what? Court event, other things again. Oh yeah. Yep.
Well,
yeah. So I don't know if that's what you want to be. You want to be fucking whatever. But she chose. But yeah, it's always been that. But that's been the way it's been made to be, is so that everything around them stays clear, no questions are asked, and it doesn't make any goddamn sense. Never has. But it's.
Well, I'll never make sense of this entire thing as to how this damage has been aimed at you and for so long.
And they make fun of me not having a house or anything yet. Those two doing whatever, doing all the things together, making money here. Why they need to care? Why they still living with other people? Why they still can't hold it? Like, what the fuck's up with that, bro? They're both way older than I am. Like, and she's got kids and shit to take care of it. What the fuck is the deal here? You know? But, when they come to a public, it's all the just be kick, you got kicked. No.
Well, I think, Yaya was just talking about that sort of thing too. And if, honestly, if people don't do the right thing, they end up having to pay for it in the long run.
Well, I mean, could you see me being on here being like, oh yeah, I'm drunk, I'm high, I'm doing the acid, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. What about this and syrup? And what they do to me and how they fuck me up. They accuse me of shit and I don't even do none of it. But yet they have somebody, and then they're like, oh yeah, save the baby and send it with that one. And somebody who's actually hurt the child. Like, what the fuck is going on here? You know what I mean?
It's just a form of manipulation. It's a crowdsourcing, basically. They've decided to promote the one thing and belittle the other, and because they have a voice, somehow they're being heard. It's pretty pathetic.
No, it's because it was built to be so by a certain team of individuals who caress the asses of all the monsters right
now. I don't know.
You ever seen a soul channel built to fuck with Monster?
No, I thought you were going to say about you, and I can say yes to that a few times, but no.
There are more dedicated hate channels for me than there are opinions and don't even or anybody else. Like, seriously. But, especially at fucking Peak. But have you ever seen one for Monster that's absolutely dedicated to nothing but that?
No, absolutely not.
Yep.
And
You ever seen?
even the people who pretended for 5 minutes to be considerate or interested or even concerned about what you were going through have all just backed off with their hands in the air. Like, I don't understand it. But it is part of our society too, I think, that the person who is damaged is the one that people, look away from. Like, is there any real support about it?
It makes people uncomfortable. It makes people uncomfortable. And then if, like, a bunch of these, right? I've seen them do terrible shit because they believe the wrong things of everything. And instead of just saying, okay, I was fucking wrong, holy shit, I come upon this new thing that was like eye-opening, I realize now, they'll double down because, coming up against cognitive dissonance and all that shit, bro, people are going to triple and quadruple down when you fight them against to force them out of it.
Break.
And also, people are not comfortable with changing their views after they've made groups or tribes on here because then they're looked at like traitors and spoil sports and turncoats and hypocrites and whatever. When actually the opposite is true. New information, new growth, thinking for oneself, being an actual advocate, anything, is better than. But a lot of these people, they can't even stand that type of quote confrontation or the reality that they might have to like take some pushback, or then these people won't be their friends anymore. Them being their friends or a tribe, even though they know they're doing wrong, is more important than standing up and doing what's right, which is y'all are fucked up. I'm not down with this. They would rather have those friends that are worthless than
right.
And the channels that are really worthless in the grand scheme of humanity and this planet that they all think are fucking something.
That's where that little mean girl hive thing comes in, where they've all got to be a part of the Discord. They've all got to be a part of the upset and, joking with each other and making lewd comments and, like, I've got a knife and a gun kind of a thing. I mean, tell me they're not inciting some sort of violence anyway.
No, on their seats the other day where they had people in the super chats and put them up on the screen where it was calling for people to come here, hook up to the camper, set it on fire, go down the road, all it.
I think I remember exactly when that was.
And call here to power
haul it off, like haul it off to the highway or something. I don't know but anyway. The stuff that was allowed in that chat, and there were more of them.
You can kick that like button like you want to kick Jody Sue's face in or whatever, yeah, all those things. They were there, but
kick that like button like, whatever. I mean, they're just the cruelty and the stupidity of it all.
And that's what I never could get down with, like, for me, and that's what I was talking about earlier and got off track, but where Benny and others, but Benny still got that, thing, and it's a drama thing, and it's for males that have been incarcerated and are institutionalized. It happens, but he also is easily used, and I could watch a great portion of things go down, and he's used to a female abusing him because of his own background, which I always sort of felt a little bad about. But they would, Benny had to be on a leash too, and they would use him, much like they do many characters in there. And I always, I don't know, but either way, they do one thing, and then you have more of a masculine bent on it, which is, I'll fuck you up, and this is exactly how I'm gonna do it, you know what I mean? Right. But then you have the bullshit in the background. I'm like, what the fuck? is that. And I'm more of the masculine bend, so, and I was taught, like, if you got a fucking problem, say what the fucking problem is. If you wanna go down, I ain't gonna pull your hair, we ain't gonna stay here and argue for 6 hours. That ain't even what I'm like. And it will not happen that way. You know? I'm not like, la, 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 and then to pull the hair. I'm not. I'm not gonna do that shit. I'm not a drama type. I hate the fucking shit. I'm not about the Mean Girls Club, the look shit, or any of that crap. So it's always like, I understand why they do it, and how it happens societally, and throughout history, and how we are, and all the things, right? But, like, damn, it makes all of us look bad, you know?
It
And,
really does. It's like I am in some ways so ashamed to be a part of that group, you know, to be a part of, I don't know. I certainly, they do not represent me in any form whatsoever, but it's that female aspect of the trauma drama scene. And then people who think they're smart giggling along. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's indecent. And when you think about it, like, where are their parents? I was just saying in chat a minute ago, I was taught a lesson of kindness in kindergarten. We were taught your attitude has an effect on others. Be kind. In kindergarten. I mean, my twin and I talk about our kindergarten teacher all the time because she was just the kindest person in the world. Mrs. Throckmorton. She was just so nice, but she actually taught everybody in the class, look, you need to be nice to your neighbor because basically your day is going to go that way, right? So just be nice to each other. And I learned it in kindergarten. Where did these girls go to school?
for me, I never did understand, like, I wasn't raised, like, now, when I was young, I obviously had, the thing, so I came out with this, man, I don't want to hear fighting and arguing, I don't want to hear people doing that shit, I don't want to be part of it, so I was never that type, because I despised it so much, because of early childhood things. And, then, when I got back here, and I was raised here, I never heard so much as a foul or harsh or raised tone to one another with people who raised me. That is never. We were not raised that fucking way around it. I don't like it. We were taught how to speak, how to, all these things, but we were not like, you know what I mean? So, and I just wasn't raised that way. So for me, even like dealing with Monster, right, was a pain in my ass. Because he wanted to argue, fight, fuss. I wanted a conversation. I want shit to where it's conversation. Things are worked out at the end. There is, a finality to it, a plan in place to go forward with, real resolution.
Right? Yeah.
And it done in a calm, human manner. Nobody's hurt, no, but you never, like, rare. And for a few years here and there, it could behave correctly, usually after a jail stunt. But either way, and would come to me and be like, hey, before anything happens, or a problem with, whatever. It's amazing, a few years of it. Yeah, it's like, for me, it was hell. It was like, I don't want to argue. I don't want to fight. I don't want to hear raised voices. I don't want to have to raise mine back to be over. I don't want to have to do this whole riding a rodeo thing. I don't want to have to make it to where, I eventually corner, and then the truth then comes out, right? I don't want to have to spend my whole fucking days. I don't want to, just like, I would have, like, it was hell. And, it was the exact opposite of who I'm in. It's the only person, I've ever or will ever argue with. Like, I'm just, and even to that level, even when interacting with him, it's not the argument in a way that his was. Mine was like an entirely different level to balance it out and keep things calm, but to try to, to get to a place of calm to where real conversation, no, not ever, but, I
And
couldn't stand
especially with kids around, you just don't want that
right.
ongoing in your atmosphere.
Right. Especially when I taught my kids and to debate, to this, that, there's no screaming, yelling, all this, and then they had to live and all this shit, but I would often separate. And he knew that's how he used the kids against me from the time they were born, was she doesn't want them to hear or see this, so then therefore she'll take it. Dumbass me, right?
Well,
Protecting
it's
them at
not
first
dumb
from
as
it.
much as you're preventing that
But
type of.
everybody was spent on lessening the damage. You'd done all these things, teaching my children right from wrong, what was okay, being like, look, what happened here, that was not okay. This isn't right. They could see it for themselves, and I had to tell them that. Even children without being taught know right from wrong. You know what I mean? You know
Right.
what are you as a human being and what's not, what makes you sad, what makes you happy, what makes you angry, what hurts you, what breaks you, and they don't feel good. Therefore, most people with envy hearts know that they don't want that for them. They don't want it for others. And they know that people who do that then are somehow different and it's wrong and it's on their parts that it's wrong and not theirs. So I always made sure that I knew nothing was their fault. Every day we go over whatever they want to talk about. If, something happened, occurred. And I always made sure, just touch base with them every day about everything and long conversations. But our real family unit in our life was not what Monster was part of. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When he would come in, come out, text her, it was just like eggshell. But when he was gone is when all things as they should be, and when we could laugh and play and be together and all this other stuff, and just and I raised my kids to understand what was happening around them was not right on any level, on any parts, and
Well, the best you can do is just break that generational cycle. And, in a way, from what you're saying, it sounds like you almost ended up in a situation that wasn't your cycle, wasn't you coming from that type of stuff, but you also think about how young you were when he attached himself to you. I mean, preteen.
I
That's
went
frightening.
the last thing I'll do is ever get in a relationship like, my dad and all these things, right? And then there I was in one and I didn't know. I knew the first night I technically ran each other that I at least paid attention to him because apparently he was around quite a bit in our friends group and right up personal with me, but I didn't pay no attention to him anyway. And so the one night though, he one of the first things that I knew he was lying to me, and it was red flags. Well, I got stabbed with a screwdriver and all this other bullshit and all these things. And then at the time, he was also semi-cheating on a girl, but if somebody's mommy wanted him to be with all this other shit, And it was all fucked. And it was always the same thing, and he's got a pattern of, whatever, same pattern, apply. And, but I could see the red flags, but ignored some of them. Thought I had known for years, and then things, there was a level of things I could tolerate, and then there's a level of things I wasn't. It's like throughout all of our history together, I bought, did for him, took care of him, did all these things, right? Oh, poor baby has real monsters, which he did. At that time, there were real ones, and I understood another broken creature and hurt creature. We were young enough. I was like, man, you know, if I can be healed, and I've healed, and so can they, and whatever. And I thought that would be the case. And it wasn't. He chose wrong. He went the opposite direction with his wiring and what he'd experienced. Whereas I went in an entire different direction with mine. And that's the goddamn sad part of it. If it hadn't been for that, life would have been beautiful. But he chose. He made no,
Yeah.
and especially at certain ages, and that's on him. But and abuse increased after those ages for sure. When brain solidification consequences, all the things happen. And he chose. He had choice and he chose. He went one direction, I went another. And it's not a life I wanted to live or be around or near, and never ever thought I would be. But that's what a lot of survivors of early things will say, and then you're already in waste prime for it, no matter if you try to defend or get in front of it or make sure it never happens. So now you end it. And no.
Well, and I think when you're still that young and you don't have your own autonomy and you haven't had a chance to really gain your independence from your own situation, it's hard when somebody else takes over controlling you.
Yes. Me, I'd already, he, I don't know. It's such manipulation. But the thing is, I'm by that point, I was very much doing my own thing out in the universe. But, and throughout the years, it's like there were so many, I guess, others, they'd always say were far better than him and this and that. Maybe if you want to be basic about it and be like looks, intelligence, jobs, careers, houses, homes, would have treated me with absolute, you know, I dated him, had him, did whatever, but didn't like that shit either, and I still don't. I don't want to be taken care of or kept in any way, and I don't want any of that shit. It's just always felt weird to me too. But that one, I think it's seeing another broken creature or something, being like, "Oh, we have monsters, and I'll take care of them," and then that was used. Just like you see it repeating with Stall. He's like, "Oh, look at Dress being mad, and see, she is the bad guy. My parents and I are telling you, blah blah." And buy me the chains and let me be 14 and let me do this thing. And oh my gosh, I ain't never had. And I've heard him on here and places saying there's shit he ain't never done and or this and that. I'm like, you fucking liar. You really telling that girl that? But I know his story. I can show it a million times for another million chicks and his texts and all things back and forth to him. It's the same story he gives all of them. So I know what he does. And they're all lies. Oh, I've never done it. She's this. And he flips the shit, And it's a way to draw them in, like spider to the fly.
Oh yeah.
And it's something he's done for eons around here. I mean, seriously, like to clerks, it's the same song and dance people he's near work, and they all know better. Most know better. And so it's just his thing, but and it's something he sort of did to me as well, obviously. But it's a lifelong pattern of behavior of his, and it stayed consistent through I and others and many other hers and otherwise.
Yeah.
And then everybody wants to take care of it because they think he's been done wrong when actually he's been doing everybody else fucking dirty and wrong.
Well, no one else actually has a real window into your world in any
reality.
reality.
They were all in our bedroom. They were living in a holler. They knew all the things. They know exactly how everything was a mutual like combat thing. It was that I'm the size of a Sasquatch, and there's nobody in this universe that's told Jody Sue back around what to do in her life. Yeah, for the most part, you're fucking right. You don't, and you best believe you fucking don't. You can ask me. You can talk to me about whatever, but you ain't gonna like, you know what I mean? And even Monster is, and what? Well, yeah, we'll say what. The unicorn. That's it. my lifetime. But yeah, and that's what don't add up for a lot of people. It's like, how in the fuck is she one of those you do not fuck with? But also, this asshole, we're supposed to leave it because that's just the way it is.
That is what it is. And, people who've never been there don't understand that. People who have been there should honor it a little more, or at least give it some credence, because what worries me is that we've got these women out there who literally say, I was abused, I know what it was like, and it's nothing like this, and she's not. And, like, who are you?
Life as a strong, fierce, independent female in a way. Like, we were taught to do the same thing. We can do everything. There were no limits. And we were taught hard work and all these things, but also how we were to be cared for and how we were to find partners that walk beside us, not in front of us, not behind us. And we were taught to take no shit, just like the men in our family. We were taught to, brawl at it if we needed to and not to be like catty and pulling hair. And, it, even in the middle of abuse, I've always been a very strong female, and it's something men often admire, but then they also want to break. And for him,
That's
it was
right. That's the whole point of an abuser, is they see you as being powerful, they want it, and then they want to break it down.
Yes, and it has drawn a lot of characters from me in my life, but every one of them has been like, and I can tell it's an instant like, oh, especially when I was younger, better looking, you know what I mean? And it's like, oh my god, this girl can work on cars, she can dance, she can do this, she's raising babies, she's working fucking jobs even we couldn't tolerate. She can, like hunt, garden, do all these things, right? She's also educated, she's not, holy shit, and she's also the size of fucking Amazon. Oh my god, but then they want to acquire you, and then they want to do fuck shit, and then they want to break that out of you. Or they want to be like, no, we like your clothing, but wait, now you ain't gonna dress like it. Now you ain't gonna do this. Now you ain't gonna do it. And I wish you wouldn't go into the woods. And I wish you wouldn't do the fuck you say, homie. The fuck you say.
Right.
So it's always acquisition. So it's like, whatever, I don't need none of this shit. Never did in my life. And chances are, if it wasn't for him needing a place to stay after stealing like 80 grand off his dying aunt and shit, because I was narrowed down with this bullshit and had not talked to him, wouldn't have anything to do with him, and he shows up and he needs help. Right. The rest is history. So, the thing is that if it hadn't been for him in my coming into the path of my life, I would have absolutely been paper malls and degrees, or what I really wanted to do, was Marine Corps, career, that, if possible, and other things, whatever. And degrees and things, and I would have never probably gotten married. Didn't really have an urge to settle down either, necessarily. Now, once I had kids, I was like, it's time, it's done, we'll settle, we're gonna do the house thing, and that was just fine with me. And, you raise your babies, you know what I'm saying?
Right, exactly.
And I'm okay with that. Like, it was not, oh my god, I'm young and you're taking my life away. It was never that. It was like, hell yeah, I got babies. I got the babies. I'm gonna do the babies. Get me a house, bigger fence, I'm gonna do the babies. Right? And that's all I wanted, was normal. I will provide these children that did not come here by request with as normal as. And raise the babies. And so life changes, you roll with it. And, and I've still attempted many times to do what I want to do as far as dreams go, but every time we do step away, Well, I always pushed him to be better, to do better, to go for this, go for that. Plans in place for retirement before even the next year or two, he could have done been retired. Even in the year or two, I mean, like, you don't even understand. So, wouldn't do any of that shit, though. But yeah, if it hadn't been for that, I mean, I was just never really, even as a kid, I was never one of those, like, oh, let me look at the wedding books and let me do this and let me do that, and I'm planning and the Disney things. And that was not what I was taught. We
Right.
kind of like to do as we want, and frolic and travel the planet and educate ourselves and then think about that and all these other things. And, for me, it was like I didn't have that whole, I want to get married and I want to blah, blah, blah. I just didn't have that about me, and I still don't. You know what I mean? And he was the unicorn, and that's it. So, it's all because he was broken, and I don't know. Monsters have a habit of finding, people who are attracted to broken things or monsters appearing as broken who choose them on. And they take and take and take from them until there's nothing left. And they
Right.
never reciprocate, never refill the jug, and you can only give so much.
And then it's your fault when you're broken.
Yep.
I
And
know, I get it.
us, it's like almost the magnet. It's like you find each other, especially
Yep.
when you're pre-wired for that from childhood, even if you don't you try to avoid it. It happens.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, if it hadn't been for that, and then other people, it's like they think around here for years. I've heard that. Those are not heard. Move on, man. It ain't about him at all. It's about DV. It's about something that's been important to me since before that motherfucker was ever in my realm. Okay, and I'll speak about it. It's about saving others for me. It's about things I planned long before any of this shit went down. So I was like, one day if I get out of this, I want to help others. I want to find change. I want to find ways to really help people, women and children, etc., up out of these situations to where it's not further punishment of them by systems or papers or, the mom inundated with bullshit while the abuser gets away with, real
Well, I
fuck.
hope you know that you have had that influence. And yeah, it just said it's an ecstatic feeling of being a new mother. I have honestly, I've listened to you educate people who've called in with an attitude, with a vengeance, and talk to them and tell them like there is a better way. You've done a lot of good here, whether you see it or not. I hope you do see it, but just to have somebody who's an advocate for change, to have somebody who knows what it's like to be in that situation, and even though you're not completely out of it, you're still working so hard to, and other people are inspired by that. And we've heard it and seen it through the last few years. As tragic as it's been as to why you're here, I think the benefit has been obvious, really has. And all those mean girls and freaking naysayers and idiots who crawl in here to try and make noise are just proving themselves to be the dirt that they are. And it's not taking away from the message at all, Jody Sue, because the message is that there are better ways to go. There are better ways to rise above it. There are ways to get away from this and to call people out when they're being.
The problem is how many
Right.
other soul enhanced are going to die because of what they've seen this group do to us.
I know.
How
And I
many
think
others are going to die in the dark and be afraid to reach out and die before them and their kids are in body bags?
totally
Because
hear you. No.
whole tens of thousands shows an example of what society really thinks when in a pack, and they're terrified to reach out. They think, oh shit, this is what normal people think, and shit, I better not with my kids. Or what if a system fucks with me the way they have just be? Or what if, this is what really people think when I come out as abused or ask for help for me and my kids. Well, all these people that I'm around right now at this tribe online or my buddies or whatever, is this what people really think? And they stay quiet just a little too long.
I know.
And they
Well,
die.
That's why I wish for accountability. That's why I want to see people who are out there, throwing bullshit out get called on this and realize that they are going real life. They're working against real human beings who are trying to heal. And, but just seeing that fight happen could encourage one person to just move beyond their fear. It's important. It is important work. And I hear what you're saying. I know, but this tide is not going to change. Our society is built to belittle the victim. It has happened from the beginning of time.
Was getting better, but certain political things over the years have made it worse, and it made things more Amber, Heard situation. That definitely kick in because of and then that goes with the Me Too and how people are feeling about politics and all that and everything. And society wise, combined with politics and all things that are occurring in our society, it's worse. It was getting better, and now
it takes strength to fight against it. And I think just giving that encouragement and saying it's time to take a stand. It's time to actually call these people out on what they're doing. You've got all the pieces laid out in real form, in real time. This isn't foolishness. This is receipts and reality. And these people have played into this pattern of deceit and this pattern of destruction of other human beings. And if it hasn't been being exposed, if you had not exposed it, it's like obviously people have to kind of be looking for this message. A lot of people who have come to you or listened to you over the years have actually recognized, I was being lied to. This is the pattern and this is the reality. I think it's an awakening that has to happen. It's not easy. It's like you can teach a classroom of 30 people and maybe 2 will get the message. But those people are important. And it does make a path for others to follow. Like the wider the path, the easier it is to follow.
I just feel so sad and terrible for all the others this same group have worked through for years, including even before Watts, that they've done this to, and they've managed to silence all these parents of missing murdered children, families, of course, even overwhelm law enforcement degrees, but they managed to silence them when and they always pick, do they not? Yes, always a neighbor, a witness, or somebody else to blame.
Always the babysitter, the whatever. I mean, there's always a different face in the mix that they decide to aim at, point at, that takes away from the actual focus that Ellie has going on.
And before summer, you see that it already existed as a pattern for this group. And then look at Karen Reed and how many of those here are actually involved.
Exactly. That whole thing just went down right here. I mean, I live right in the Boston area. I'm actually not, I'm out of it. I'm a different state, but that flooded the airwaves.
Yeah, but look at all the in this, they're in that, and some that try to pretend they're not, or not to the degree that we all know they are, as they play those like Glare and Turtle Boy, and they've all been connected for all these years, and here we are, and and others trying to pin their hero over the opposite side right there for O'Keefe, but yet they've played their dirty hands in, and all that shit. And
now there's an investigation going against the Boston State cop who made up information. Let's talk about this. Make up fake information. Pretend you have evidence and show it, and
it would come out. But then what these people do leading up to it, and it's like they always go with the corruption this or lies that whatever, right? And then if they find an example of it, it really fucks up shit around here. But the thing is, where you have power of any kind, it doesn't matter what the fuck it is. Whether there be money involved, power of some kind, job positions, anything of certain natures, you're always going to find some corruption. You're going to find some lie. These people are also human. People forget that. Just because they have a badge or a doctorate or they have some degree where it doesn't make them infallible or the most honest, or it doesn't mean that they're not abusive. It doesn't mean that they ain't going to have diabetes too. It doesn't mean...
Exactly. Like it doesn't mean a nurse is going to be a healer. Right?
Right. And you're always going to inevitably find a little bit of corruption shit where power is. It's just one of those
There are
things.
masks everywhere, and I think one of the things we have to learn is how to read others and read them realistically and not just believe what's being spouted by the folks that have the loudest voice. That is a lesson that you've taught in 1,000 different ways, and I think people have heard it. And whether they're still here or not, or they're listening from behind the scenes, they actually have gotten a benefit out of that. Like, pay attention, people. Do a little more investigating before you actually take something as being law or take something as being real. Take a look at it and say, is that possible? Because it doesn't sound quite right to me. If it doesn't sound quite right to you, your instincts are telling you to look a little further. And that's, I mean, honestly, that's a lesson you teach every single day. Like, oh, you know what it reminds me of? Who was the guy that used to do the radio show that was like the rest of the story? Where he would tell pieces of a story, and he'd tell you this little anecdote, and at the end he would tie the things together and say, and that's the rest of the story. My dad used to listen to him all the time, and I can't remember his name right now, but that's what I get out of this. It's like you have these pieces of information. Huh?
Paul something.
Yeah, I'm terrible at remembering names, to be honest, but you've seen that. But yeah, what was his name? Somebody's got to know. Muddy, somebody. Anyway, Paul Harvey. Was it Paul Harvey?
I feel like it could have.
Anyway, that's what I see happening here, is that this information is all coming out. Different people are saying different things or whatever. No, not Walter Cronkite, but he was a good guy. He actually did report the real news. I think it was Paul Harvey. That's what I want to say, but I might be wrong.
Love
Is it?
his. Let me see. Hold on. If I was the devil, Camille, if I were the devil,
It's Pod's biggest sale of the summer. Save up to 25.
Let's see.
Oh.
What? Hold on. There you go.
If I were the devil.
Oh.
If I were the devil. If I were the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness.
This is the guy.
Real estate and 4/5 of its population.
And the older he got, the more unique his voice.
So good.
I used to listen to him all the time in the ton trucks. His voice, man. Even when I was a kid, I was like, I love listening.
It haunts me because I should have remembered Paul Harvey right away. But the other one that does it, another person that does the same thing, brings stories together and kind of builds it up and then ties everything into a nice little package, is Rachel Maddow. I don't know if you spend a lot of time listening to her, but I used to years ago. I mean, I listened to her for so long.
Little, but she's went. I don't know. There's something.
Well, she used to be, when she had her own show a long time ago, like 3 years back, I think she switched over to Pure Politics. But she actually used to do stories on things like the gas industry and things like that, where it wasn't as political as it was anecdotal. And she would put together a really good story and then just kind of tie all the pieces together at the top. And I was really enjoying that. Now I think she's really a political figure and has just taken politics as her main subject, which is, a different way of doing things. But anyway, putting all that aside, the
realms and change, because that's what I did in the world prior, even in a box. I listened to a great deal of them, even those I didn't like, despised, right? Like, I'd have to watch all the news outlets and all the papers, even I didn't agree with. Because you have to sort of do that in order to get all the pieces and figure out where the middle ground and the truth resides.
Oh, listen, I live in a state that's purely aimed in one direction, and you have to find your information all over the place.
And then figure out where the think tanks are and who funds those and what this is.
That's the other thing. Follow the money.
And so, I spent a great portion of my time on this earth doing things like that. And because I enjoy doing things like that, and it's relaxing for me to learn and to do whatever and to try to help change, even if I'm trapped in boxes. Um, I've learned to do that to even if so I've listened to a great deal of them, even though like even during the peak of political shit on the last election and the prior one, all of them are full of shit. You know what I mean?
Oh
And you
yeah.
could, and
Well, it's all
it's
paid
just,
for, so
I miss news being news instead of talking head pieces and entertainment and opinion. I
right.
want like you know what I mean? Like I don't can't get down with 24/7 news, man. Never read my thing.
I think that changed an awful lot of stuff because the idea that they had to fill that much time and space meant they had to come up with an awful lot more padding
Do
and
you
a lot
remember how
more information.
24/7 news finally took off and what did it?
Oh, thank you, Yaya. Well, I hope you have a good night's sleep. Can you read what she said, Jody Sue?
Well, I had to change it over to.
Listening to the two of you is very therapeutic. Thank you. And now I'm going to bed. Have a good night.
Between
Oh.
us tomorrow, man, we're prepared. But yeah, do you know what started the 24-hour news shit and actually gave rise to in the final liftoff because they were failing to it? Do you remember what story did that?
Was it the baby in the well or something?
Yep.
It
Save the
was.
baby!
Right, exactly. Save the babies. Wow, I can't believe I knew that. I used to do really well at trivia. But the last few years I've been like, I'm missing pieces. Anyway.
And I could have told you your name, but a
Oh,
second
what was her name? Wait, I know, I can see her face. What the heck?
ago, right? And the film back then, which I mean, it's aged now to where in minds it's older looking, but back then it was
Oh
different.
God. It's just awful that we've built such an industry around children in general and missing children specifically and having it be something that's entertainment. How is that possible?
Well, historically speaking, throughout time, as man learned about kingdoms and powers and serfdoms and all these things and rulers and religions and all that, children have always been the rallying cry, right? Or women. Save the women, save the babies. But then once that's done, agendas.
Uh-oh, did you freeze? I think you're frozen. Oh, baby Jessica. Yep, you're right. See, yeah, you weren't ready for bed. No, it was baby Jessica. And that whole story was just so riveting. And then, we think back to stuff like the Lindbergh baby. I mean, that was years and years and years ago. And then we have John Benet Ramsey, and we have, so many kids started movements almost of a focus on the law and what happened around finding them or not finding them. Uh-oh, I think we lost Jody Sue against a battery. We'll get her back. But yeah, it's an industry, and if we recognize that it's an industry, we can take it for what it actually is. That there's going to be a focus, and there's going to be a lot of drama, and there's going to be a lot of misinformation thrown into the real information, and we can learn not to buy into it. We can learn to actually discern between what's truthful and what's not, and not to be distracted by the stupidity of somebody wanting their own name to be more important than the actual subject of the search. If you have somebody gaining their wealth and their notoriety off of someone else's name, off of the name of a child who's missing or someone who's passed or, a mystery or whatever, if they're rising to the point of being the voice of that thing, then you know that there's something bad going on. there's something negative happening. Because really, it shouldn't be up to anyone else. It should be up to law enforcement and the family involved. We have a young lady missing here in my area, and she's young, and she has a baby, a 2-year-old actually, and she went missing, and the family, they found the 2-year-old. 2-year-old's now with the family, but all anyone can talk about is the fact that she's a very young mother. Instead of finding her, instead of being concerned for her health or concerned for her well-being or where she is, the conversation turned to a very negative group beating, bullying about her being a young mom. Well, it's probably not her fault, being as she was very young, but yeah, there may be accountability to be had by the father or, a person that she's with right now or whatever that went on. But let's focus on finding her first. And instead it turns into this back chat of all of these gossips talking about how horrific her situation is. It's just a very sad way to take focus off of the reality of the situation. I feel so bad for moms like Brandy who find things out online that they should never have been told without law enforcement present, or, hearing rumor after rumor after rumor and knowing it's not true, but feeling like you have to respond to it because it's such a negative in your life. And people you love are hearing it with you, and it's doing damage. Like, to stop the rumor mill, not to have lives destroyed further over things that aren't even true, that are made up, that are somebody's idea of drama. It just has never made sense to me. And I have no respect for the people who create that drama, especially for their own notoriety and their own income. You're disturbing my income stream. Anybody remember who that was? It's just a horrific way to live, but some people can't get away from it. It's an addiction and attention. I could go the rest of my life never speaking in public again. And never had any aim at a channel or attention or anything. It took me weeks to figure out what names they were calling me behind the scenes. And to be honest, it was laughable at the time because I heard it and went, oh, wait a minute, that's me they're talking about. And it was so pointless and so trite that it literally didn't even affect me. Right, Jody Sue?
What?
I was talking about it took me weeks to figure out that somebody else was talking about me. I was just talking about needing that notoriety, needing the attention, or to want your name to be bigger than the subject of a search. Like, to be the person important in, like, I don't know, the godmother of, or whatever the heck it is, or the person who is most recognizable in a situation where we really should be looking for a person instead of paying attention to other people around them. And it just occurred to me that it took me weeks to figure out that these people were actually saying something about me because I don't want to be known. I don't need a channel. I don't need attention. I was just saying
Ellie and things would go further than, social media sucks. We had
they're getting a little better. I think they're getting a little better.
If I had known. Now, I knew certain things were happening around us, right? You start getting these calls from, like, the we can leave you hopeless motherfuckers, people who they thought property. And, Dummy's mom was like, and said I was like, oh, there's something wrong with that. Anybody calling this?
Figured those out right away.
No, right? But I didn't know that they were attached to groups, and I was just like, you knew it had something to do with some crime latch on thing, but you just didn't
Yeah.
understand or how to play back. Had no concept. I just knew something was wrong. I warned her about talking to those people. No, I'll get up. And then for like a fucking week, she continued. And was saying she wasn't. But then her post and all the other things, my shit was locked down. The friends only, that type of shit. The rest are plain. Man, if I'd had any, like, you can watch Candace on, you watch all the things happening, but you still didn't understand what was exactly meant by what these things were, this realm. I don't even, I knew who Sharon Keys were somewhat, but I didn't understand necessarily that they were YouTubers or that they were whatever. But then, like, the drive with Dawn at Night, then I hear him and this is being played, and I don't even know if he said YouTube or not, or whatever, but that happens to be interviews with Chasing and her, and he fucks up the truck shit, and they all knew it was happening, but then it was still to this day lives on, is, no, there was a red truck wrecked on the bottom of his driveway. I'm like, yeah, that make sense. What, then they put a bolo on it and posted and still hadn't contacted, like, people are idiots.
Yes. I was just about to say the level of stupidity.
But for me, even then, when he was listening to stuff like that about killing us during that drive, I did not understand. And if I don't even know that I knew it was YouTube, I just knew he was like, oh, this interview I did. I think's how he. And so I didn't put all the things together, right? And I wasn't trying to. I didn't give a fuck who they were talking. You know what I mean? Their parents were. And at the time, all these things are occurring. Your opinions are that, everything's everywhere. It's chaos. And at the time, it's so hard to explain. But then you don't understand how dark, deceitful, how it's like I just watched him do the same thing to the Proudfoots and others and Seth and all that shit through using Facebook that they know these people are watching or part of, and groups they've joined the same way Squalon had all the groups going, but identified us as neighbors and this and that and the other. And then they put certain pieces up and then they advertise for certain channels, and then it persuades. It's the only things people are seeing. Things that trigger them, that they study their personality enough over here to know really quick, like, and then they hammer in on it, and then it draws them to certain channels at certain times, and that's how you're acquired. And you don't even fucking. But I just watched the same thing be done with Smashes.
Yep.
And it. Oh my god! Now Chris was smart enough to keep up and notice what was happening to him when he was caught. Although I have my own thoughts on that dude, just like I do Seth, but I don't speak on their shit. I only speak so far as to what tragedy pimps are doing.
Likewise.
And so, for me, Chris was like, fuck you, and called him out. He was like, I'm not going to take this bullshit. What the hell do you mean? And he was doing the same thing. I was trying to correct misinformation and whatever, and others. And when you do that and you won't play with him, or, that one moment in time where he's like, oh, I know who Joe R is. Yeah, I already know, and all the things, right? And he still didn't quite have the concept, but he knew enough to start fighting back pretty early. And then who was made enemy number one? That's right. And they don't like that shit. He knew at least enough to be like, I should probably dig and do homework or whatever, right? Yeah, and I think that's picking up in each case. I've seen it, I think, make changes, at least in Quentin's in this group and other things and other cases and like Dylan's and, with what Candace Cooley's trying to, but every case these people are working through, watching the same tactics be used to acquire them, from Facebook to YouTube, with all participating in between in a group effort, like they have through so many cases, and the little players in between the Discord, how all these things connect, same playbook every time. And I watch as each family, each community around anybody around any of the cases speaking, law enforcement, etc., are done the same exact way as we have been in Summers and so many prior. I watch how manipulative and dark and deceitful it is. And it's far bigger than, oh, social media sucks.
Right.
It's far bigger than, oh, it's slander. Oh, if you just turn it off. No, it don't stop it. It just keeps you from hearing. Because you're still, before we were in public, there was people doing this shit down here. 1-8, everybody else in the road. They're calling us that. Our names, nobody knew. Candace had been recorded ours, and here's this neighbor they're looking for. And look how that ended up for so many as I was being hunted down. But nobody could quite figure out exactly. You know what I mean?
And they're still saying that you were one of the first on social media about it, and it's like, no, that's not the case at all. I mean, people forget dates. That's
I
for sure.
locked down Facebook with just my community members in it, which, by the way, you didn't see them releasing any of my shit to anyone, did you? Did you see the helicopter video before coming out?
I didn't see anything for the longest time because...
Exactly. So that means most of the people that were actually on my Facebook were not, like, downloading shit and then giving out tragedy pins, right? No. My shit was private. It was only shared with certain neighbors, certain this and the other, to get word out in the community about summer. And that was only when and where I could. It wasn't, parading around doing a bullshit. It was just, hey, summer's missing, please help. And a great deal of what they see now, because they see these stolen vids and shit, are out of context. From see, this is like the first night, and look at every helicopter. Bitch, that wasn't available to me, and that was actually recorded by me and then uploaded when we got out, and then that's why you see a different signal. It's because that's when we got out a little bit later that night for food phone and stuff. But yeah, but that wasn't public until I made it so eons later. But yeah, it sounds better if they can make people think we were the first out and first this. No, we weren't. No, we weren't. We were one of the last.
It's such a foolish thing too, because if they just looked into it, they would know that that's not the case at all. And as a matter of fact, an awful lot of people already knew that it wasn't, and knew exactly why you ended up on YouTube. But they were also the ones who were invested in making you look wrong, or sus, or bad, or whatever it was. Anyway,
people that
stupidity is overwhelming.
For people that held properties, golden tickets to attempts at getting near, around. Honestly, think about it. Most of the voices you actually hear around SummerSlam, everything, were people who proclaimed they were either everywhere all at fucking once, like Fred. And everybody was everywhere, Fred brought like 3 states worth of people into the fucking holiday. And he was also not present, but he was present. Blah, 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 blah. But I know for a great portion he was. Then, you had Monster. It wasn't even fucking there. Right? Like, there's only so much, what the fuck are their purposes? Oh, that's right. They made themselves available for fuckery. And to play with this group. And because they hold certain things this group wants. Mostly to target the actual witnesses and other people that were indeed there that day. Or who were actually paying attention, because shit was in their purview throughout life. So, that's what they fucking wanted. And certain people, well, most of the voices you actually hear that they don't make sure to discredit, and they desperately do not want to be known as the liars and the bullshitters and the monsters and all that, are people who, how much can they really say?
Right.
They're just here as weapons. Now, Fred, I don't know about that.
Well, Fred, that's a whole different monster altogether.
Even in my book, Fred's like, at first I thought one thing, and now I'm like, oh no. What the fuck? Like, it's taking time, but I've got him like, there's only so many reasons for certain people on that road to be doing the shit they are. And have been since the very moment Summer vanished. And that doesn't include me and mine, because we ain't playing no fucking games like that. There's only so many on Ben Hill. Here amongst you and out in public that have been playing the exact same fucking game with social media, or studying, or doing weird shit, or throwing out false shit and everything from instant. And trying to separate from one another rewrite or make like, you know what it was like hearing Fred tell me that Summer had been gone since Saturday? I'm like, why the fuck would you tell me that, bro, when you know damn better and I know better? Like, or he was like this, that, and the other. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? You know? And he was immediately trying to throw shit and to fuck people up. Now, why would he start doing that instantly?
It doesn't make any sense. It's all very confusing. And the
Why?
idea that, and the things that he said about you and to you both are completely out of the water.
Well, Fred's Fred, right? And
Right.
y'all heard me say it for I was like laughing at. I didn't listen to shit he said, didn't want to anyway. Seeing the stores, everything else, no issues, yeah. And I didn't realize how hard he was didn't care, didn't want to contaminate between it. So it is very hard to understand, though, in the very first minutes, hours, etc., why certain people never doing certain shit. Especially now it's been this long and you can go back and compare and see the path it's taken. And you're like, there's only so many motherfuckers in that road that were trying to fuck shit up from the beginning. And even fuck with one another. And that did not include me and my children. Like, certain people in there were trying to throw false shit, throw people off, do weird fuck shit, insert fucking sus people that weren't laughable at best. Why in the fuck would you want to do that? And
really,
only so many reasons for that. You know?
Well, it's pretty clear that there is a reason, but I can't tell you I know what it is. It's just obvious that it's happening. Has been happening from the very beginning.
They don't want anybody's eyes on that shit, though, do they?
No.
What happens every time there's a big deal over here with one of them getting attention put on all the bad shit on them? You guess who gets made food again that week or that month or whatever to distract, or they start targeting me and my kids getting to make good, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, all eyes pay attention to the more bullshit GSP train instead of what's actually right in front of you that they don't want you. You know what? It's fun. You get it or you don't, right?
Well, I think an awful lot more people now kind of get it, but there's still a hive and they are still buzzing.
Oh, absolutely. What does it do? Absolutely. Yeah. And as you can see today, they're still here. They ain't gone nowhere. Some of them get a little deeper. A few have been thrown off. A few have been set up because they couldn't keep up with the game shenanigans, the stamps put on things, storylines throughout, or because they wouldn't access and join the GSBA thing. But, you know, for the most part, a whole hell of a lot of them are still here. You know? And I wish people would understand that those playing and built up for the shit that's now being done in Sebastian's, those are players and Summers. They were rewarded with channels and built up in mass things and cleaner looking things, to where they would have an easier job doing the same thing in Sebastian's as they did in Summer, and could get by with it a little easier. So even those clean looking, nice, shiny things they built up in the same people you see them around, those came from Summers in their cases and they've been rewarded with. Now you're seeing a few of the drips start to come out about them, how they too have skeletons and past and link back to, and put, you know, and there's that's what gets me. So many have been around here for years. And
Years, I know.
With channels and name changes and chat changing their names, they know enough to know who these people are and how they've played roles in many of these cases, and now they watch them in others as they move through, like, oh yeah, this person's where. And so solid and honest, and you know they're fucking bullshitting.
Right.
Because they put these people in the backs and do all the dirty work and others then get rewarded for they know better. So why do that if you're also in a part of it? You know?
I have been repeatedly surprised at realizing where these people have come from, how long they've been around, what their original realm was, you know, how they switch concepts, like the whole drama to crama to whatever.
And they'll go back and forth between cases. They'll also go underground, and they'll do most of the manipulating of everything and plotting all the shit. Like the bigger ones, they are behind now, control a lot of Sebastian's others, while other faces look like they're the ones in charge of the smoke case. You just have them go up and down like that and swap spaces because they can't go through each case with the same exact players in the foreground where people can see them, or it's going to start looking a little funny, right? Funny. And so they've got to shift gears, get new players, but they aren't new players either, and they take roles and turns, or they'll move off to the drama community mostly for a bit, try to build those up while they're also behind it. It's just a revolving bullshit group online.
I was watching some very strange documentary like a week ago and discovered that there was a thing in it with MGL. And I was like, wait a minute, this is like years ago. It has to be 7 or 8 years ago. And I can't remember what the documentary was. It was, some weird mystery thing. Who knows? But honestly, right in the middle of it all, MGL pops up and starts saying all kinds of negative shit and being cruel. And I was like, oh my God, this has been like a lifetime this is a career. This is,
yeah.
It was, I've got to think, if I can remember what it was, I'll send you the information, but it was so unexpected. It was right in the middle of this documentary on something. The hell was it?
She's always been trying like her whole life to be a thing somewhere to fit, to do whatever, and to be in. I don't know. She's got her on the roasties. I mean, everybody does. They get their own
Under
blog.
that same name, though, too.
I know, but she's been around for a long time.
Yeah, I didn't realize it I didn't realize it had been that long. I guess.
Even before she did the wife swap shit, she was around. She's
Oh,
always
yeah. That was weird.
Plastic surgeries, trying to get near B celebrities, you name it, whatever,
Yep.
Oh, yeah. She's been trying hard. Like, Ryan had to try hard for 10 years to get
Oh, God. That's the other one I keep seeing now that I look back at stuff.
Hard thing in his life, right behind his wife's psychiatry. It was terrible. Number one was
Climbing mountains.
that guy's a joke. I can't with him.
Yeah, there have been a few that are just popping up lately that I'm thinking I had no idea they even existed back then, but I guess you just don't always pay attention to all the characters in something. I mean, I've been watching mystery stuff for a good part of my life because it was always sort of something I enjoyed, like mysteries, not true crime so much, but yeah, just to see some documentary pop up about something and then have MGL in the middle of it going, wah, 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 wah. It was so bad. It was so bad. I was like, wait a minute, that wasn't real. Yep, it was real.
It's unfortunately almost somewhat real, right?
Well, and then, you look back at stuff like, no thanks, and
yeah.
People like that, and they're everywhere. That criminality and the running around together and being buddies on the road with and knowing each other and just like living off of that tragedy, whatever that tragedy was at the time.
Yeah, man, it's not just that. I mean, you have these people going from whole criminal histories and things a lot on their own, often. And then a lot of them come from the auditor communities too. Six Up, Doug, a bunch of others, Obviously AB, but AB is all over the place, world.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but that thing is sad. Just grumpy, misogynistic, cruel attitude in the background of everything. There's a long list of bad misogynists out there, all of whom take aim.
I think that fits most male creators here. They all have some bender, and you can tell they are not. I mean, most of them are not married. And if they are, you never see or hear from. And they're, they've failed at everything. Don't have. It's just you can tell there's something real wrong.
Yep.
And part of the reason why, but most of the male creators don't have families intact or otherwise. There's real funky shit in their backgrounds. They don't have partners. If they do, then, yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. It's pretty well known with most of the male creators right now. But, I don't know. They're all, what was that, Skip, you say, the bad actors, right?
Yeah. You were talking about the drama school. I'm just really kind of still laughing, but really disgusted by that whole display of Jenny's on that. Come to me. I'll take care of you.
I'm going to Rose, as a matter of fact, a receipt, and the world, one that just kind of seals the deal. It'll go back into her. I'm not cyberbullying. Remember how I told her about Patty? And how she didn't know. And then here she is, even 7 months ago, pretending I guess I still needed help or she needed resource. I don't know.
God.
See how full of shit she is. And
let's reflect on the damage I did and assume that I'm innocent.
Nah, yeah, there's this one shining one. Just goes with everything and shows you how far in everything she is. And it's such a spectacular one. You might have thousands and thousands of receipts or thousands of hours of recordings or other these people. But every now and then, there are just these standout ones that make you go, oh. And they usually happen at the dumbest moment. Things they probably don't even realize that could eventually lead to a holy fuck.
Right.
Anything event. And sometimes those are my favorite. Other times not so much. But this indeed is one of those.
I am telling you, you've come up with some that just overwhelm me at the amount of blatant stupidity it would take to just spill your guts in that way at that moment and not think, oops.
What's like lockdown? You heard how stupid that shit was the other day, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you think all it through, like, she essentially has admitted to, you get what I'm saying? She's now committed herself and all those with her,
Everything.
She tried to move it back. But she also wants me to believe that she's the one running the show. Bitch,
yeah. You're my personal experiment, and I'm just trying to see how badly I can affect you and what effect it's going to have on your life. What?
Her in court, and that she was here in this realm doing things, and especially after it really started being targeted around that scam, but also stuff towards me, and I wasn't a public figure, I wasn't anything, and that these people forget a whole lot. They were around here mentioning us and doing shit to us first, and we're nothing, you know what I mean? And there's different, it hits different bounds, public figure or not, when you do it in an organized manner to harass, target, destroy, harm, do real life shit to real life people, public figure or not. Or whether somebody speaks or not, or holds their own channel or not, or has a Facebook or not, or any of that other shit. And when you're doing it to someone who is a witness only, right, that takes on a whole different level of fuckery as well. When you're doing it to service members and their families, that takes a whole different thing. You meet certain federal and government it's just not good.
Right.
But that lip lock the other night is oh fuck. What'd you just say, dummy?
Right. What did you just, how much more does anyone need? That is
not
insane.
Only did you fuck up everybody, because, I mean, there's real proof she's been with a real hive, obviously. We've all
Oh
seen.
my God. Some of the stuff that's come out of that mouth has just been horrific.
And that she'll go to anybody that'll have her type thing, and to get the knees, and it's like the donkey in the back of Shrek carriage. But anyway, that she then said what she didn't do. She didn't just fuck them from point A. She fucked them first. Now
Absolutely.
anybody around her, any creator or person, giving her a panel to ride or otherwise, or up there that where she ever mentions me, my children, etc. again, guess what?
Right.
What happens? It then starts mingling, and then you might be mingled in with her bullshit, and then liable in some way, or perceived to be part of her bullshit, and that she's then done all of this, she's admitting to this recently, and otherwise, or saying that's what she's been up to, and it's what she's up to now. That means even from that point forward, the other day, if you just even delete everything else over the years, you just start from the point where she said that stupid shit the other day. From now on, if you participate with her in any manner, lend her your ear, your channel, your chats to talk shit and put shit out about me, my children, comments, she's using you and your platform to do it. And
Yep.
therefore, you're being included
Absolutely
in.
participating.
So, she
Wow.
fucked herself and anybody else that wants to fuck around and find out. And see if they then too will start being added into shit that breaks federal laws about groups and targeting and harassment in a systematic manner online. Yeah. So, I
Yep.
don't know what the fuck she was thinking, but she told us she was brilliant, though. I don't.
I just honestly could not believe the other day the detail and the amount of gloat that was coming out of that mouth after all the strange shit she said. I mean, really horrific. When I first heard the whole wire brush thing, I was literally shocked. Like, I had never heard anybody say things like that before.
But then she tried it like it was an Ozarks thing. No, it ain't. Up your ass, where that's not what she said either. But remember, before that, she had already threatened a guy on here, with a strap on, saying she was going to penetrate him as punishment until he did whatever, Yeah. So, and it wasn't the only time. And then she's always bragging about how she got caught for drug sales and all sort of shit, and then intimidated witnesses against her and shit, and got away with it.
Oh,
And
I
did it.
heard that. The whole thing about witness intimidation, saying it with pride. Like, you don't think I can blah, blah, blah. I've done this before. Jeez.
And then recently with the whole Fred AB thing, all that shit. To me, I'm like, really, lady? Are you serious right now? Of course she is.
Well, it's unfortunate that she has to go that far for attention, especially if she's got such a doting husband who adores her at this age.
I really want him and Prairie to get a support group together, because I will do that.
Oh my God. I feel so awful for him in a way, but then again, you don't know who he is, and if he's really stuck with her that long, and he really does appreciate her mentality and the way she speaks, he's a sycophant, and we really just have to feel sad for him, because he's definitely been sucked in.
If she's this manipulative and abusive, obviously,
oh my God,
you're looking at the possibility existing in real life. Obviously.
Absolutely.
But
oh God, it's
you know what I mean. Like, can't say I'm not gonna. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, she is where she is, whatever. But that still does not keep me from going. Like, blink twice if you need help to anybody else.
Right. Well, all these hubbies are gonna find that they are affected by what happens when folks get actually charged with this shit, because it just doesn't go away. I'm watching stuff happen like daily in our area that's bringing up stuff that actually occurred years ago. Like, now that we've done this, we're just going to go ahead and take care of that piece of it. And yeah, it's 13 years later, but you did that, and now we're going to bring you to task about it.
Right, and they are also like, they'll tell you a year there's a statute that, oh no, you hit different bounds and you do different shit.
Right.
And then also when it's around something like this,
right,
it's also going to make it longer when you have this many people playing in and things to go through,
and just keep talking. Just keep proving yourselves to be who you really are, and keep talking about it. That's the thing with Rojo today. The information, what I'm hearing coming out of this person's mouth, they are a professional, who had access to information to assist in something that they were actually using to manipulate against somebody. That's not a good look. I do wonder who's employing them, because honestly, are they really? They're employed by a local medical group?
Our biggest and really only medical place here, but and one of the particular hospitals is where we're supposed to work.
And you know their real name and everything.
But, well, but the thing is like, it doesn't sound right because of what's lacking there again, does it?
No, it just doesn't. I mean, I wouldn't have picked that person as actually being a medical professional of any kind whatsoever, or even a professional of any kind.
And see, the reason I'm not really commenting or whatever is because there's still like another fucking 2 hours of that piece that I've yet.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, it's fucked up. But it's so manipulative in itself, as she mentions Mercado and Josh at convenient times and dates, and then the flip script and the continuation of everything she really says is about me. It's great. They really think they're psych fucking masters around here. But I've let it stand for quite a long time for a reason, you know.
Yeah.
Just making sure it was their final versions and they were sticking to it. With less, like all these things, but why she hide it? Why did she hide it instantly today? If there's nothing to her, their story, she's sticking to it. You can hear her screw up through there so many times, but at the time when she originally did this, certain things were moving and shaking, dates, times, players and everything, and this was heavily pushed to me throughout. And they wanted my eyes on it. I was like, fuck that. And I would assume the triggering effect of and the little sniffles, not to pull another all the things there that we see that are repeat patterns of these types of players who think they're fucking psych geniuses and shit, and to try to attempt to bait to do certain things leading up to certain things and around, and because of certain things, and to rewrite. And how all of them sound so similar in their stories. It's like, look how much of the bullshit she's parroting of Jenny and Adrian versions of, oh, this real dark life she did, and it was concerning, and this and that. And Jody, just stop. Please stop. It's like,
oh my god.
But
it still makes me want to throw up. Like, seriously, people.
Adding in Mercado, and then the flip, it was meant at the time to elicit certain shit from me.
Yeah.
I was playing it. I guess now they've gotten their response-ish. I'm not sure. It was playing and shaking around certain dates, these characters too. So, I'm not oblivious. And if you listen to the whole piece, which I'm sure we'll get to at some point, you can very much tell the whole thing is one of those pieces that's driven at me, and they try to stay in vague bounds or act like they're not talking about what they absolutely are. And it's goofy shit. And I guess I'm supposed to see it and give a fuck about another sniffles around here or something,
right.
And fighting mad about and there was just too much. Like, some shit's just bad to you. But there's reasons, and there's certain things I've not gotten to because I knew they were essential to hold the fuck off of. A great deal many things throughout these last 3 weeks. But it's fucking horrifying. This is what they're doing.
I know.
Open active investigations and pet and zoo stuff. And weird shit that goes extreme real life on people. And whether or not somebody chooses to speak does not mean that you then have some sort of fucking invite to then go into their life.
What right do you have?
And even if they didn't, the thing is they were already going real life on us. Before we ever spoke. They were already hunting us, acquiring with these groups together. And other locals. Proven.
You know, it's interesting when you think about something like royalty and the paparazzi. Okay, they all have a ha-ha job to do. And they can be as cruel and as invasive as they want to be and kind of like just get into people's space and treat them cruelly and cause them problems and what?
They've actually curbed the paparazzi crap, especially since Diana and all, you know?
Well, yes, but I guess that's what I'm saying is like that was the original, let's insert ourselves into somebody's lives because we have the right, because they're public personalities. But who ever gave these people any right to insert themselves in lives that they know nothing about? You cannot. I'm sorry, but as filterless as I am, and I tell people where I'm at and what I do and how many dogs I have and whatever, nobody has a right to say they know what's going on in my life. Nobody. And in your case, I think there were so many layers to it that what were they doing trying to investigate you, trying to interpret your words? It wasn't, I don't know. I just never saw it as an invitation into your space as much as it was trying to hold the space you already had and keep your kids safe.
Well, there's several reasons. You have them trying to hide their criminal aspects, me calling them out as tragedy pimps, what they were doing, how far they were going, fake feds.
You're way too close to the truth.
You have teams built around certain people to target certain people that displease. Especially, I think, in my opinion, those who maybe to them seem like they lock everything into place and shit. Or mean a great deal more than even what I think we do. You know, I know at the very least we matter in the way that we stop the timeline.
Right.
6 stops it. And then you have a problem explaining why it is that phone calls and things are described in phone events and all these things when, guess what? That hadn't occurred when you could, you know, so, right. Yeah, I present problems for people.
Right.
And children, and I think a lot of people feel some type of way about that.
Well,
I mean, I don't know what to tell people. It's not my fucking fault, man. I was just living my life on a fucking Tuesday.
Right.
I'm not lost people. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
And I don't mean that in a
And
callous
then you
way.
saw through the scamathon, which I think is terrifying for some people, probably, and annoying for others.
To pretend to me at the time, because I thought at first few days, I was like, shit, I found this group. It looks like they're trying to help Summer. And then within a few days, I was like, fuck.
Right.
I notified others of this. They didn't say a word. They acted like they didn't know shit. And then I didn't know shit because I was staying separate from them over here and I was being kept busy doing whatever. But then what happens is later on, putting shit together, I realized hands are touching all the shit from over here and have been since before I was ever even put, like, they knew. What the fuck? So why act like you're stupid or ignorant of me, or it's a...
Plus using you as a pawn and trying to say some of this was happening to your benefit. I mean...
even Scott HLM. There's piece after piece after piece being like, no, she refuses fucking everything. And there's so many pieces that I have yet to get to that show you exactly what's going on, especially with certain P.O. boxes and certain people and who was doing what, especially when they thought I was in bed or asleep in between panels you know, because I had to really step for days at a time. And when I did or wanted to check out and didn't want to deal with anymore, I had friends helping me at that point, keeping up, recording things while asleep. And then others were doing things. So I was catching a whole great deal, including the chats. And what's held there is fucking astounding. What was happening when they thought my eyes were turned, especially the pushing out of certain email things, which they wouldn't really do in rooms I was in or watching if they didn't have me distracted. And the P.O. Box shit was not happening in front of my face, but when I was gone and they thought it was, it damn sure fucking was. The players in that will amaze everyone. Yeah, it's fucking well. Especially those who've seen it, witnessed it in real time, right? And chose to stay quiet or not call out. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of fuck shit. But even the creators themselves, and they don't want to ever play those pieces. And a lot of them have vanished where they're like, oh no, Jodie Sue said no, she turned this down, she fuck shit for this, she didn't want anything for that, she's refusing. That's why I played that Stacey Slay game on me, make it look like I'd taken something. When I was refusing in the background, then they did it on the live panel. To where even if I'd said no, people would have believed it, right? It's just like they
Right.
believe that shit put out. You know, and it's often the thing they try to do with me. They always try to set me up some sort of money this, money that. Look what they've done to the rest around here. It's known. I'm aware of it. You always, it's something you have to worry about even when those you try to semi-trust are having, you're like, alright, but what kind of fuck shit? And then like, last year I know they were doing a thing and it's related to certain people and then somebody sending cash ups through and under many names and suddenly all morphed into one after acting weird and I knew for a fact they were, it was one person at least playing two. Right, I knew this. And around a certain bunch inside of this group. And then what happened right before they thought they were going to enact this setupy bullshit was that the dumbasses then morphed all the names into the one, right? All those different ones would become the one. And that way they could then go and be like, oh, this one person didn't know. And what they failed to realize is I record regularly throughout the air. I record other shit. I put pieces together pretty well. And I knew what the fuck was up from, you know, and, yeah, so many little pieces, you know, so they didn't attempt that one, you know, it was like, yeah, but yeah, it was so fucking blatant what they were gonna try to figure out, so,
Well,
stupid.
it sucks that this is all coming to in hindsight for you because they kept you so unaware at times, but at the same time, you obviously caught on very quickly.
Yeah, but it's why they did it in public, even though I was refusing, they knew I'd refuse behind the scenes. They did it in public that way, it would give an idea of, even though I had not, you know. And then I still wouldn't contact them about it. And then what happens next is it's just slid right on through, right? Even though it wasn't supposed to be able to happen. And then I reported it. I did exactly what I said and reported it to the FBI. And then they tried recycling it, and you know, but it was here then, and it's there, you know. And then I showed receipts showing it that actually hadn't been moved or touched anyway for a long period after it was put in there. Like, oh shit. And then during that escapade, when they were in such a hurry to try to refute me and whatever, they actually showed a messenger which showed that one of them had access to the actual Slay account. And
Oh,
no. So
really?
yeah, they just fucked up pretty. I think that was Beanie and Teeny when they tried that shit. It showed they were still in contact and they had the absolute ability to be inside of that actual messenger of hers. Yeah, it's pretty wild, bro. It's what they did. They
Wow.
fucked. I think I made a video on live about it and called me. I did in real time at that time. I was like, I done fucked up. But yeah, and then the receipts they wanted me to buy from that were the most fucked up bullshit. I think those were sent through a Discord by Penny the last time I spoke to her last year or something in there, whenever the fuck that was. It might have been the cycle before that. She reached out and supposedly sent me all these things, and they're always like, "Don't tell anybody. Don't give them this." You know, if it's got to, and it's meant to actually, you know how like you tell somebody one thing and then it makes someone do the other. You get what I'm saying, or you're
Yeah.
like, "Oh, don't tell them." And they operate off that female thing too. It's like, "Oh, Look, JSB will take the bait. She'll be like, yeah, I'm going to go piss off, or I hate Petey more than, so she's going to play in. And then she'll air these things I just gave her, right? And then that, if I did that, that would then help them revisionist history, start on new bullshit and content and target one another to distract off of what was really being. So no, I didn't go air none of those shit and things. Like, they don't do it, and if you're gonna, you know what I mean? Or they'll send shit over to pretend to be helpful, and, you know, and they hope at that time you'll out them, and, nah, just keep compiling, you know, just keep carrying on. And I don't do what, you know, they often keep trying to do, or get me to do, and, it's because they think in a certain way, and I don't know, but they think from a different antebellum porch perspective.
And as we've always said, this is orchestrated. It's definitely a routine, and it's definitely planned. And the idea that anybody would be shocked at a certain moment.
Siphon up new receipts to rewrite and to weave and all that from, and to rewrite their shit from. They also put out new receipts and send them out. Those hoping those will be outed, and then that enables them to have those out there in the realm like they're real or not manufactured or some sort of fuckery in between, right? I mean, I don't often like playing in those games, so rarely do I out or air anything when I was like, oh, but don't, you know, it's like telling a kid, you know, I don't know, not to touch the body bug. You know, they're gonna, you know, most of the time, or, you know, girls are gonna think, girls are gonna be like, oh, but shit, these receipts, I can go cause the drama. Oh, I hate this bitch, so I'm gonna put this out. And this one told me not to, which means it's gonna piss her off. But I'm like, I don't do that.
Yeah, they definitely spend a lot of time baiting.
Right? And oh my lord, I got a snack of it. Have you seen these things?
What?
Girl, I bought a box of these the other night.
No, what is that again? You've got it reversed, you know.
No, sorry. It's a Hostess.
Oh, it's okay. Hostess? Oh, no.
Cherry. Oh, yeah. Now, look here. I think, man, on a snack. They had them in specials. They're new. They're limited. Whatever. They're like $2. It's a giant box. Felt heavy. I thought, well, okay, these are going to be normal size pies. At least somewhat. Man, let me tell you, I got back here, did whatever, you know. I think, well, I'm going to put a couple in the fridge. Because I usually, normal me, has always hated these types of pies and whatever. Especially store-bought. It's not my thing. They're usually generally pretty gross. But that night I was craving them, whatever. I was like, okay. It was off for me. I should have known better. So anyway, I'm like, well, I'll put a couple in the fridge. Because I want sort of a cold snack at like 3 a.m. when I'm researching and whatever.
Yeah.
And it was so hot that day, so I thought, okay, put it in the fridge. Open that box, this thing slid out. It is the size of my...
Oh, no.
And the pie inside of the pack, look.
Chintzy, man.
Like, look, the pie is smaller than my fucking ladder.
No kidding.
I was so pissed off.
Might as well have gotten a Lindor truffle.
I was like, what the fuck? So I was like, fuck it, I guess. So I'll just put the whole damn box in the fridge, because who didn't? Or like, is this snack size for a Barbie doll?
Right.
Like, I know I'm like, I got the man hands on my size, but this is bullshit.
That's crazy. So
y'all know bullshit. None of us think this is a snack. So then I also make the decision at that same point, because it's like, oh, cherry or apple. I really want apple. What I really wanted was those apple bite things from KFC. Have you tried those?
No.
Oh, God.
I don't do KFC or anything often. I just haven't done them in years.
I have to run through there pretty often for family members who enjoy the KFC. And so Little and I seen that they had a box like their, I don't know, apple pie, whatever, things are fucking amazing. But they're bougie priced. I'm like, and there's only like 10 in the box. But anyway, that's what's tragic about that. But anyway, I wanted apple, been craving those, but I couldn't get to them. So I thought, well, you know what? Over here is another one. It's the Little Debbie apple fruit pies, right? I think, well, those were sliced. I opened both boxes. It's this size, which you can see is much better than this size, right?
Right.
I'm like, are they competing
It's
right
still
now?
what, 2 bites?
So, but the Little Debbie's doing a little better
Am I
in the.
wrong that when we were kids they were a little bigger than that?
Oh, they are. These are just the snack size ones, apparently.
Okay.
It's what make the other ones, I guess, and that I usually can stand those. But I thought that night, there was something, right? And they're limited. They were on sale. I thought, okay, well, you know, I don't know, bad decisions, right? So I put them in the fridge, do whatever. Open, and I've never been so disappointed. You know?
Oh.
And I was like, so then I'm researching, I'm doing my things, whatever, you know. I know others are talking like 3 and here's some shit again. And other locals here and things. And I was like, girl, look what they did to me. They gave me this. They told my big ass this was snack size. So it's just me. So I took a picture. I was doing, you know, all my things in bed. And swear to God, they sent me a picture back of it. Theirs with their own lighter instantly, like they were already talking to others disappointed and had been sending out pictures. So we both had 19 pictures of the lighters and the pies. Theirs was apple in this size. And I was like, oh, no, I got you. We were both craving apple, I ain't sure, but either way, we ended up screwed anyway. I was like, girl, this is also a good reason why I don't date. My face don't hide anything, and my disapproval, it's snack size, right? And then this comes out the box. It's so
Is it
fucking
even worth it? So that's why it was like $2, right?
It was $2 for the whole box. Yeah, I think there was like 12 in pack, 8 in another, some shit.
Oh my god. I'm about 20 minutes north of the only KFC nearby. Our town has a McDonald's and a Domino's pizza. And that's it.
Don't tell Ernie that there's a Domino's in your town.
Oh my god. I don't think, I wouldn't want to visit.
Look at it.
Oh my god.
All that is. I know I have
little.
What the fuck is that an ants? Who is that made for?
Is there one cherry in there or 2?
Maybe none.
Maybe none. Little bit of jam. That's funny.
But I was so mad. I was like, man, this is it. This is exactly what I also don't make. My face doesn't hide anything and my disappointment in it.
Oh, I got cut off from my favorite snack. There's a pudding cup flan that is so good. And I think we bought them out. They aren't supplying them anymore. None of my local Hannafords have them. So.
I'm a Ross pudding girl.
Oh, I love those too. But Cozy Shack? Is that it? Cozy Shack?
Those are iffy. That other one they make is more of a special. It's more my thing. It's got, there's actually 2 of those. One of them is a guy's name. And then the other one is, they're okay as far as, you know, store-bought go. Like, yeah.
You'll have to, if you can remember the name, tell me, because Cozy Shacks, I agree, are just kind of eh. I used to make tapioca pudding, and it was so good, but... And then, should I tell you what my mother called tapioca pudding when she was in school?
It depends.
They called it fish eyes and glue. Isn't that awful? But that's what I was brought up believing. Like, okay, this is what you call this pudding. And I was like, no, that's just not right. But I make a good tapioca pudding. I just haven't had an opportunity lately. There aren't too many in the house that like it.
No, I'm sure if you offer it to the puppies, they would like it just.
Well, I try not to give them sugar because I have one who is a ferret and she will find any food anywhere and eat it anywhere. She's so funny. It's Riley. She's like a 12-pounder, but man, this dog, I went and got I used raw food and I went and picked up beef tubes one time and literally went into the grocery store for 20 minutes and it was in a box under a crate because I know her, and I got back and she had already chewed through one end of the tube. And I was like, this is just wrong. How does she know? She finds this stuff no matter what I do.
It's their job.
It is. I literally have to put my cup of coffee on the roof of the car when I go into the store if she's in the car.
No, she's like, this is a pup cup, and I know it.
But it's not. It's freaking Dunkin' Donuts coffee, and if she drinks it, she's a mess. She's a mess anyway. You're a mess anyway. But she's my good girl. She's my snuggle bug.
Any coffee can be a pup cup, then, you know.
Yes, I guess so. Ani used to literally come up and lap my coffee off of the bedside table. If I left the room for a minute, she'd get up and do that. She can't do that anymore because she has no hips. But Riley is I have to sleep against your hip dog. She's like constantly next to me. 24/7. Thank you. So, anyway. Well, I've been glad to hang out with you tonight, but I actually have to go because I have to get up at 6 a.m.
Yeah, I think I'm going to bring up this last bit.
Yeah.
Avoid the rest of the 2 hours or so left on this Rojo piece of whatever junk it was back then, and as you're feeling all kinds of emotional ways, probably not, and everything else, and just waiting on the private in my bushes. Private button. And shit, right?
Are you going to do that tonight, or are you going to do it tomorrow?
I'm not going to do the rest of the video tonight, because this is going to
I'll go back and listen whenever it's up.
There is a receipt that I wanted to show tonight, combined with all that and all of them, and now she played in, and even now, think about it, 7 months ago, still she thought she needed to be out for mental health and resources, right?
Yeah.
I was somehow vulnerable. And remember her comment about cyberbullying and all that, and she would never, and all the things, right?
Never.
Never.
That's just not who she is. But little birdie told me. Anyway.
But then, you remember the piece, let's see if I can do it. Look at one.
Right. Yeah.
Again. Okay. Let me see. Alright. This one.
Yeah. For the main event, I'm going to be Buffalo Bill.
Yep. Clearly.
Nude bodysuit, kimono, tucked Buffalo Bill. And I did a little study today. I have all the jewelry that I need. I have the kimono. I'm going to sacrifice a nude bodysuit and paint the tattoos, nipples, and nipple rings onto the bodysuit. And I'm going to carry my grape nuts and a little lamb. And that's grape nuts? Yeah, I had grape nuts for breakfast today, too, Jody.
Oh, because grape nuts are wonderful.
She said that if anybody eats grape nuts, then they're definitely they have a Buffalo Bill type situation. And I was like, all right.
Now I have a Halloween costume.
Now, if you combine that, right, with certain other lives where Benny was talking about, do you want to fuck me? I'd fuck me, and all that shit, right? And then their grape nut shit here was really just me simply talking about, like we just did a second ago, right? About foods and random stuff, and my comment was I hated grape nuts, and it was a
I think I
joke.
remember it. I think I was in that chat.
And they made it a thing, much like they
Mhm.
made all the things that weren't fucking things. But then, if you go back to, I don't know, a certain video called Cry in the Car with Loaf from October 4th, right? Hold on. Let me see if I can get this a little bit. Oh, where is it? Nope, that's not it. And not it. Nope. That's oh, not bad. I went it. Okay. So let's see. Nope. I'm experimenting right now. We're in experiment here.
Okay.
Okay, we'll just do it this way. This should be good.
Oh, that's
Alright.
better.
And then I'll just turn this to make sure that it's split the right way. Alright. It was titled Cry in the Car with Loaf. Who is that there that they've got propped up on the screen below?
Oh, okay.
Tiffany and the rest. Oh, that wouldn't be a birdie, would it? Under the
Oh,
same.
yes, it is.
Oh, yeah, and you want to know what that beautiful little fucking comment says?
What does it say?
I say we have a JSB Halloween challenge. Best costume and impression wins, all bragging rights.
Oh my god.
And then what happened was it enhanced? Do you remember the Halloween costume contest? Oh, wait, that's right. Her buddies over there, including the 3 that were at Summer's Day this year, too. Right in
Not
front
a
of me.
cyberbully.
Right? That her buddy copied my words and did the smirk to Ansley on interviewing him this year because she thought she's cute, manipulative, and psycho. Right? No one would hear it. Yeah, y'all never do any such fucking thing, would you, Bertie?
No, definitely
You
not.
cyberbullying? Y'all
Above
didn't.
all that.
You remember those days, Bertie? Rojo? You remember them? I remember them. And shit, what do you mean you don't participate and you didn't mean to call them? You're in fucking chats with Benny and Tiffany and shit called Cry in the Car with Loaf. And mind you, there was 2 of those. Separate. Then what happened after you put up this idea? You know, buddies you were so close to in Discord, you had to make sure they knew your name changes and things. Right. That's right. They started a Halloween challenge that year. And then guess who? Oh, that's right. Grape Nuts and crew down there. Oh, yeah, but you'd never saw it. This was after, right? Enhanced after the dates and times she supposedly reached out to Hilton. Thought I was
yeah.
vulnerable. And then here she is even 7 months ago. Far after this. Trying to give it the idea to the public and otherwise as a narrative that I'm vulnerable and I need help and I need services and counseling and she never meant to do no harm and she was never part of no fuck shit. Bro! What's this shit? I have questions.
Yeah.
I have questions.
It's so funny that they all seem to be missing mirrors and they all seem to have gaps in their memories. They just don't remember ever doing anything bad.
I mean, seriously, look at that shit. This is serious. So, I mean, she offered up the idea of the Halloween costume contest. They then all started going with her and their buddies and making a joke about. And then half of them picked costumes based on Jody Sue that year. And that must be totally not cyberbullying or harassment.
Oh no, definitely not. It's still coming. And she's being such a nice resource for you.
And Tiffany and Mary and others. Yeah. She was just being helpful. These are the resources she was given, right?
Yep.
She thought a vulnerable individual with a vulnerable child knowledge by this point. But yeah, she thought that, and then, she was so impressed, with what Jenny and her acting skills did with the Jody, you go to bed. That's all she was
Just so
trying to do.
you're aware, one of them had a child in that chat while they were talking about nipple rings and tattoos and wearing bodysuits and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but these are your faces of Summer's Day every year, right?
Yep.
And I get that fucking name for that. And I do, and I mean, I know I'm not pretty Cindy, do whatever, but that ain't Summer's Day. That is literally Summer's worst day. It's a marker of her worst day that we are aware of. Who knows what transpired and has transpired since, and the everyday still isn't her birthday. While y'all out here being like, oh, let's start a costume hunt in JSB, and best one gets the bragging rights, and then all your buddies do it. Right? Summer's Day, yay! Planning the next one, yay!
Just unreal.
And remember, she did all this at dates. They don't add up to what she's saying. And man, some shit's undeniable. Undeniable. And if you're watching Benny and Penny and Jenny, Adrian, Tiffany during that period, you damn well were not unaware of what was being planned, plotted, done, la 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 la, or what they were still continuing to do. All up. Here, my whole thing. And we'll get further into that in other streams, which you may or may not want to participate in. Hence, it's up to you.
Oh, I'd be happy to help if I can, but I just don't. It's just, like I said, all I can do is sit here and roll my eyes and feel freaking awful that these people ever existed in my world. I mean, I didn't know Rojo, and I really had nothing to do with Tiffany or anybody, but a couple of those people behind the scenes I knew for 10 years, man. Never thought I would see that disgusting display of a lack of humanity in the people that I thought I knew. It's very hard. I mean, you know what it's like to be disappointed by another human being that you had trust in. To me, this has been an awakening and a sad one because, like, I honestly trusted these people. I thought they were credible. I thought they were intelligent. I thought they were decent human beings. And then I watched them fold to people like Floppy and Cam and Scott and, the slime of the world, and aim at you with venom against all reason. After having said that they knew it wasn't you, they knew that you weren't a threat or anyone of real interest. But they raised this narrative and piled it on and pushed it at you and got cruel and horrific and negative and nasty and even went against your child, which children,
And also, you always want to help me, and they feed out that they just did right by me, and I'm so vulnerable, and I'm in my child. They then do shit like this. Nobody bats an eye, and nobody goes and has or bothers to call these fucking things out from the past when these people just a few short months ago put up that garbage like we played earlier. And say, wait a minute, what do you mean? Just a little bit. You were playing in all the shit, homie. And you thought this person or child or anybody else were vulnerable, or didn't she call me a liar about the bullying and the stalking?
Yeah,
and
absolutely. It was what? I mean,
don't mention me again, Jody Sue. I'm tired of hearing it, Jody Sue. None of this is true, you guys.
Yep.
Before playing the Bricado shit from a piece titled Narratives. Yeah. Narratives indeed.
And if I remember correctly, when you were crying in the car, it was a very vulnerable moment. And it's sad that they would choose that to mock.
And it shows she was clearly watching it even after. But yeah, what? She didn't feel like reaching out to me this night when she and the others were bullying me that night. She was watching them participating. And then she gave out the idea for the costume competition. Yeah, No, she didn't reach out to me then to see if I was alright, check on my feels. Jenny didn't. Nobody. What the fuck? Wait, what? You know?
Yeah.
She didn't fight any of the cyberbullying or anything, though, did she? I'm lying.
Yeah. But
I'm not really
somehow,
terrorized.
has all the resources.
Yeah. I wonder if her off-duty retired cop fella knows what she does while lying to him, I guess, about things around people, asking for advice on what to do, and then doing all this shit.
Nurses don't take that first do no harm vow,
Yes.
do they?
Yes.
Do they?
Yes.
Well, then I guess she's also a liar.
And they have these sets of rules and standards to think about. They sure as fuck do. Diagnosing people online is one of those. Especially, or diagnosing people without being,
Yeah.
the fuck she's doing psychologically and trying to do vaguely over there and everything. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It'd be a no-no, even if she was a fucking CNA at best. It would be a fucking no.
I can't. I just,
Or
don't
an
tell
NA.
me you're a professional anything, lady, with the shit that's occurred. And this whole, oh, I'm sorry if you thought that I whatever thing, the whole gaslighting thing is just really irking me lately. Just the whole idea that somebody could pretend it wasn't, that's not what they intended. Really? And then do something like that.
Now, who got bragging rights that year? Do you remember? Was it like Smiley eating soap, or was that just a random night when she was buying my?
I don't remember. I do remember what a few of them said, but I don't know who won because I probably wasn't invested in that.
Right, I didn't. Yeah, it was a cursory thing. I was like,
ugh, just hearing those voices makes my stomach sick.
people sent me all of them as they were doing all the things. I was like, this is fucking terribly tragic.
It's creepy. It's like a bad sleepover. Like, do you really want to listen to this going on? Really? This is funny to you?
You've got these videos dressing up, and it ain't just enough. You've got them doing weird shit like order my clothes to just be doing it, not to make parodies.
Wait a minute, but who talks about what somebody said about cereal? Like it's a thing you can mock. What the hell? You and I have had talks about, hey, I put tomatoes in my grilled cheese. And you're like, what? Gross. Is this going to live with us forever?
And I was like, wait, a Horror Monsters does that plus cooks it. Sends him food for me. I was like, oh god, she cooks it. Yeah, I swear to God, I woke up this. I was like, oh my god, this stinky grilled cheese with fucking tomato on it. Hot.
Yes.
I was appalled.
It's historic for my family, so I won't, but I will say.
And I remember asking you the time with that particular one, which was a group of like 5 at the time. I was like, it cooks goddamn grilled cheese at 3 in the morning. Cindy porn picks food and her cankles with fucking hot tomato. This? Sure, buddy. Whatever you say. Must be. If that's what you choose in this cycle, And then there was one he had that she was pure fucking like straight clan. She's like, "Oh, you're pure white meat, and you're." I'm like, and then she happened to be one we suspect of killing his best friend too. Is weird, but anyway, total junk. It's short. He always has a type, but yeah, she's like, "Oh, you're pure white, fresh meat," and I'm like, "Oh, really? How long you been banging your besties? Like, maybe murderer, motherfucker." Like, what the hell? There's been so many, man. But yeah, the hot tomato, I'll never forget that.
Oh, that puts me in bad company, though. But I'm saying, is that how I'm going to be known forever? Like, would you make a costume out of me?
They probably would.
It's sad. People choose the stupidest things to point out or make a problem.
Right.
Like,
I mean, the spiderweb thing. Do you remember that?
I
They
do. You know what else I remember? The smoking thing they're all saying about smoking, and how many of them actually freaking smoke?
They
Probably
know
70%.
they would also vape. They also smoke pot. They
Right?
also do other shit.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of them drink in front of the computers while implying my vocal disabilities are. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I've always been like, that. I mean, I'll never forget the panel writer on Dolly's was bitching about my smoking and whatever, and it's there. And then it turns out at the end of the conversation, she smoked. She was just pissed
Yes,
because she go to
they
New York
do.
off of it,
Honestly,
sign off the reservation to get hers cheaper. So I was
they
like, wait,
take
you smoke
group
too?
breaks to
Children?
smoke.
I'm like, I think they're just pissed because I'm in a state where, like, they can't arrest you for smoking in your own home or anything, and the cigarettes are cheap. That's what they seem pissed about. I don't know. It's a thing, but
It's none of their business. And that's, honestly, if you have a vice, you really shouldn't be talking about somebody else's. And I say
man,
a vice only because it's a habitual thing that people do. I'm not in judgment of it.
it's like my
But
one thing. I'm already like dying anyway. I got all the health things. Okay, this has nothing to do with shit. Like, can I just enjoy my time left on this planet? And not that I really enjoy these, quite frankly, but between this and my, like, you just leave me be. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Let me fucking be. Yeah, no, but that's the point of it, right? It's just like the nail thing and all the other little things. It's what they do, and it's stupid. And you tell me at
there are
what
a few
point did
people
that
who
help in the first case? Online, not a bit.
there's just honestly there are some people who shouldn't speak a word against anybody else. They have plenty of crap going on in their own backyards.
I mean,
You
we
know.
all have crap in our own backyard, skeleton. You know, we're not
Right.
all perfect people. We all have past history, futures. We all have our
Exactly.
own virtues, our own needful things. But it's how you go about the world with all those things and how you treat other human beings. And of course, people love to judge because as a society we've taught that, but it's also this caveman thing. It goes back to original wiring of humans and hominoids, everything else. But you know, there comes a point where it's not just, oh, that outfit sucks and you keep it yourself or whatever. There's a difference.
Yep.
And it's how you know. But yeah, I don't know.
I've seen a couple of the worst of them, the most insulting, the most damaging, the most difficult, the ones who truly are trying to incite violence against you. And then you see them admit that they have, kids addicted to meth, or they have a history of crime, or they have a history of abuse, or whatever goes on. And you're like, so how do you pick out another human being that you can belittle and berate for stuff that your life includes?
Yep.
Who are you to then tell somebody else that they should live a different life?
Yeah.
I don't get it. I saw you did something at one point. You were talking about didn't you learn the judge not lest you be judged thing, right?
Yeah.
This should be a thread through the entire process, but
I mean, opposite realm, they could say that. Well, Jody Sue's judged us, and she's half-ass wrong. Bitch,
oh,
yeah, okay. I get it. I'll own it. It can go both ways.
well, but you have a right to decide who walks into your room and takes up your headspace. Do they
And
all have rights to actually increase a negative rumor about you just
I
for,
didn't know
oh yeah, hey
or the
yeah.
Facebook, social media, any of that, and leave terrible comments about them or their part, any of that shit. I did not do that. They did it to us, and then they expect if I comment on it, then it's that I'm being a bitch or I'm doing
Mm-hmm.
whatever. And in that regards, yeah, it's then I'll judge you all the fuck I like. You know what I mean? And so,
Well,
but with the, they just have, I mean, we all have our own things, but damn,
Well, everyone does, but that's why I'm saying that mentality of just, coming up as a group and mocking somebody and having a good time with it and laughing is just the lowest form of humanity for me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's abuse. It's complete abuse, and you're doing it behind a screen, so you don't have any haha accountability for it, and you're inciting others who are actually looking for a group feel. And how is this benefiting anybody? How is it improving anything? How is it helping Summer? Should we just start with that?
It's not. You remember the times
Wasn't
when?
this what the whole thing was supposed to be about?
Yeah, but you remember Adrian being like, "I'll get you because of
Yeah.
whatever." But they were
Fixing
actually
the screen. We're gonna get you, Jody Sue.
right.
Just
And
you wait.
Shit I'd supposedly done in Summer's Coast. These bitches don't even, me. It was like they should have been talking to them fucking selves. And
Exactly. Well, wasn't it?
you
Wait,
can
that
also
night wasn't she talking about you being drunk? And we all know that that's not the case.
There's so many thousands that did that shit. Everybody's participated in it. But I mean, you're looking at a group that came up with the grape nuts bullshit out of me just being goofy. Like, it doesn't matter if I sit here all day with the same expressions, same whatever, same tone, then that's a problem. If I show any emotion, that's a problem. If I cry, it's fake. If I don't cry, then this. And if I laugh or anything, then I've got bipolar. If I show anything about anything, then, and everything is always going to be, whatever. But the thing is like, even if I'm talking about average normal things that normal people do, like food or taste, and I'm making a joke about grape nuts, they can turn into shit like that. And then when you add those pieces, like with Rojo, Jenny, Adrian, Skill, and Pale, and then you add in that Benny before that was doing fuck shit to me during an extreme, particular live, where he mentions, and that's one of the ones where he got like fucking naked and was wiggling shit at me while thinking
Oh
child.
my god, that was insane.
He says he
Thinking
wanna
your
fuck,
daughter was watching.
and he makes a reference to Buffalo Bill, in the line where he's like, "Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me," and that's from Clerks and all that shit too, and everything, and the Buffalo Bill shit. So then you have all that combining. It shows you Roe and Skilo and all them are watching in order to do. You get what I'm saying? Twist and turning. And I mean, but you have a whole group that made up this entire made up bullshit about some spider syndicate. And we're running numbers and shit, trying to make me look like I was crazy, and that too, because that time is when they did numbered pieces and shit for other things, like I talked about earlier. And so they're making fun of it outright in the open for things they knew they'd clearly done, just like that CSI post I showed earlier. Who's gonna knock short, sir, and what the plan was. They knew. It wasn't a joke, and it was real. But to make it a joke and to discredit and make it look like I was crazy or whatever, because that's what they did. But the Spider Syndicate was them making it up out of comments I'd made talking about how my brain works. It doesn't work in a one thought, two thought. It works in a way to where I have a central thought and then, but all these other things connect to it, right? And for me, it's why conversations are like that too. It's like, you can't talk about that all, it's a problem for me to be like, but all these things are there too. They connect, and here are all the pieces that build the web that hold the thing, right? That's the way the brain works. Nothing is ever simplistic in life, no matter what it is, whether it be politics, this, and no matter what you're looking at. There are always more than just one little thing. There's always things that connect, that build a web, and in my brain, that's the way it works. So they took that and then went with, she's calling a spider in a spider we're all part of. Now, I mean, I've often also, and it's a common phrase, spider to the fly shit. But they took off with all it and went like I was calling them the Spider Syndicate or some bullshit, and it was not true. It was just bullying, targeting, trying to attempt to discredit this and the other. Which you can't tell me what they've done throughout these past few years, enhanced, might not have Which I never expected to write a panel or anything like that. My kids, though, maybe, right? And by that I mean in a courtroom setting. And it wasn't because I thought, well, I'm, sauce, or it was just because of things, right, that I'm not willing to talk about, nor am I, unlike others. So I never assumed I'd be put in that setting, anyway, but very much the kids could. And so the way me coming public, it was never oh well, I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna discount being able to be put up in front of a witness stand, or whatever, because I never assumed I would be. So that was never on my mind, it was on theirs. But you can't tell me that what they've done to I and the children is really a years long effort, and what they've managed to do is to taint and things, contaminate public, especially locals around everything that might be pulled in for,
Right.
these proceedings and all that, and to cause things like you're seeing in Karen Reed's and otherwise, where it's hung this, people balk that, shit like this and the other. And see, that's how they can affect things.
Yep.
So you tell me how it is others are doing the damage so bad that they're going to target shit on when it's actually them doing shit that can mean no justice comes, or more children's remains and things, or they are not found like they've done in other cases. Tell
Don't
me.
we wonder exactly why they're doing all of this?
I don't know. I think it's pretty apparent. And for whom and why, possibly, along with themselves and millions, and to hide their own crimes and half our real life, and to get out of federal shit and working in group efforts through many cases, and fake feds, fake CIA, fake this, fake that, fake Bobo. Remember, they created a fake fucking Bobo to
Oh my
soften
God.
AIDS and info on Summer. And Penny was like, "Hey, yeah, Bobo's going after Lawson, and yeah, the Bobo that is the." And then when I called that out, then it was like they come out and like they changed everything real quick to make it look like it wasn't what they'd been doing all that time. Well, there's proof, and others watching it at the time that all know that that's exactly what they're doing in Summer's case. Lord could only imagine. And then you had all these fake tip boxes and all this shit going to these and fake numbers for tips for Summer and all this shit to these people around this group. What if the answer or the keys held in some of that shit? And they don't know what they're looking at, unlike law enforcement or feds or others would. And Summer's not found and justice not served.
I just really imagine that if they had stayed all the way out of the thing to begin with, that there would be at least a partial solution by now. But I think they have distracted people so badly and ruined things so much.
Even if law
How?
enforcement had not, in a pretty quick hurry after Eyes went away, I would hazard a bet Beach Creek would have taken care of Beach Creek if it was someone in there unknown.
Right.
And law enforcement then would have become aware quite quickly, but because of this group and its insertion, and now what may never come out because of how they've seen others acquired, hunted, the other neighbors in there y'all never heard of that were this group and others were attempting to even kidnap vaguely, thinking they were me and others. And I mean, it's pretty well known inside that community what the fuck these fuckers have done. Even many you've not heard from, and what they have done to them and their families. So, and I know that there are others I'm still begging to call TBI and shit with what they know, but they're
Yeah.
fucking not just this group, but other things. I'm, what do
I
you
don't,
do?
in a lot of ways, I don't even blame them, because imagine the spotlight. I remember hearing from the one guy who had footprints up there, and just hearing a brief blip of information.
I don't even think we were public when he put that out. And I remembered seeing him in one of the Summer Wells groups. Us and other neighbors were watching. We didn't know we were being hunted and acquired that way, because we wouldn't speak in them. We stayed quiet, right? But we would see what was going on here and there. Others were definitely, watching closer outside of the road in this area. But I'd open it and I'd see things like that. And then I watched him be eaten alive, and then them call him liar immediately, and this and that and the other. And, and others watching that in the community. And watching, the other neighbor at the corner be terrorized, and his family and all them being like, leave us the fuck alone, we're not going to ask again, quit. And about the red truck there, and this, that, and the other. And it was them attempting to manipulate and bait them out too, to get responses, get them to talk to them on phones. Like, it's a method, it's a tactic to get these people, community witnesses, to come out to defend themselves. Like, helped make my whole thing, which was, here's a picture of my kids, here's this thing being said about, and calling my son Hunter and all this shit, right? And, oh my god, just stop. And I didn't realize how that correlated with Squall, the Facebook groups that are combined with the YouTube ones, run by the same characters, how that works in each case, just like it did in Sebastian's again. And you think you're protecting, if you just speak, then they'll be nice enough to leave it, to stop and, no.
And honestly, such a common narrative is like I started to actually speak to these people because I thought it would like calm down if I did. It's like trying to placate your enemy.
Then you also have terror reigning supreme mistrust because of what Monster and his family are up to. Other shit, you see Fred playing games, you see Candace and Dawn playing fucking games. You see all this and you're like, bullshit.
Yeah.
Something bad's happening here with a whole fucking bunch. Plus I got Monster to fucking, deal with, his family, whatever the fuck's going on with them in that line over there. And yeah, this is like, who the fuck do you trust, where you go to, what you say, and you just are like, already, and then you're fucked with that way by these people as well, and you have no idea how others are feeding you out and off to, and to the wolves, and also shit already within hours of summer vanishing. You just want to wear it, and those are the same players that still yet do weird fuck shit and blame everybody on the dead horse and the dead this and the guy that, an article from 63 years ago and all shit. So you start to go, wait a minute. Not only
and
do
then they blame you for being hypervigilant and paranoid and histrionic.
Mine's sort of based on real shit,
Yeah, no kidding.
And I was used to a hypervigilant state. I have been since I was a child for reasons. It's how I'm wired. It's also something that I've never been able to sleep. I don't sleep off much, blah, blah. And as the abuse increased, PTSD increased. That was before summer vanished. Noises, there's certain things that affect certain health conditions I have, and therefore I can't tolerate. I'm more sensitive to noises and things as well. And so there you go. It ain't just Kravitz. It's a whole lot of things. And a lot of those are nothing new. It's how I've lived most of my life. It's why that complex post-traumatic stress, why it doesn't. I think a lot of people would say it affects me greatly. And I guess they could say that because of how it's there present every day. But for me, since I was little, I've looked at it as sort of a gift in a way, because it's enabled me to see things. And I don't know how to explain it. Now, the shit by Monster and all that's absolutely fucking on. And then the health condition, oh my god,
And they pick that as the narrative to push. It's like,
it's not like I'm just now like, shell shocked over in a war torn country, PTSD. This is a lifelong arc of, it's there. It's consistent.
Yep.
It's, I know what I'm experiencing. I know what's happening. I know why I'm doing it. I'm cognizant and aware of it. I'm aware of the vigilant. I'm aware of the things. I know when it becomes worse. I know when, all these things come into play for me. And aware enough of it to try to, make sure I'm not just seeing dots, not just this or biased, whatever, I'm not like, oh my god, this is long term, lifelong. This is not. I just got shell shock, and I generally, on the normal, deal well with any, I had to talk myself, I had to have the ability to talk a fucking monster down for murdering me on the regular. And y'all can think I'm exaggerating or whatever, but I mean that literally.
No, I think it's pretty obvious by now. And
And
the
to be
only
able
ones in denial of it are the ones who are having fun with him now.
and to be able to think in real time in order to survive it, or to make sure that whatever I said and did last allowed him to just kill me and leave the children alone after and not kill them too. I had to be able to think in real time in a quick goddamn hurry in order to do these things to survive. I also, throughout my life, have been in many situations and raised in a place like Youngstown is pretty prone to car wrecks and emergency situations, and we were also taught to run towards things, not away from them, and to help,
Right. Right.
and even if it makes you uncomfortable and you're like, oh my god, like what the fuck, but, like, so for me, I can think through situations. I think and the reason I say things like they're a gift, it's like, in ways I think, because, like, look at the 15th. A lot of people do not catalog that way. A lot of people do not think everything to them is this car crash event, an instant shock, right? And yeah, it was shocking to us. I was like, even it took me time to figure out the things, just like feds and law enforcement. You know what I mean? It takes time. Especially when you're going through all this other shit at the same time it's revolving health, the monsters, all things too. But a lot of people in those situations would forget, not remember because of shock, because of this, because of how fast time moves for some. If it doesn't slow down, it does the opposite. And because when adrenaline and things like that are hitting other people in situations, often they, have skips. And so it's why eyewitness testimony is often discounted and things too, is because of, and especially like facial stuff, it's a whole big thing. But for me, I'm used to a lifetime. To where, yeah, that might have shocked me. And this event has bothered me more than anything else I think I've ever experienced.
Well,
Other summer vanishing is not okay. Wasn't expected. I'm very much probably all fucked because of it. I know we all feel it on the daily. And we wait. Just like the rest of you.
it is. It's like a ticking clock every day. It's a thought. I mean, I'm not even involved, and I still think about it when I wake up, and I think about it before I go to sleep, and I think about it a good number of times during the day.
No,
And
the other
that question mark doesn't go away, and you are right there.
and I'm not saying I have the best memory in the world and all these other things. I know they make fun of that too. And before health shit and before Monster medically abused me at a time, yeah, you could pretty much say I had one of those rare fucking type memories, right? Some of the rares. But then, after, no, not so much. But, for me, the way my memory recall works and all these other things, everything's like on replay. It's like live and living. Color, the whole thing's there. I can like push play, rewind, facial movements, behavior, the voices, the tones I was hearing. It's like that for me every day. It's like just pressing fucking play on your DVD. I mean, and all my memories and things are like, and it's torture
They
sometimes.
picked the wrong person. That's all I can say. They picked the
But
wrong person to try and discount and take away the timeline and play all the games with and do all the shit.
and you have the rest of them in there. That's why I'm saying, like, my PTSD and stuff, it lends to that memory thing. It's why mine was probably formed that way. To combine with, for safety purposes, protection purposes, to see that, you know what I'm saying, and to pick out all the things that kept me safe. And in order to do that, the memory had to be formed a certain way to hold those. So that's probably why I have that type of thing going for me. And Monster hated it. Fucking despised it. And so the first signs that he could get rid of it was medical abuse. By God, he tried to. Wholeheartedly, even if it fucking meant I was like, you just don't understand. But the thing is, you can't even possibly. But inside of that road, you have a bunch of motherfuckers all playing stupid, ignorant fucking games. They're all burnt, sweet, twack, soaked, whatever. And, yeah, everybody's playing, I forget, I don't know, whatever games, and all this other shit. And we'll tie and whatever. That's not necessarily the case for me. And I know other people around that day, thank God, were also, normal-ish. I mean, and normal people with normal memories and, all these things. But, I think that, it's something that helped in a way to where it's a double-edged sword. But I often see it as a gift, not a curse. It's one that often helps me do research on things I love to make my life enjoyable. So I don't necessarily see all of it as a curse or a bad thing, or like people are like, oh gosh, she's in PTSD. Man, I know what I am, but what they do here absolutely puts it into modes that are not necessary at all, and have in excruciating cycles of it that have caused heart attacks and everything else. It's not a joke. So when they managed to do that, but even Monster couldn't, that tells you some shit. I was avoiding being murdered on the daily. And it wasn't just me. My mom, they did that shit too, to where she also had a heart attack. What the fuck? How did that help Summer? Any of it?
And all of this to them is this abstract entertainment. It just blows my mind. Like, if you even have some insight into what your situation is, the last thing that I would want to do is add more trauma to the situation. If you can't help, like, do no harm, for God's sake. And here are all these people holding up their little flags going, I was trying to be nice. I was trying to help. I was being a resource. No, you weren't. You were somewhere you shouldn't be, doing stuff you shouldn't do with no authority.
When I first come here, I don't know what it was. I do. I've done enough soul searching, all this shit, but I'd never been so scattered and all over everything, and I never felt the way I had when we were, quote, acquired. At that time, like, I never thought, like, if Monster could have seen what the fuck was occurring, he'd been pretty proud of himself. It damn near broke me, and it was because of all of everything, right? But it was the final cycle, and I knew it was, and I was happy about it, and also like, oh my god, and here decade, and then this game being played, and then look at him still around, and look at this, and here's Summer Vanishing, and all these things, and look what that line did, and holy shit, what's going on? But where I knew finally, after all those decades, that was the final. It came crashing in. Me and the kids had all survived all those years. Almost our whole lives. Theirs for sure. And it never suffered damage like that. But then when you know that it's, or you think, at least at that time, like a bunch of dumbasses, that it would never happen again, this final crash of everything you've survived and lived through comes. And it will almost destroy you. You think all the things you've healed in real time or helped, or, been able to keep it, to where you were okay and, not broken on it. For some reason, man, all it was they were held at bay, and then they come crashing. And it's because I don't know, that it's the final. And then you can deal with that, but then never had a chance to do that because of the way these people inserted what they were doing and what Monster was doing, I don't think so. There's never been, at least for me, healing correctly, and I don't think there ever will be. I'm the type that would need closure from somebody, always, and there's no true, I'm sorry, there's no true fucking closure, there's no anything.
Right.
You forget truth, that monsters you'll never get. You might as well fucking piss that in the wind. You know, but, yeah, I mean, it was as close to broken as I'd ever come. The children and I were going through these fucking events. So, like, even she was like, wait a minute, what's happening to us? Because this is not what's happening. And it took me a bit to understand myself so then I could try to help them. But by that time, this group and others inserted and try to fracture us even further when what we needed was to be together and to heal in the way we always had, but together. And these people, the fuck shit they did during that. It'll have lifelong effect, and it is on all three of us. But yeah, it was entirely unnecessary. But yeah, that was probably the closest and most vulnerable I've ever been in my life on Earth, and I'll tell you to be the goddamn last time ever that anything or that fractured. And you know, so but when they first come in the that's where we're at, and then you had Chase and the stalkers and the TMA and all the shit and the penny, and think about it. Think about that on top of everything else, the distrust, plus them sitting by all the stalkers, pretending to be this and pretending to be that. Yeah. To actually make me think that it was all just Monster, which she was part of it, but Monster, all just all this, all that, you know? But it was actually them heightening things around me and manipulating me emotionally, psychologically, because they knew I was vulnerable too. And thinking it was all Monster. It was this, or it was somebody, you know, like was coming into the road screaming or yelling at us for my children, or could mean us harm. It was actually them making that fear worse. They knew it. They fucking knew it. And they knew what.
Yeah, they did know it. And they have documented that they knew it, and they've spoken it out loud.
Mm-hmm.
It's completely unforgivable.
Straight psychological, emotional warfare on other vulnerable human beings at their most vulnerable points and acquisitions in and around.
And to get joy out of that type of targeting that, to me, is a form of insanity. It's truly cruel.
And all what? To acquire the neighbor and her children, MIL and C and all them had fucking outed in the first hours of stupid shit. To acquire what this place sought and knew to be witnesses only. Now, how far do you go? Well, you know, sky's the fucking limit according to them, and hell as well. They'll go to any lengths.
It was interesting to hear again Scott telling Adrian that he didn't know where she had lost her way, but all she was about was Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue. And I thought, if somebody and we know that he's no angel, the guy's a criminal, he's freaking underneath most of it, but the idea that even he would come to that conclusion says an awful lot about who Adrian is.
And they all want to pretend they weren't part of it. Yeah. You know? One of them does it, they'll throw out the rest. But then like, no, not me, they're different. Jenny and Adrian, no, you know, they did this to Jeff B. Jeff B ain't lying to you. But see, that's where I come into play. They know I ain't fucking lying. Mm-hmm. And when it's convenient, they use it to go, well, JSB's been calling it out. But it's only on them, see, not on me.
I know, that's why.
Caveat it with a lot of what she's saying, but not all of it, because all the players want.
It's kind of a cheap shot, but at the same time, you know, you hear it out of a mouth like that, and you have to go, Jesus, they really definitely screwed up. Not that it ever cost her a thing at the moment. But, you know, I think in a lot of ways that was a point of pride for Adrian. Thinking, you know, I've got this arena. She is pretty freaking visible.
I still can't figure it out, though. Like, I understand other humans. I understand stupid shit humans do. But anybody can pick up a YouTube.
Yep.
Anybody can have a Facebook. I understand we're in the era of social media stars, influencers. That shit to me, I'm like, it's,
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
she wanted that for sure. She's been living off of self-generated attention since she was very young, apparently. But
I want
the ego that has to go behind that, to think you have a right to discount someone else to the point of mockery when they're in such a vulnerable position in order to make yourself bigger in the eyes of the world, no matter the cost.
But
It's
look
a
how she
sad
did.
thing.
She gets to come here, have a tragedy pimp party on Summer's name and call it Summer's
Right.
Day.
And get
And
on
get
TV.
of a local news media station. And then the bitch is so pathetic. She got up there this year, parroted my words, and did a smirk. If you caught it, it was one lift.
I don't even, I have no interest whatsoever anymore. But, I mean, I should probably just to know, but I don't.
She parroted my words this year by holding space and smirked when she did it. She knew what she was doing. But yeah, like, there's a couple thousand views. I'm like, whoop-de fucking do, lady. You know, what you've done and what people have seen. You know, it's like, it's weird how they have so much in common with the Monsters of Ben Hill. They have one face for YouTube, and then they have another for, like, Ansley's and the Bobos and media and, you know, whatever the fuck, Graces and Keys and all them, right? And the public, and, oh, we're just all these caring, kind people that really care about somebody. You know, whatever. You know? And so that's what they get. Wow. My gosh. You know? Wow. I don't understand their
He's
reason or
quite
how
a
that means.
performer.
It's a thing. I don't understand it. Or how it would be alluring or attractive to anyone. But apparently it is for many. Me, I'm not that type. I could give a shit less about it. You know?
Well, like I said, I wouldn't care if I were speaking in public ever again in my life. It doesn't matter to me, and there's no notoriety that matters in this thing. But when you have the opportunity to call out people who are being so damaging, who are doing so much horrific damage in this, I'm just glad you have a voice, and I'm glad you're using it.
It's a toss up for me every day.
I know. I can't imagine. It's like, you know, I do realize the double-edged sword thing too. Like, here I am, we're talking and in not involving ourselves in other people's lives, but calling them out on what they've done. And it almost feels like a negative thing. But then again, if people aren't informed of what the reality is, if people don't know where this all came from, it just seems like entertainment. Feels like entertainment to people who just come on in and go, "Oh, hey, new to your channel. What are you talking about?" I mean, it's not a gossip column.
And here's another thing about that comment there, that one shining one from Birdie. The title is "Cry in a Car with Loaf," right? That Loaf stew, all that shit that started by our buddies Jenny and Adrian, and the rest. But that had been around for a long time, so they could skirt by being reported. They were calling me those names to keep from, you know,
Using your name, yeah.
just like Little and Eldest and Monster Mind fucking siblings. They'd be, oh, they're just protecting. No, they're not. He knew better. Anyway, um, that right there tells you she was fully aware that who they meant by loaf and who they were talking about. Me being referred to me as JSB in her comment. It means you've been watching for an awful long time. Those
Yeah.
people, them. You see how that shit works? These small things, these fucking super geniuses online do. It's wonderful. So it's things like that, right? It's little things.
When we were talking about Floppy's Day, Yaya was saying, "Well, that must be something I missed. Like, is this a 2-legged or a 4-legged?" And you realize, that game has been around forever. It's been used consistently for me anyway, but
That's called boy used to flat pavement trying to figure out how to walk down a fucking hill like a moron and somebody else is paying. Enacted more tragedy Pimp drama with known provocateurs of the camp that they all work together simultaneously, and certain players from it, he'll play with all of them at one time in order to set those events off, and then playing those to the media like a big bad YouTuber.
Yeah, I don't miss him at all, but I agreed in chat that he was good fodder for your sense of humor. I mean, it's not funny, but it was sort of sadly funny. It's like physical comedy. Anyway, I have to go to sleep. I'm so sorry, but it's like 3:30 in the morning and I have to be up in 2.5 hours, so I better get a little sleep.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna hop off here, probably do my own thing, eat some sort of snacks or something.
Good luck with those snacks. Ugh.
Look, do you know how many times the poor cat comes running thinking I'm crinkling something good and it's this big, and then I
is
just...
your mama cat from yesterday okay?
Oh my gosh, that's what
I know.
I just like is because when I got the Gale and stuff, and it was like, oh, something was occurring. So what happened was I thought everything was gonna be okay, and it turns out she was not acclimating back to the babies. They were, I was like, oh shit. So then what had to take place after that was a whole lot of petting. I took cleaning wipes for her and started so I didn't traumatize her, put her in a shower or anything, because she was still pretty nasty even after trying to clean herself. So I cleaned and massaged everything and did all that, but then I found, like, she screamed when I touched her, like, bottom of her feet and anything like that around areas.
Oh, poor thing.
I knew that she had moved and walked that cage, and she's probably trying to dig at the concrete with it and everything else, hurt herself.
Oh my god.
So, it's going to mean she don't want babies, like, just pain. And so, what I did was, and it was like you could see her when I went in, what she was doing was laying on, like, the couch, but overlooking and across the way where the babies were. And I was like, she wants to be, she see it, you know what I mean? But she can't make the connection. And so, anyway, I got her near me. I was petting her, loving on her. I wiped her down. This was the most joyful cat. I got the cleaning wipes. I was like, I'll do it for you. You just come here, honey, right? And so as I was petting her, I took one in my hand and started wiping her. And she realized what I was doing after a minute, and she's like, you know what? Fine. And then she rolls over her back, was like this, and all the legs and all the breastfeeding boobies and everything. She was all like, yeah, do it. And I was like, okay. You just let me rub her down, make sure everything was clean. I made sure all the nips were sanitized real well. All that, which I'm sure maybe helped some of the milk, where it was backed up, where she'd been in and all that. So,
right. Poor thing.
There, and to decrease it. So, then I started introducing the babies one at a time. But they were so, I don't know, you'd think not that long away, it wouldn't be an issue, but it seemed to be. And I don't know if it's where she probably still smelled of, like, fear and and adrenaline and all that stuff, and they couldn't quite get her scent right. She couldn't get it because I'd had to also feed them milk replacement things.
Right.
So, I didn't know. I mean, sometimes that'll screw them all up. And then where I just clean it, but it took the babies a minute, even because they're old enough for their eyes and everything open, they can see quite well, and get about a little bit. So I didn't know if they just wouldn't. It was like they were rooting, and they were just so happy when she finally. But at first, she hissed at the one there again, and was like, I was like, oh no. So I did the nape hold and just kept her beside me. And then the one after me, you could see it on her face and her eyes. She clicked. You know what I mean?
Oh, so
And
glad.
she's like, oh, I got it. And then it only took seconds and it clicked with her. She's like, oh yeah, you know, and got everything down pat. And then everything started going well. And I reintroduced one baby at a time. And then she's like, okay, you know, and then I fed her some more after they ate, and then made sure she had her own special plates. I let her choose putting all the cans she wanted, you know, all the bougie stuff, and she ate again, and then she went right back to them and with them, and flipped it, and I was like, excellent, and so far today, no issues, and
Oh
so
my
everything.
God.
But it took me a bit to work with them and her in order to get all of them in sync. And
I'm just so glad you found her. That's horrifying. Could have
nah,
been
well,
hell
family
worse.
was pretty certain that I could be probably, maybe, potentially attempted to be charged for shit that went down yesterday. But because I have witnesses and cameras, I don't know what can be said. And if anyone wants to say anything to me, that's fucking absolute animal cruelty. And like, no, just don't. So, yeah. But family's like, well, pay your bond. Yeah. I was like, okay then. But you know, yeah. Um, I think that what happened the other night when I was actually alive, and maybe I'd just gotten off. I don't remember. But either way, maybe it actually been a little bit. But as well as I think it was week. Anyway, Little had left, and we were all hanging out, and I heard this noise, and at first I thought maybe raccoons fight. I was like, that still wasn't right for that. What the fuck? And I'd assume it was actually her going into the trap.
Oh
Now,
no.
placed initially before she walked it over, you wouldn't have ever really been able to hear or pick up on. And that was probably the intent. People did indeed leave things in certain ways to make sure that it could be doing certain fuck shit with no concern. And, anyway, so we called, hollered, you know, for all the time and everything for her and, Nala, right? She didn't respond. She would normally, it just didn't, it wasn't right. And then one of the family members comes out here, and apparently she enjoys their voice more than she does mine. Or I think what happened, she'd been able to walk the cage far enough over into a certain position,
Oh wow.
that person's voice, and gave it her last best shot. And I was like, immediately like, oh hell, that's her. I hear her, and I could tell the difference between the cry she was making at the time and repeating meow. It wasn't the I'm her. It wasn't this. It was the mama. I could just tell. I was like, that's
Right.
her. That's her. It wasn't that I just knew her meow so well. It's the way she was calling and what she was doing. It told me it was mama. She's in distress. So it means that whole time she heard all the babies lighting up over here. Because they're cats. They're animals. They can hear better than us. So she's tormented by that while being in a box. And vice versa. They could probably hear her screaming. But we could, you know, until she walked that into a certain spot and then happened to be at the right time. Otherwise, she would probably have been dead by that night or the next.
Oh my God.
I'd almost guarantee that. This is pretty fucked. And then, as it stands right now, certain people didn't return to certain places till well after dark tonight. So yeah, you damn well bet she would have been dead by this time had it been
Wow.
left. Yeah. So I find that pretty fucked up.
It
I don't.
is.
We were talking about like, what if there'd been a skunk or something? How would you like? Right? And you have to know the placement of certain things. But where that was, the only thing I couldn't imagine a skunk being trapped in a cage for days. You'd have to like sell the whole damn everything around you.
Right. I was gonna say everybody would know.
And a dead animal in hot heat like that in around your environment, I'm just like, oh,
People are
any
stupid.
animal.
Why?
I don't know, but that's something I can't get down with. You know,
No.
we'll have comments on it too in this area. in regards to those things, but saving comes in many forms, and a lot of things would have been able to be as they were had it also not been for this group. So it just is what it is. But
Oh,
yeah,
yep.
But yeah, at the same time though, she had vanished. We'd had a weird car thing and shit happen on camera, so I assumed somebody stopped and picked her up on purpose. Right? It's happened a couple of
Oh, God.
but I was never thinking somebody around here would have something out like that. They wouldn't even bother to check for days. Like, I would have never thought. And so she was lucky, we were lucky, them babies were lucky. Oh my god, those
You're all lucky. I
they're
know.
and you see they're just all giant potatoes. Like
Oh,
her
God.
variety. Those giant, like almost Maine Coon things. But the
Yep.
kittens are these fluffy, thick, heavy potatoes. They just
Oh, my
wander about
God.
with eyeballs. And there's one, it has like the Siamese coating, the color and the pattern and everything. But it's clear not. It's going to be one of the giant breed cats. And it's fucking it has the, and
Well,
I'm
I'm
like,
really glad you're so far away because I'm tempted, but I know better.
I don't know.
I don't think we could have a cat in this house again.
I can like wrap it up and stuff and send it special packaging and
No,
like
talk about
hobby,
snacks. I think we'd have a snack.
right? But
Well,
like
I have like 2 dogs who would probably adore a cat. I have another one who's the size of a cat or smaller. You know that. She's 4 pounds. And then I have a couple who would just think it was a big romp to go snatch a cat somewhere. So I won't do that again.
yeah, I could see
I've
that.
chosen my poison. I'll stick with it.
Right? I don't know.
Mm.
I'm just like, well, and that's the thing. It's like here in a couple weeks she'll be fixed. The babies will be, adopted, whatever, and then, whatever. I don't know. It's a corner thing. It's what they fucking do. People want to dump off shit, whatever. Especially when it's pregnancy time and seasons and whatever. But
I actually
you
saw 3 different posts today from friends of mine who have animals, and one has a stray cat in the yard, and she's like, oh, I don't know about that belly, and everyone's like, that's a little too big for worms. And then I had another one say, oh, just had kittens, and so 3 today that are pets going, prolific. I'm just
it's the season,
keeping myself away from the whole idea. Anyway, I'm gonna go to sleep now. But thanks for having me. Sorry I dropped off at first. I lasted maybe 5 minutes after you left, and then I was like, yeah, and somehow Yaya thought it was because I said SWAT, but I don't think that's why. I don't know what happened.
You can see tonight how certain streams go certain times.
Yeah, I know. It was interesting.
I could be crazy.
I don't know. But anyway, well, take care of yourself, and I will talk to you soon. And I am still looking for that transcript, and I've looked through 3 so far and not found it, but wish I had sent it when I thought about it to begin with. And I will.
May have whatever that is in actual recording format.
It might be. That might be what it is. But if I said, I don't know, if I said transcript, I've got it somewhere. I'll figure it out. Anyway.
Yeah.
But it's real and it's sitting here. So, anyway.
First, let me know. Otherwise, we'll just be digging
further. Well, I haven't got too far more to look, so I'll just go right back through what I had and see if I can figure it out. Anyway.
You're all good. But talk here with you as well. Say goodbye to everybody. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, I'll talk to you soon. And if I can help, let me know.
All right, then.
All right. Take care, Jody Sue. Good night.
The same. All right, it is the end of a long day. You can do whatever you want with the middle portion, obviously the first, and just here with the receipt a few minutes ago given on Birdie, and how it played in things matter, and it goes a whole. So, you can take from it what you will, but I call it more bullshit, more tragedy pimps who inserted extreme real life on, and there's proof and evidence that they did so in ways that they cannot deny or ever weasel out of, no matter what setting they're placed in front of to try to do so. Whether that be criminal or civil terms. Or just here in front of the world to be known as who and what they really are. Deservedly. Anyway, since it's been such a long day, I'll leave it at that. Obviously, and just in case, old Birdie there don't believe me, I'm gonna let you know that, I do indeed have more than that, so don't think that I don't have the rest of that, because left off,
I did a community post about it.
Right, there you are, from about where we left off earlier. Then I'm gonna skip another 20 minutes or so in.
It was everywhere. It was on t-shirts, just say no.
And then another 20 or so.
Can you hear that?
And then another 20 or so.
I'll have to go back and listen, because I
and another 30 or so.
Did about it on June 16th, 2020.
And then another 30 or so. See, I told you, girl, I got you. It's all good. So, we'll get back to the rest of those and where those little pieces of yours and the bullshit count for other things. As I feel the need. But don't worry, I got you. I got you. Just in case whatever happened today was technical difficulty on you. If you need it, holler at me, I'll give you a call. I got it in like several formats. Several different styles. Anyway. So there's that. But it's been a long day. So I'm gonna go for now. Y'all around these blocks. Oh, God knows I'm gonna press a button. There's gonna be something bad in the neighborhood, right? I need to move it back to about where I was. Okay. And then, alright. That one is, God, blinded by the light. Well, I don't know why I needed that one. Oh, open thing. So anyway, I don't know whether I'm not even gonna bother with the cycle. I guess there's some magic shit out there going around tonight, which I'm sure there is, considering all the things and what I hear is a great deal of effort to distract that. But either way, I'll leave it short and sweet tonight, and tell y'all to please be, and to kick out good pebbles, good sparks, and be a voice where you can. Please do share the DV/Universal Hand Signal for help. Canada does save lives across many, instances, from medical emergencies, people home alone, elderly, kidnappings, in person, at home, you name it, public, otherwise. The more you share it, the more people learn it, the more people recognize it, the more lives are saved. And as tech and, call centers advance and meet one another, I assume that number will only rise. So please do continue to share that universal hand signal for help. And, as always, please share someone's picture, information, and color by name. And y'all know what I mean by information. What sources to stick with. That means local, surrounding law enforcement, state police, TBI, FBI, real investigative journalists, the Ansleys, the Bobos, the local sources, not the Intons, the MGLs, the blowhorns, blowhards, whatever. It doesn't even mean any of our dumbasses speaking around any of this, okay? We aren't the droids or the info you fucking see. Alright? We can only speak on what we know, what we're willing to give. We were given no guidebook on what we think's okay to say versus not okay. We can only go from our perspective or whatever, and none of these things may matter in the end, and matter not at all, or be anything. So therefore, we are not the info you seek, or should be sharing with Summer's picture and information, like, her flyer. Things. Please, if you share her flyer and the information in her picture, if you can, always include like a link to some news source like the Bobos, the Ansleys, the Q&As, the TBI, and FBI Per, and all these other things. Rotate articles in and out, okay? That way, maybe the right eyes at the right time see the right thing, and the key drops. The thing drops. The person comes forward. The person has the wait a minute and aha, and they are the. That brings Summer home to her community and her brothers, law enforcement, and courts, so that she or they can tell her story with or for her. Okay? It's the most tangible way in which you can help Summer. And so many others, just like Sebastian, Layla's, and Holly's. Same thing applies with them as well. And also a note, like, that song I played at the first of this, that song, Enhanced Not a minute ago we're talking about people's versions of fame and all this other stuff, and how they think all these social media platforms is always tech. It makes them something special. It still makes them feel some type of ways. They gear up for it. They think it's, I don't know, it's something to them, right? But that, me, I hate AI. I hate AI with a fucking dying passion. The only thing I've seen that thing be useful for is like certain scrolls and all, like Pompeii, other things, education purposes. This shit ain't it, bro. They should really like ban it, quite frankly. And the horrible shit is causing power grids and all this everybody know. But anyway, it is also what I've noticed an uptick in, and I'm sure most of y'all have as well, is a bunch of talentless idiots running around with some SoundCloud or Auto-Tune or any Milli Vanilli that ever existed. Pretending they can all suddenly sing and write songs and their talent, and they think that somehow making the videos letting AI do it is talent. That happened to me, one of those. I found the song, right? I was like, and it took me a second. I was like, motherfucker, this is AI. This is bullshit. And then, now I love the lyrics to it. The lyrics are amazing. I wish I could find a real singer to sing it. Maybe I will. Hell, maybe it's already, but I don't know. Either way, but that was AI. And AI is pretty fucking dumb for all it is smart. It's because that's why you hear that pause in the middle of it, and then it starts with a different melody. Yeah, I can't quite figure it out like a real singer or a songwriter would. But it'll learn eventually, right? It'll learn how to take even more humanity and human things out of the universe. Beautiful things. Real things and real talent. It's people that think this tech like this is amazing. Use it for all the wrong reasons, though. Take even more beauty out of the universe. Great destruction. Real things. Real people. Real art. It's fucking tragic. I think the same thing applies with some of these. It's kind of related, right? Databases that are bullshit from the get-go because you're tampering with the subjects. Lip locks and the bullshit over there. Tampering with. Fucking with shit. There's this term, I'm sure most of you heard about college-educated idiots. There's also tech-literate idiots. with stupid tech that think they're on somewhere. It's whatever social media is, or SoundCloud rappers this, or fame that, or influencers, or look, Ma, no hands. AI wrote the goddamn song and sang it too in a stupid way and glitched out. But had they been performed by a real human, they would have been so more profound and beautiful. And they've not been tampered with. Things not been done for people in their need. Starting things that are stupid to begin with, never thinking of how they could end. Or maybe they do. They realize this could take away real talent, real human stuff, right? They are. But then it is being used by those who really think that creating this bullshit with AI is talent. No, it's not. It's not talent to do that. You are not a talented person because you can make AI do these. Or create a video or a song. You're not. You didn't, but they think they are. It's just like those who are all into the polymath, create databases, and think they're new concepts. Or that anybody really needs theirs. Or that it could ever really be offered out when everything in it has been tampered with by the same people building it. And the group. And those around for so many years. It's all a pile of shit at that point. By heartless things that might as well be AI. Just building whatever out of whatever bullshit. Because really was there ever anything really enough to put into certain things like those databases? What a few news articles, a couple news interviews, all of which and some of which were definitely tampered with by others writing things, doing things in the background. No, but you had to have more and more and more to fill it with, right? Make it look like it was a real case, real investigators, real detectives. Knowing the whole time people were being screwed with in a fashion that made it all moot. Not something a true polymath fuck up and do. They say polymath, they know a little about a lot and this and other, but if you're gonna do something like that, you should probably be pretty specialized. And know that the number one rule of something like that, or offering out to real true crime things like Chris Sims or law enforcement or feds, first rule should be all hands off. Nobody tampered, nobody screwed with, nobody listed responses, nobody emotionally triggered. Yeah, y'all did. While compiling and putting into the databases while all your buddies were calling 1-800-TBI, blah, blah. So-and-so did this sus thing tonight after we're emotionally, psychologically fucked with. All the shit y'all did for all the years. Right? To many of us. By that I mean the entire goddamn community and otherwise. Yeah. Say that database is always going to be more evidence of what y'all done. And none of it did. Just like AI would. Tech makes people do some stupid shit. Especially stupid tech. And stupid people combined. And it often takes away real talent, real hearts, real geniuses, real inventions, real things meant for the real good of real humanity, or even real cases that could have done great good had they been used in a good way by good humans and wielded in that fashion. Unfortunately, they were not. Most things never will be by humans. We have this habit of taking good things and fucking them up or using them to destroy everything around us. Yeah. We are creatures of habit. Rinse, repeat. Anyway, I'll play that piece of shit for you again. I do like the lyrics on it, but I think it's a good reminder not of stupid tech and stupid people after stupid things using crap. You know what to say. I think y'all should see what I mean. Alright, y'all, I'm out of here. Please share Summer's picture, information, and color by her name. Y'all have a nice night, morning, or evening, wherever y'all are on this little speck in these vast cosmos. Be kind when and where you can, or have a bad day and let it all hang out. You know, we all need one of those every now and then, you never know. And whatever you feel like today, do it. Hug the ones you love the ones you do all the things. Enjoy, for fuck's sakes, enjoy a snack bigger than this. Please, for my sake, enjoy a snack bigger than this. This is the biggest. This is why I can't get ad placement. Because I'm always shitting on everybody with the mayonnaise company. Anyway, y'all have a good night. Speck in the best cosmos. Alright. Draw a happy little tree. Or a little bird. Right over here. A good little bird. Not a bad one. Not like some pterodactyl shit that's gonna swoop down and swoop up children, babies, women, you know. Avoid the bad birds. Draw happy little birds. Night, you guys.
I'm in the midst of applying for residency right now. Wish me luck. Grammarly has again been a lifesaver with my application and helping.
In the void where lights a coward's tale, try me, I growl, the weak-hearted fail. The darkness my kingdom, the silence my throne. Try me, my battle cry, fierce and alone. Try me, I dare the shadows to come, my voice the storm where the timid succumb. Try me, and see if I give a damn. I'm the beast in the night, the lion, the ram. Try me, I stalk through the depths of hell, a soul on fire in the underworld swell. The night, my aura, the stars, my fleet. Try me, I'm the one you can't defeat. Try me and feel the wrath of my pain, the curse on the winds, a relentless chain. My spirit unbroken, my will unchained. Try me in the darkness, I'm untamed. Try me, I challenge the shadows that loom, my voice a beacon in the all-consuming gloom. Try me, see if I ever retreat. I'm a pulse in the dark, the heart steady beat. Try me, I spit against a dying light, a rebel's anthem in the fall of night. For sorrow my muse, the anger my song. Try me, for here is where I belong. Try me, I yell to the haunting past, a mountain man's oath to the very last. The pain, my ally, the struggle, my art. Try me with every beat of my heart. Try me and know I'll never be swayed. In the depths of despair, my hope's never frayed. Try me, here I am, the undying flame. In the darkest of nights, I'll rise to claim. Try me as I walk through the valley of shade, where the echoes of the fallen softly fade. The fury, my emblem, the scars, my proof. Try me, I am the unyielding truth. Try me, I challenge the shadows that loom, my voice a beacon in the all-consuming gloom. Try me and see if I ever retreat. I'm a pulse in the dark, the heart steady beat. So try me and watch as I conquer the fear. The mountain man is all crystal clear. Try me for each note I play is a fight. In the deepest of darks, I am the light. So try me and watch as I conquer the fear. The mountain man's resolve crystal clear. Try me for each note I play is a fight. In the deepest of darks, I am the light.
Yeah, you better pat me down and pray for peace before you let us in. My jettison is full of carnivores and lettuce men. You pushing positive, then we can be the best of friends. We drink the fire from the fountain and piss excellence. Open stores, open doors like a Trojan horse. No remorse, I make lore fact like college course. Making seconds to records, the textures you could never touch the circle I roll and you overstepped your effort. I'm the shepherd of leopards, I'll pull you back together. You fall apart, I'll build it back but better. I'm a scoundrel with my pen works adventures. My punchlines are too raw for glass jars and dentures. You think you've seen madness? Well, I am the center. I'm only happy in the summer. Fuck the winter.
Watch out now, come heavy water. It's I now, not going under. Oh, 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 not gonna let you go. Oh, 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 pay what you owe. Watch out now, come heavy water. Yeah, my mistake. It's marijuana, damn, namaste, namaste. And Dolly Mama, cause I'm searching for better days. Tijuana, I'm cutting through this bullshit with my switchblade to katanas, cause I've learned something from years ahead hunting. If I got something to say, then I'ma say something. The glutton for all these beatings and fighting for what I'm loving. If the whole world's throwing us sparks, I keep on trucking, yeah. I ain't got time for y'all to get your heads right. I'll find some rope and you can go and hang tight. It's getting dark as fucking midnight. This beat swinging so hard, we in a fist fight. Tippy tippy toe, watch me dip and roll. Round the corner, round another level, watch my indigo. I be switching colors, red, green, and gold. I'm speaking the truth, and now I'm spitting heavy waters on the floor and the blues. Let's go. Shut down, come heavy water. It's I now, not going under. Oh, 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 not gonna let you go. Oh, 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 pay what you owe. Watch out now, come heavy water. Now listen to me, yeah. Gonna run down a bad man today. Gonna hunt down a bad man like Ray. When the sun down, gonna come round, set fire blaze. Gonna run down a bad man today. Tell the ragamuffin man, them not play. My bloodline everywhere, they gotta come anyway. You know the struggling ain't living, so the hustle comes easy. So listen up when they hear me say, watch out now, come heavy water. It's I now, not going under. Oh, 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 not gonna let you go. Oh, 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 pay what you owe. Watch out now, come heavy water. Bye.